What up, Wizards? It is Deb from the place. You are live. Well, all these people are to my right. All these people are live. You're not. You're probably watching this on YouTube. That's fine. It is time again for our speed run of a set. There's 250 something cards in this folder we're about to look over for Tarkir Dragonstorm, and that's a lot. But basic lands don't count, so I didn't add them to the folder. But if you've seen the series before, you know the basic lands always get a 5, so it doesn't matter. But we still have a bunch of cards to go through from one of the more powerful looking sets we've gotten in a while, and maybe more importantly, the most Magic the Gathering set we've gotten in a while. I think we can all appreciate that. Usually I go through a rule set before I do this, but you kind of know how this works, right? We're rating cards 1 through 10, mostly for standard and other competitive environments. I'll talk about Commander and Limited when that's a thing, but it doesn't really affect the standings too much in this case. That's how it's different from the 10 cards rated series. We're mostly rating like casual Commander. Here we're rating competitive 60 card 1v1s, baby. We're playing 4 of these cards. If they're good enough, we're doing that. So maybe I'll be a little... We'll see what happens with the ratings in terms of that. Again, we're mostly looking to standard to rate these cards tonight. We got to get through all of them. So with that in mind, I think I'm probably ready to start the counter. Let's go, everybody. Officially, Abzan T is our first card of the night. 2 mana, 1 and a black for a 2/1 dog cleric. You can pay 1 and get Abzan, but only once per turn. You don't get the whole Abzan. You can get any color in Abzan. But the cool thing here is that you can pay 2 and a black and return this devotee from your yard to your hand. So all of the colors have a common devotee. These look good for filtering mana in Limited. It's probably mostly what they're used for. But in this case, you get kind of a skeleton-like ability. Doesn't return it to the battlefield or anything, but can still be kind of good in long games. That said, really just like this as like a 2 mana 2 power guy in Limited. That's as far as it actually goes. So I'm just going to give this a nice baseline 2.5. I'll go 2.5. You're never going to play this in standard or anything. Abzan Monument is 2 mana for an artifact. When it enters, search your library for a basic plain, swamp, or forest, reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle up. But you can pay 1 Abzan, tap it, and sacrifice it to make an XX white spirit creature, X being the greatest toughness among dudes you control. You can do this at sorcery speed only. So, you can get like a 5/5 out of this some of the time pretty easily. Even a 6/6 fairly easily in standard right now. So don't hate that. As far as all these monuments go, I think that 2 mana to go grab a basic land is kind of all right too. So I'm not going to judge these too harshly. I don't think that any of them are necessarily standard playable given some of the options that we have, but I do kind of like them, all things considered. I will give this a 5. Yeah, sure. I'll give it a 5. I'm much more likely to play this than the first card. So let's go on to Adorned Crocodile. 5 mana, 4 and a black for a 5/3 crocodile. When it dies, you get a 2/2 zombie. It also renews for a single black mana, which is really low in terms of renew cost. If you exile it from your graveyard, you put a +1/+1 counter on a guy at sorcery speed. So a lot more expensive to cast than some of the other things you can kind of do this with in standard already, right? But, that said, I kind of like this in Limited. Right, it might trade down on blocks or something, but you still get a 2/2 and another point of power toughness out of the graveyard, so it kind of leaves behind a 3/3. 1 black mana is a really low cost, so kind of a well-designed card here that I can't really give more than like a 2.75. Moving on to Aegis Sculptor, 4 mana, 3 and a blue for a 2/3 bird wizard with flying and ward 2. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may exile 2 cards from your yard. If you do, this guy gets a +1/+1 counter. So we didn't get to this during spoiler season. I missed it on the first day, and then we just never came back to it. But in Limited, I think this is kind of okay if you have stuff in your graveyard to fuel it, because it'll eventually be like a 5/6. Won't even take that long. And cards like that can win games of Limited, especially at lower rarity. You're more likely to encounter them. So kind of a card I want to be on the lookout for there a little bit, even though it starts small. Is it too slow at a 4 mana 2/3 in a format full of dragons at the same mana cost? Maybe, but a lot of turn value if you can fuel it. So like it there, but not more than like a 3.25 or anything. Agent of Codis is up next. 2 mana, 1 in the blue for a 2/1 human rogue with renew. You pay 4, you exile it from your yard, and a creature gets 2 +1/+1 counters. All renews are at sorcery speed. Just remember that. That'll help my speed run. But in any case, yeah, this is just a normal Magic card. Again, I like a 2 mana, 2/1 in blue for Limited. And this is a decent ability to make sure you can get more power on dudes when this is in the yard. So there's things I like about it, but altogether, again, like 3.5. Maybe 3.25 really. Aggressive Negotiations, a coercion variant here. 3 mana, 2 and a black for a sorcery. An opponent reveals their hand, you get a non-land from it and exile the card. You also get a +1/+1 counter on a guy you control. So already seeing a lot of +1/+1 counter synergies, especially in Sultai and Abzan in this set. So again, like somewhat relevant for limited, where you can take their bomb away from them and exile it. Coercion effects don't always exile, so that's really cool. But a +1/+1 counter is decent gravy on top of the already okay effect. But that said, I don't think that coercion effects are necessarily standard playable anymore. Every now and again, you see like a Mind Rot effect with upside that sees play, like Go Blank. But as far as these just like card for card, you know, for coercion effects, I don't think so. I think you got to get some like actual card advantage out of it. So that said, I will give this a 4 because I don't hate it. I really do. Exile, I think, is really important too. Einok Wayfarer is just Blanchwood Prowler, isn't it? This is 2 mana, 1 and a green for a 1/1 Dog Scout. When it enters mill 3, you may put a land from among them into your hand. If you don't do that, put a +1/+1 counter on this guy. So one way that I may be wrong is that I think that Blanchwood Prowler is not necessarily a May. I'm not sure, but one way or the other, it's effectively the same guy. And this can be playable from time to time. You know, depending on what you're doing. I've seen it in all kinds of decks, and I've played it in all kinds of decks. So I'll give this kind of a baseline 5. I think this is okay, but obviously not going to like rule standard. But it goes in some decks from time to time. Alchemist Assistant is kind of neat. 2 mana, 1 and a black for a 2/1 monkey with lifelink with renew as well. You can pay 1 and a black and exile from your yard at sorcery speed to put a lifelink counter on a creature. So once this Child of Night, it's just a Child of Night with upside, basically. Once this Child of Night is dead, then you can like exile it from your yard and just throw the lifelink on something else, which again I think is good in limited. And might have some chops outside of limited, but this isn't a sleeper or anything like that. I just think it's a cool little card. I do like a lifelink counter, though. I think that's better than people maybe imagine that it is. So I wouldn't be shocked if the monkey did some stuff from time to time. Do you see? There's a Peter Gabriel song called Shock the Monkey. It's not his best work. I think Sledgehammer and Book of Love are his best work. But anyway, that's not good for the speed run. One way or the other, you know, there are decks in Standard that might dump this into their yard through milling it into their yard or chucking it into their yard somehow, and then you can just get the lifelink on a huge dude later. It could be relevant, you know, in your like Lurgoyf deck. So maybe a weird build here or there, but still not going to give it more than like a 3.7, something like that. Next is Alesha's Legacy. 2 mana, 1 and a black for an instant. Destroy target creature. Destroy? That'd be something. Instead, this is target creature you control gains Death Touch and Indestructible until end of turn. So maybe I'm reading the reminder text. I saw the word destroy on it. But yeah, it in fact cannot be. The opposite of destroy. It can't be destroyed. So just a normal black, you know, save a creature kind of trick, which is cool. But also makes it where you can block with a small dude and keep it if that dude's important to you, right? And then, you know, block any huge dude they've got. So actually a pretty cool little combat trick in black for limited there, but probably won't break through. So I will give this a, how do you feel about a 3.0? Yeah, sure. We see these effects all the time. They're not that special. So I'll just stop at a 3 here. It's probably better than that, isn't it? 3.25. I'll give it a 1/4 point. All Out Assault is our first like big card of the set here, so let's buckle in here. This is 5 mana, 2 and Mardu for an enchantment. Creatures you control get +1/+1. They have Death Touch too. When this thing enters, if it's your main phase, you get another combat phase followed by an additional main phase. When you attack this turn, untap each creature you control. So a 5 mana Relentless Assault kind of effect that will certainly get slotted into every Isshin Two Heavens as one deck in Commander from here into eternity, and that's a really popular commander. But in Standard, is this good? Probably not. We have a 6 mana get 2 combat steps effect, and is coming down 1 mana from that good? Is that good enough? I don't think so. You know, maybe in a mid-range-ish deck where you can drop this on turn 5 or something, then like you're getting somewhere. But ultimately, I just think that it's a little fragile. There's better stuff you can be doing in Standard for the most part on, you know, on curve for 5 mana. But again, this is a card I'm kind of excited about in Commander, but when it comes to, we have to put our Spy Cats on, you know, it's going to feel like I'm kind of putting some of these cards down tonight that you might be excited about. But again, we have to put our Spy Cats on. Is this viable in, you know, big girl Standard? We were pulling our suspenders all the way up, you know, like, is this really where we want to be? Will it spawn a new archetype by itself, which it will have to do? I don't necessarily think so. You know, I do like the Anthem effect, and I think Death Touch is underrated, but all things considered, I think that you can pay less for Anthem effects, and if you're playing aggro, you might want an extra combat step, but you want it to cost like less mana than this. So I hate to like kind of dig into it because I'm really excited about it in some formats, but this is the first card that I have to kind of deflate, I guess, in my own opinion of in standard some, because I think that it's, you know, to be objective, I think that it's probably closer to like a 5.5, you know, probably the best card we've seen so far. Yeah. And a 5.5 is not a bad score, but I think some people would maybe score it higher than that, to say the least. So first time I have to give that speech tonight. We'll see if I have to do it again. Sure I will. Ambling Stormshell is up next. 5 mana, 3 and 2 blue for a 5/9 Turk with Ward 2. When it attacks, put 3 stun counters on it. Draw 3 cards. Whenever you cast a turtle spell, it's a great line of text. Untap this guy. We go to Lorwyn next year, which will have a bunch of changelings in it. Those are turtles. So, well, maybe not, right? Maybe they aren't on the stack. Well, no, changeling, I think they're all creature types at all times. Yes, so it would count. But for now, we do have some decent turtles in standard. That said, also note, by the way, that it's not going to work the way you want it to, even if you're casting turtles. I saw a few people confused, I guess is the right word. Not trying to throw shade. In the comments section about this card. When I first reviewed it during previous season, I noticed that there were people thinking that you can just like untap it, like you can just untap it once, you know, like tap one turtle or play one effect that untaps it and it's just untapped. No, that's not, stun counters work a little differently. Note the reminder text. If it would become untapped and it has a stun counter, remove 1. So you can't just play an effect that untaps it and it's magically untapped. It just removes one of the 3 stun counters. So that's kind of lame. It's a little bit lame. But what I'm into is maybe a way that you can flicker this every turn, perhaps, or return it to your hand, play it again, and give it haste, but that's really mana intensive. Altogether, this is another one where, like, once you really start thinking about it from, like, a really spiky perspective, I think this probably costs too much, and it's actually too fragile even with the ward for its mana cost. So this is one that I really hope I'm wrong about, but I can't give this more than, like, a 4.5, and I'm really sorry. You know? I'm so sorry. I want it to be good. I really do, but it's going to have to kind of prove itself to me, I guess. We'll move on to Anafenza, Unyielding Lineage. Anafenza, 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 2/2 legendary spirit soldier with flash and first strike. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, Anafenza endures 2, our first instance of endure here. So you either get 2 +1/+1 counters on Ana, or you're going to make a 2/2 white spirit creature token. I think that's okay. I don't know if it's standard playable. Being 100% honest with you, I'm going to say that about a few cards you think might be standard playable. But I think a lot of people are on the same page with me about Anafenza, to be honest. I think it's kind of right on the line, you know. Another commander special, though, I'm really eyeing this for like Elisil Core. It's just always good to have a death effect like this, you know, just feed you more creatures. But in standard, when you compare it to like Zahur, this costs 50% more than Zahur, but you don't have to, you know, get max speed to effectively get the same thing. You know, I get a 2/2 every time a creature or non-token dies. So it's a pretty desirable effect, but it can't be raised the past in the decks that want it because it's 3 mana. So there's some issues with it, but it does trigger Enduring Innocence. It does trigger Takassia's Welcome and stuff. So, like, you know, it's got good things and bad things. Also, you can flash it in when a gang of creatures might die in combat, and that could be really good. So the flash might be super important. It's often the best part of cards that have it. Flash is great, so keep that in mind. But I'm not going to rate this above, say, a 5.25. I'll give it a 5 1/4. Because I think it's one of those that ultimately falls short of playability in standard, but we'll find homes other places. But we'll see. We'll try to jam it in standard, see what happens. Might be better than it looks. That flash is always underrated, you know? But Arishan Sunshield is 4 mana, 3 and a white for a 3/4 human warrior. When it enters, exile up to 2 cards from a yard. You can pay a white and tap it to tap a creature. So another white kind of tappy dude that we saw on the last day of previews that I didn't get to in today's video because, you know, I'm mostly sorting through the chaff trying to find the good stuff, and this was not necessarily among the good stuff. So I will just give this a solid 2.75. Move on. Armament Dragon is 6 mana, 3 and Abzan for a 3/4 dragon with flying. When it enters, distribute 3 +1/+1 counters among 1, 2, or 3 guys that you control. So it could feasibly be, what, a 6/7 or something all by itself. That's not bad for limited. And I guess if you're doing +1/+1 counters and ramping at the same time, then like maybe you could make an argument for this, but that is a pretty thin needle head to thread. So I'm just not super into it and constructed. I will give this a 3.25. 2/5. Just throw that out like candy. I think that's about right. It's a big guy, one way or the other. Attuned Hunter is 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 3/3 human ranger with tramps. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard during your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this guy. I think that's actually kind of neat. I don't think, however, that it's quite good enough for like Insidious Roots deck. You know what I mean? And if you're doing this, if this is your text box and you're not going in Roots, you're not going anywhere in Standard. And I'm sorry about that, but I will give this card a 4. I think we're right at about a 4 with this. I think it's better than the 2 that some people might assign it, because cards are going to leave your yard, and they just went ahead and baked in Trample. It doesn't have an embarrassing starting PT. Altogether, the card's not bad, really. So 4-ish. Oral Procession. Oral Procession, totally different thing. Aurora Mama. It's Auroral Procession. This is 2 mana, a green and a blue for an instant. Return target card from your graveyard to your hand. So this is just regrowth at instant speed. To be instant speed, you have to add a blue mana, right? Instead of any color mana, it has to be a blue mana. That makes perfect sense design-wise. This is one of my personal favorite cards in the set, and I will rate it highly. I think this is a very, very good Magic card. Whether you're playing it in Commander, where I think it goes, right? Regrowth gets played in Commander, so why not this in Simic decks and stuff? But I think this has a place in Standard for sure, whether it's Bant or maybe more likely Sultai, given the colors we have access to and the lands we have access to. Maybe more likely Sultai, but there's a lot of control decks, or even like mid-range hybrid control decks. That's a Sultai specialty right there. That could make a lot of use from this card, dude. And right now, like Zerv in Standard, I think could easily play this card. Temur Doppelgang in Standard could easily play this card, right? So there's just a lot of use for a thing like this just baked into Standard right now. But again, I think that even new archetypes could leverage this card in just really obvious ways. So this is actually, in my book, one of the stronger cards in the set. And I'm going to kind of freak you out here, but I'm going to give this card a 7.5. It's kind of culture shock, because we've mostly been staying around the 3s to 5s, right? But I think this is a 7 point something, 7.25. I'll break short. No, I won't. Courage of my convictions. This card is instant speed regrowth. 7.5 is low. So I'm going to stick it there for now with room to improve. It could easily go into the 8 point something ranges as time goes by and people play this card more, and we'll see what it does to Standard, if it does anything in Standard. But in a vacuum, an instant speed regrowth is just obviously powerful. So I'm sticking a 7.5 to it. And I'm moving on, if that's all right with you. So, Avenger of the Fallen is up next. 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 2/4 human warrior with Death Touch, mobilize X. X being the number of dudes in your yard. So, that could get out of hand pretty quick. Also like the Death Touch, but I don't think that it really beats like Preacher of the Schism in Standard. But again, it all depends on what deck you're playing, Could be even better than I think, though. Could be better. Could beat out Preacher, as a matter of fact. But I highly doubt that happening. But the Golgari decks that play Preacher right now, and the mono black decks, they tend to have a lot of creatures just incidentally. So without even trying to put dudes in your yard, you could mobilize like 4, But again, the Golgari decks do play like Mossbridge Dread Knight or whatever, and that's not in your yard. They play a couple other cards that can come back from your yard given the chance. So like maybe it doesn't synergize well with Avenger. But any sort of Lurgoyfy, Souls of the Lost, whatever, Cruel Somnophage, any decks like that probably want a dude like this. I like him a good bit, but he looks more fun than, good. But we'll see. This seems like the kind of dude that we will swing with on stream and get 15 dudes. So good luck to us there, but I'm not sure how great the card actually is. I'm going to stick a 4.75 on him now because I really want him to be good. I want him to be good so bad, dude. But we'll move on to Awaken the Honored Dead. 3 mana, Sultai colors for a saga here. On Chapter 1, destroy a non-land permanent. On Chapter 2, mill 3. And on Chapter 3, you may discard a card. When you do, return a creature or a land card from your yard to your hand. Why do I have to pitch a card to do that? But maybe you want to. Maybe you want to pitch a card. There's plenty of reasons you might want to do that, especially in Sultai, right? But just for the first mode alone, this is an okay card. It's Vindicate without being able to blow up lands. It's just 3 mana, destroy a non-land thing. Always a decent line of text for that exact rate, even though it's kind of difficult to cast in this case. The second mode is whatever, it's fine. But the third mode is just, recovery. It's not necessarily card advantage, but it is recovery. So kind of like that a good bit too, especially if you get back a spicy land. That could be nice. But altogether, I'm going to give this a 6. Even though it's kind of, sorcery speed or whatever, I still think that this is a pretty good card, all things considered, you know, especially if you're maximizing the value of discarding a card, getting back something you can play that turn with all your mana untapped. I think you're doing all right. So I do like this card a good bit. And if Sultai midrange is a deck, this is one of the first things that I'm going to start like tinkering with when I build that deck. So let's move on to Barren Step Siege. 4 mana, 2 an Orzhov for an enchantment. When it enters, you choose Abzan or Mardu. If you chose Abzan, then at the beginning of your end step, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. If you chose Mardu, at the beginning of your end step, if a creature died under your control this turn, each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice. Both decent modes. Both probably not super standard playable. You know, we see Virtue of Loyalty see some play, but I think that's mostly because it can also give you a 2/2. And then it's protected for the rest of the game. You play it if you have a chance to. But pretty often you don't necessarily have a chance to, or it's not the best play on a turn. And this just rots in your hand until it's the best play on a turn. So that doesn't seem as good as a Virtue of Loyalty. And the Mardu mode is kind of neat in an Aristocrats deck, but it's really slow rolly. It's super slow. So this looks more like a commander card than a standard card. I will give it a 4 just for good measure, though. I think it's not useless. So there's that. Bearer of Glory is 2 mana, 1 and a white for a 2/1 human soldier. During your turn, this guy has first strike. 5 mana to make creatures you control get +1/+1 till end of turn. So it's our little white dude with a very expensive Anthem effect as an activated ability. I feel like that's a pretty narrow creature, but it's one that we see in like every set now for limited mostly. And this thing is the same. Although, Thalia stats on a common, right? 2 mana, 2/1 first strike on your turn. That's Thalia stats. So maybe it's okay in limited, but I'm just going to stick like a 2.5 on it and keep rolling. Baitor, Kin to All is 5 mana, 2 an Abzan for a 5/7 legendary spirit dragon with flying. At the beginning of your end step, if creatures you control have total toughness 10 or greater, draw a card. Then, if creatures you control have total toughness 20 or greater, untap all your guys. Then, if creatures you control have total toughness 40 or greater, each opponent loses half their life rounded up. That's pretty fun, but I think it's mostly a dream. It's probably easy enough to draw a card off this every turn, but in standard, this is meme-ish. You know what I mean? This is your commander. This sits atop the command zone, ready to be played. At 5 mana, deploy this guy, let's go. But in standard, no. So let's just throw a 3.75 at this guy for competitive play. I think that's honestly being really generous. But a 5 drop that draws you a card every turn is fine. It's not bad. Bewildering Blizzard is 6 mana, 4 and 2 blue for an instant. Draw 3. Creatures your opponents control get -3, -0 till end of turn. If this were 5 mana, I think we might actually be talking. But at 6 mana, it's more of like a fun little thing you might do in limited from time to time. You know, 3 cards is a lot of cards. And it kind of negates an attack step, but with all these big dragons, I'm not even sure that's true. But, you know, it keeps you from taking a lot of damage during some attack steps. So maybe this is exactly where you want to be for sealed, you know, so you can get away with playing slower cards like this. And maybe just this format where a lot of the cards are huge dragons, you can get away with a 6 drop, right? But ultimately, I'm just going to put like a 3.5 on this. It's a card I really want to like, but I know better than to do that. So, Bloomvine Regent, this is a hitter right here, dude. This is 5 mana, 3 and 2 green for a 4/5 dragon with flying. Whenever this creature or another dragon you control enters, you gain 3 life. But it's also got claim territory on it. This is an omen, sorcery. Search your library for up to 2 basic forests, reveal them, put one on the battlefield, tap the other into your hand, shuffle up. So I get Kodama's Reach, do I? Not really. Like, it's not quite cultivate, you know, because it has to be basic forest, but so okay. Like, you get, you know, some ramp on turn 3 and a guaranteed land drop on the next turn. That's 5 mana. So if you have 4 bloom vines and you open the game with 2, you can pretty reliably play 1 on turn 3 for the omen cost, and then play the next one on turn 4 and gain 3 and have a 4/5 flyer. So hopefully that's good enough to kind of brick wall aggro. You gain some of your life back, right? I actually think the dragon half of this is quite decent. It also counts all the other dragons at ETB. So even if the only dragons in your deck are bloom vines, well, then the first one gains you 3 life. The next one kind of gains you 6 life. You know, it's pretty good. So it's no Vault-Born Tyrant, but it's kind of good alongside Vault. You know what I mean? So I really kind of like this dude a good bit, and I think it's one of the better cards we've looked at so far. What do I put on this? Because it is really, I think this is commander playable just for the Kodama's Reach kind of mode. It's exciting there. But in standard, I think it's pretty playable too. So I'm going to give this a 7.0, I think. Yeah, just right out of 7. for this guy. I said, yeah, shuffling it sucks. It's not an adventure, as Chad has just now pointed out, but I still like it. I still like it a good bit. Decent ramp, not amazing ramp, but decent ramp, you know, and kind of benefits you playing multiple copies, I guess. So yeah, big fan. I will give this a 7. I think it's worth playing in some decks. Bone Cairn Butcher is up next. This is 4 mana. 1 and Mardu for a 4/4 demon with mobilize 2. Attacking tokens you control have death touch. So that'll get them through. I don't know if anybody's going to stick dudes in front of those tokens. You know, I'll just take the 2. But sometimes those tokens have, you know, anthem effects and stuff that makes them hit a little bit harder. So never know, man. I think this is probably a smidge too slow for standard, all things considered. But Mobilize 2 is a more powerful ability than it looks like. You know, that said, we'll look at a 2-drop with Mobilize 2. I think that's standard playable. This is a limited sort of uncommon signpost for the Mardu Mobilize deck, which they definitely want to be a thing and keep up with all these huge dragons and stuff. And I think this is a way of doing that, right? Continuing to get in damage. If they want to block, they can, you know, but it's going to cost them. I also think that this line of text is just kind of neat in Commander, but we'll see if it has the chops for that. All things considered, I will just give this a 4 and move on. I think that it's got some life in it, but probably won't quite make it. Boulderborn Dragon is up next. 5 mana for a 3/3 Drago with flying and vigilance. It's an artifact creature. Whenever it attacks, surveil 1. Pretty bad. There is a card in the set that can search this up, but so. That's kind of my retort. That so who cares? This is bad. I will give it a 2.25. Right in there. It's still a flying vigilance guy, you know. Breaching Dragonstorm is a trap. This is 5 mana, 4 and a red for an enchantment. When it enters, exile cards from the top of your library to exile a non-land. You may cast it without paying its mana cost if its mana value is 8 or less. You'll only ever get 3 mana value off of this at maximum. If you don't, put that card into your hand. When a dragon you control enters, return this enchantment to its owner's hand. So always kind of draws you a card. If you don't cast it, it's kind of a discover effect in some ways that can actually go above its own casting cost. So that's kind of cool, but you're not adding a body to the battlefield or anything. And I think, sure, it can pop back to your hand, but geez, Louise, it's 5 mana. You know what I mean? Holy moly. That's a lot. So I'm not convinced this is really playable. It just looks more fun than anything else, but it's fun, but does it have buns? It's probably not. So I will give this a 3.25. That's how much of a trap I think it is. 3.25. We'll have fun on a Sunday, you know. But Call the Spirit Dragons is next. Wooburg for an enchantment. That's 5 mana. Dragons you control have indestructible. It's wild. At the beginning of your upkeep, for each color, put a +1/+1 counter on a dragon you control of that color. If you put +1/+1 counters on 5 dragons this way, you win the game. So alternate win condition, everybody, but it's mostly for the 5-color dragons deck and Commander. Probably won't be the first time I say that tonight. I don't know that this is standard. At 5 mana, is this standard playable? Probably not. So I'm just going to slap a 4 on this to kind of respect the alternate win condition. But I don't think I really should have to be honest. I think this is more like a 3. I really do think this is more of a 3. I'm sorry to say, but obviously in Commander, this will find a home forever. $20 card, whatever. But Caustic Exhale is up next. A black mana for an instant. As an additional cost to cast it, behold a dragon or pay 1 mana. Target creature gets -3/-3 till end of turn. So nameless inversion effects. These are fairly common to see nowadays in Virtue of Persistence, Nowhere to Run, and those are both better cards than this, all things considered. But in your dragon deck, where you have, 16 dragons plus, then this might start getting slots over stuff like Nowhere to Run, but it all depends on the meta. 1 mana is a really, really good cost for this, but still, just a slightly better cut down sometimes. I think I'd probably rather play cut down. Right. So I'm not sure about it, but it is a decent removal spell. I can't give this less than a 4. I really can't, because again, it's a decent removal spell. 1 mana for -3/-3 is something you don't see every day, but again, we're not looking at Fatal Push. It's not happening. But Champion of Dusan is up next. This is 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 4/2 human warrior with trample. And Renew, you can pay 1 and a green to exile this thing from your yard, and a guy gets a +1/+1 counter and a trample counter at sorcery speed. I like the trample counter. I do. I feel a little weird about this guy. Like the art here, no shade to Bastion. I think it's fine art, right? All the technique is good. But like, was the art direction guy boxing in like an empty, like dusty gray, is But I don't know, man. Maybe Dusan is just abandoned by now, but the flavor text doesn't make it seem that way. The flavor text makes it seem like the boxing scene in Dusan is actually very lively. I know I'm wasting speedrun time here, but it's just, I don't know. It's something, it shouldn't get me like it does, but something about the art gets me. It's just, I know sometimes you go off and you train by yourself, but it's just a rainy day. I don't know why it bugs me as much as it does, but I say all these things because there's not that much to actually say about the card. 3.5. I do, in fact, like the trample counter. Next is Channel Dragonfire, a single red mana for a sorcery. You can deal 2 damage to any target, but you can also harmonize this for 5 and 2 red. So it'll always cost you at least 2 red to cast this out of your yard. And you have to tap down a creature you could probably otherwise attack pretty profitably with, in that situation. But just in case you can't attack with a dude, you can tap down like a 3-power creature, and suddenly you're only paying 4 for this. You can't get through with the 3-power guy. You can finish the game off with Dragonfire, and I think that it's nice to have yet another shock effect in Standard for, a potential burn deck, right? We still have Monastery Swiftspear and a couple of other cards that might really like burn spells. We have that new Bolt that only goes face. It's just 1 mana for 3 damage to the face. And we have Shock, obviously. We have a few other cards in Standard that I think this could go really well with, right? So maybe we'll get there, but just in a vacuum, I think it's a decent card. If you think this costs too much to harmonize, just counterpoint, it not necessarily. Wizards knows exactly how powerful an ability like this can be on a card like Shock, and so this is in a way costed appropriately, believe it or not. So I think it's a more than fine Magic card. Shock you can cast twice is obviously good, so I will give this a 5.75. I think it's pretty decent, man. But let's look at Clarion Conqueror, 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 3/3 Drago with flying. Activated abilities of artifacts, creatures, and walkers cannot be activated. So that's your guys too, right? You control them boys. And maybe you want to activate them boys. So, if you have like mana rocks or planeswalkers, that's a big one, right? Then maybe you want to not play those if you want to play this guy. Or like side them all out. Let this guy sit in the 15. Just take Breeze sitting on your charcuterie board right there, and then games 2 and 3 you put them in, and you have a good time. So maybe that's what we're doing, but this is obviously a strong Magic card. Despite the fact that it kind of restricts your deck building a little bit, or maybe restricts its place in your deck. Again, it might have to be chilling in the sideboard for game 1, and you side out relevant stuff, But despite all that, it's obviously still a really strong ability. These kind of white taxation effects, or whatever you want to call them, typically very good. And this is another one that'll probably find a home in Commander, but again, restricts your deck building heavily there. It's not like you can't play Sol Ring. You still can. You can still play, Arcane Signet and stuff, but buyer beware is all I'm going to say. Reader beware, you're in for a dragon that's going to screw your deck up. So it's just, I think that's how R.L. Stein wrote that, but either way. I do have some hang-ups about this card, but ultimately I had to admit that's pretty wild. It completely hoses entire decks in one go, so could be very stupid. I'm going to give this a 6.5. I think we're somewhere along those lines, Constrictor Sage is 5 mana, 4 and a blue for a 4/4 Snake Wizard. When it enters, tap a guy down on opponent controls. It gets a stun counter. Renew for 3 mana and exile it from your yard, of course, at sorcery speed to tap a creature an opponent controls, put a stun counter on it. So the same renew ability as its ETB trigger, and I actually kind of dig that a little bit in restricted, in limited, where a 5 mana 4/4 is not the worst rate in the entire world, and getting this ability twice is decent tempo. So, especially for tapping down like a huge flyer, you want to do that for tempo. So, don't hate it, but only in the one format, and even then, don't love it. So, I'm just going to give this a 2.75 thereabouts. Coordinated Maneuver is neat. 2 mana, 1 and a white for an instant. Choose one either. Coordinated Maneuver deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to a creature or walker, or destroy target enchantment. Both like fairly strong modes. I still think that Case of the Gateway Express probably sees more play overall. The decks that play Case and have a lot of creatures on the table at one time, they want that Anthem effect bad, dude. So I think Case still is the one people are going to slot in, but there's a lot of really good enchantments in this format right now. So many good enchantments, even the ones that pop back. You still want to kill the one time, Enduring Curiosity, Enduring Innocence, still a removal spell against them. So I think Destroy an Enchantment is pretty good. Up the beanstalk, right? at the same mana value. Even think the Caretaker's Talent, you can go all day naming stuff this blows up in Standard in the main deck. And it's pretty main deckable because if nothing else, it's just a removal spell. So I like this, but I do find that there might be a better card. It's just that decks want better, and they don't want to play both, right? But again, we'll see about that. But altogether, I can't give this card less than a 5. Solid baseline 5. I think it's a pretty playable card. But we'll look at Quarry Mountain Monastery next, a land that ETB's tapped unless you have a plains or an island, but it taps for red. So Jeskai-coded land here. You can pay 3 in a red and tap it to exile the top of your library. Till end of turn, you can play that card. It's actually till end of your next turn you can play that card. So do it EOT on your opponent's turn. You have a whole turn to play the card. Not bad, actually. Really, all these lands are pretty good. This isn't my favorite of them, but, you know, it's card advantage on a land, so you at least got to bring it up. And in Jeskai control decks in Standard, you know, could easily have a place. So don't hate this card. I will give it a solid 5.75, somewhere in that. Actually, let's go a little higher. It's an untapped land that taps for a color and can draw a card. So let's give it a 6.25. That all right with you guys? 6.25-ish? Sure. Quarry Mountain Stoward is up next. I like his belly. He reminds me of me. It's 3 mana, 1, a red, and a white for a 3/3 human monk with flurry. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, this guy deals 2 damage to each opponent. You gain 2 life. So cool that it triggers on their turn too. I like that. But flurry is an ability that I really like. You know, it's not quite magecraft, but it does reward the slinging of spells, which is hot. That's good business to me. But as much as I like these like drain effects, you guys know that I'm partial to these. This is just probably not good enough. So I hate to do it to you, bud, but I'm gonna give you a 3.5 and kind of leave it there. Although I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be experimenting with you. We'll see. Quarry Steel Cutter. This is a neat card right here, dude. This is 2 mana, 1 and a red for an equipment that equips for 1 and a red. So just pay its casting cost again, get it on a guy, but it's easier to get on a creature than that. We'll discuss. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has trample and haste. And it also has flurry. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, you get a 1/1 white monk creature token with prowess, and you can attach this equipment to it. So you're not going off quite as hard as a lot of the other cards that make dudes, because you only get 1 dude per turn. 2 per turn cycle, potentially. But mostly you get 1 dude per turn with this. And that's not as good as, you know, Third Path Iconoclast and stuff we have in Standard. But we honestly don't have as many of these effects as I'd like. We still have, Monastery Mentor in Standard? But this is like a mana cheaper than Mentor. You know, I really like that about it. Again, it doesn't fill the board as fast, but it's still making 1/1 prowess, dudes. It's really, really cool. And trample and haste and +1/+1 is just generally okay. Like, even if you don't have like a whole team of 1/1 monks out because you flurried every turn for 5 turns or whatever, right? You just feel like you're on turn 9 and your opponent's wiped your board twice, but you still got your Steel Cutter. That makes any creature you draw for the rest of the turn for the rest of the game pretty relevant, you know? Like, I draw a Heartfire Hero, I equip this to it, Valiant triggers, I get in the same turn I played the mouse for, 3/3 trample haste. Just even that is pretty good. So I don't know. I think that this might have a chance as like a 1 or 2 of in certain decks, and maybe even more depending on what the format ends up looking like, 6 months down the road or whatever. So cool card here. I'm gonna give this a 6.4, like between a 6.25 and a 6.5. I think this is like 6 territory in Standard though, pretty easily. But you know what? I'll go 6.25. I think 6.25 is more than high enough for a card like this. But I think it's all right. Corroding Dragonstorm up next. 2 mana, 1 and a black for an enchantment. When it enters, each opponent loses 2. You gain 2. You can surveil 2. When a dragon you control enters, pop this thing back in the oven. That's your hand. Your hand is the oven. So there's a few cards like this. They're all coded the name Dragonstorm. And this is one of my favorites. But when it comes to actually analyzing it from like a competitive perspective, I don't know. Now, there is the perfect deck for this in Standard, right? We have Esper Pixie in Standard. It can pick this back up, play it a bunch of times, burn the opponent. Surveil, that's good. Fixing its draws is good. So I wouldn't put this past seeing play, but the problem is, does Esper Pixie already have a critical mass of good cards, and what does it cut to play this? And are there better options from this set to play than this? Is Hopeless Nightmare just a better card because it kind of does this but better for half the mana? Like, yeah, right? So you're not cutting Hopeless Nightmare to play this. but you might end up playing it in the same deck with Hopeless Nightmare and not attacking as often, right? You're not relying on the combat step. You're just draining your opponent out with this and Nightmares, bouncing back and forth with like this town ain't big enough. So there's kind of a lot to think about with this card, but when it really comes down to, in a vacuum, is that this doesn't really advance your board state in any way. It doesn't make your opponent come off of any cards. It doesn't draw you any cards or anything like that. So when you really look at the impact on the game of this card, it's fairly minimal when you get right down to it. So I can't like it that much when you put your objectivity hat on. So I'm just going to throw a 4 at this, and that 4 is an acknowledgement of its potential in a very specific deck. Right, but we'll see how it goes. Craterhoof Behemoth, everybody. Wowza. This is 8 mana. In case you don't know what this does, 8 mana, 5 and 3 green for a 5/5 beast with haste. When it enters, everything you control gains trample, gets +X till end of turn, X being the number of creatures that you control. Remember that Craterhoof is counting itself, and it's already a 5/5. I have never in my life seen a Craterhoof swing as less than like a 12/12. Ever. They always have a million guys out. And so even if they have to tap down all their elves to play one Craterhoof Behemoth, like they still swing with a 10/10 haste and trample, because its overrun ability gives trample. This is the ultimate overrun ability. And we've been playing like Genesis Wave and stuff like that, or the Genesis Wave variant in Elves for the past 6 months or whatever it is since Foundations came out, to try to make that deck pop off once we get all of our elves in place. This is the thing. If you're playing Elf Ball, this is the home run. It's always has been, whether we're talking Commander or even when Elves was popular in Modern and stuff. Elf Ball was always, this is what you're ramping to. It's usually Craterhoof. So we have that ability in Standard now, and not just for elves. We can ramp into this with anything, but I do think that looking at elves, this is a pretty dangerous win condition from what we've seen over the course of Magic history. So I really can't give Craterhoof less than an 8. It has seen play in Standard before. Will it see play in Standard, 10 years after the fact, after its original printing? God, jeez, I'm even older than that. It's 18 years, whatever it is, 16 years after its original printing, will this see play in Standard? I'm not like super convinced, but I still have to give the card an A, because if I don't respect it, it will come for me. So that's a big boy. That's a dragon back boy right there. But he's got a literal forest on his back. Really cool art here, by the way. But yeah, it's Craterhoof. Archdruid is legal right now. That's basically Priest of Titania in Standard. So just tap that down and play Craterhoof and swing with all your other elves, and you win the game. That's how it's always worked. Should work. So again, I'm going to respect this card to the maximum and give it an 8. Next is Cruel Truths. 4 mana, 3 and a black for an instant. Surveil 2, draw 2. You lose 2 life. That's the whole card. This is actually okay when you get down to it. We usually see these effects in blue. Like do a thing, probably fix your draw in some way, as this does. Draw 2, instant speed, 4 mana. In this case, it loses 2 life, but it's still like kind of okay. But I don't think you'll play this anywhere. You can just use better card draw options. Cards like this are not what they used to be, right? But let's give this a 3.75. I still respect these a little bit. Dalkovan Encampment, baby. This is one of my favorite lands in the set. It enters tapped unless you control a swamp or a mountain. You can tap it and add white, or you can pay 2 and a white and tap it, and whenever you attack this turn, you'll get 2 1/1 red warrior creature tokens that are tapped and attacking. Sacrifice them at the beginning of the next end step. So there's some wonky things about this. It doesn't just go ahead and give you the 1/1s. It says whenever you attack this turn, you get the 2 1/1s. So that won't work very well with like Imidane's Recruiter, right, in your Boros deck. So there's some weird stuff about this, but ultimately I think it's really, really, really good. A mono-colored creature land that even in, say, mono-white, probably still okay. This triggers Enduring Innocence, it triggers Takassi's Welcome, triggers Caretaker's Talent, and all the cards that draw you a card in that deck, right? It's good after your own Sunfalls and your own Day of Judgments to get in a couple of damage. If you have certain Planeswalkers, then you can like pseudo anthem your creatures, or at least make them larger, right? Virtue of Loyalty. Again, Virtue of Loyalty. Bring that down, and then suddenly that doesn't work with this. But but you get what I'm getting at. Even in mono white, this always comes into play tapped. There are definitely lines you want to take with the card. 2 1/1s is just good. Just always is, protection against your own sweepers and everybody else's for that matter. And just 2 creatures coming into play could matter for your Case of the Gateway Express effects and stuff like that, but also obviously War Leader's Call, Impact Trimmers kind of stuff. So there's so much you can do with 2 guaranteed guys every turn, even if they can't get through. So A lot that I like about this card. Really good late game value, good, for aggro decks to make sure they can punch through after sweepers. Just all kinds of good positives to say about this. So I will give this a 7.6, somewhere in that neighborhood. I think this is just fantastic, But we'll look at Dalkovan Pack Beast. This is 2 and a white for a 0/4 Ox with Vigilance and Mobilize 3. So that's not bad. Does have to wait to attack to get your 3 guys, And there are cards in Standard route. You just pay 3 mana, get 3 guys. But in the case of the Ox, you can get 3 guys multiple times. You're going to lose them every turn. But still, I don't hate this card. But I'm just going to give it a 3.6. Somewhere in that neighborhood. Because I don't think it's playable in Standard. But I respect it. I respect it too much. I'll move on to Death Begets Life, a commander card if I've ever seen one, but sometimes these slip through the cracks in Standard if they're powerful enough, and this very well may be. 8 mana, 5 and Sultai for a sorcery. Destroy all creatures and enchantments. Draw a card for each permanent destroyed this way. Do you understand? So, first of all, weird line here, but do you know how many times I've wanted to destroy at least one of my own up the beanstalk so I don't deck myself? Probably 25. if I had to guesstimate, probably around 25 times. Definitely in the double digits by far. So this can destroy your own beanstalk while also triggering beanstalk to draw you a card when you cast it, and then you draw a card when you destroy your beanstalk. And I don't know, it's a cute line, but one way or the other, all creatures and enchantments is actually super, super strong in Standard right now. Even if you're blowing up some of your own enchantments, you're probably picking up something on your opponent's side of the table. But I imagine you're mostly ramping into this. The problem is, that means you probably don't want to play like Overlord of the Hauntwoods because that's an enchantment. It's a creature, right? So Death Begets will always blow it up even if it's still impending. So you got to pick and choose what ramp spells you're playing. But if you're just ramping directly into this, sure, it doesn't win the game outright. But it draws on average, 3-5 cards in that area. And I think blow up everything more or less in this Standard, blow up more or less everything. And obviously you can play a bunch of artifacts so that you're not blowing up your own stuff, but one way or the other, draw, at least 3. I would say you're probably drawing 3 when you cast this if you're doing it wrong, and that's still really strong. So I actually don't want to underrate this card. A lot of people see cards and they're like, oh, that's too expensive. It'll never see play in Standard. Forgetting that we have a lot of ramp, control is a thing in Standard. We're in a very sweeper heavy Standard. Even in this color combination, you can put that together. There's all kinds of ways to get to the point in the game where you can feasibly cast this card. We also have Omniscience in Standard, and this looks like a fun thing to go along with Omniscience if you can cheat that into play. There's other ways of getting this, way ahead of schedule without even ramping it. So, just because a card is expensive doesn't mean we're casting it on turn 8, So, I don't know. I have some faith in this card, and I am going to give it a 6.5. That is a super strong text box. So strong. And in Commander, it gets a whole extra point, but for what it is, you got to respect a sweeper when you see one. Next is Defibrillating Current. I don't like this card for some reason. Anyway, this is the worst Lightning Helix I've ever seen. 3 mana in Mardu, or you can pay 2 of each, instead of paying any of the colored pips in the card's casting cost. So you can pay 4, you can pay 6, there's ways to cast this. For the rest of the video, I will now refer to this as the funky casting cost. This is a sorcery that deals 4 damage to target creature or walker, and you gain 2 life. So why is it sorcery speed? Why can't it go face? But it's still a decent removal spell. I have to give a 3.75 to. And I'm docking it at least a quarter of a point because it just makes me mad. But still very, very, very limited playable. I don't think it'll find its way into Standard, though. Delta Bloodflies is 2 mana, 1 in the black for a 1/2 insect with flying. When it attacks, if you control a creature with a counter on it, each opponent loses 1 life. One of my least favorite cards in the set in some ways. It's a Bog Imp that can smack your opponent for 1 on attacks, but you have to work to make it do that. Even if you didn't have to work to make it do that, I don't think it would be very good. Even in Limited, there's a buttload of flyers, not even just huge dragons. There's a bunch of other flyers to combat the huge dragons. So if you're playing a 1 mana 1/2 flyer, that's getting outclassed the next turn. I just really don't like this card in this environment, Standard or Limited or whatever. I'm going to give this a 2. Right at a 2. Descendant of Storms is wild. This is the new Usher of the Fallen, which saw a lot of play. A single white mana for a 2/1 human soldier. When it attacks, you may pay 1 in white. If you do, it endures 1. So it can go up to a 3/2, or you can make a 1/1. Or the next turn, it can go up to a 4/3. You know, like this can get pretty large as the game goes on, but you're devoting a lot of mana to it when you do that. That said, this is just a better Usher of the Fallen. And again, back 4 years ago or so, that was a card that saw a good bit of play in Standard just because it was an upside Savannah Lions, and the upside was really good. Same thing here. So I'm going to give this card a 6 in Standard. I think we've got a lot of strictly better Savannah Lions right now, but this is one of the better, strictly better Savannah Lions I think that we have access to. So it's got a shot, especially with that creature type, Soldier specifically. Desperate Measures is a card I never got to during spoiler season, but I actually think I like this. A single black mana for an instant, Skull Clamp. Target creature gets +1/-1 until end of turn. When it dies under your control this turn, draw 2 cards. Again, stop me if you've heard this one. This is a single shot Skull Clamp. Gross. You know, you can blow up one of your opponent's guys with it. That's cool. Fine, but whatever. But if you blow up one of your own dudes, draw 2. So it's kind of a Village Rites that you can also use as a removal spell, and that's kind of neat. You can also respond to your opponent's removal spells against your guys with this and draw cards off of it. So a couple of cool uses for this. I think it's all right. I'm going to give it a solid 4.75. A little under the baseline. I don't think you're going to play it in most decks, but it's kind of a cool reference, you know. But, oh my god, I didn't see this before. Yeah, Isochron Scepterate. That's a fun one. Yeah, you kill my card, I kill my card. Thanks for your first time chat, Lorini. That was a good choice of words to use for your first time chat. Because that's, I think, how this card's going to get cast a lot at, like, in Limited, you know. But if nothing else, Skull Clamp one time for a single black. Okay. But Devoted Duelist is up next. Guy's cool. 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 2/1 Gobbo Monk with haste and flurry. So when you cast your second spell, this guy deals 1 to each opponent. I like it. I'm always going to like that. It's like every single time. I don't know that it's amazing or anything. And obviously, as the game goes on, it's going to be harder and harder to trigger him. So there's that. But a 2 mana, 2 power haste guy is on the line already. And when you add an extra damage from time to time, you know, sure, man, come on in. So I'll give this guy a 4.5. And it kind of hurts my whole rib cage to do that because I really want him to be a solid, like right out of baseline 5. But I just don't think in 2025 he's as good as all that. So I'll stick a 4.5 on him, but that still shows a modicum of faith on my part. Next is Durgar Island Dragon. That's a fun word to say. Durgar Island Dragon. This is 6 mana, 5 and a blue for a 5/5 Dragon with flying. You want to say all the words like that. It's a 5/5 Durgan with flying. It's got ward too. But it's also got Skimming Strike. 2 mana, 1 and a blue for an instant. It's an omen. Tap up to 1 target creature and draw a card, baby. So usually these common omen ones are like kind of bad. But this might be my favorite of the common ones. I'm sure we'll see another one I really like. But this ain't bad, man. Just like tempo, draw a card for 2 mana. And like maybe cast it again later. All right, you know, sure, dog. All right, but also like a 4 mana, or not 4 mana, but a 4/4 flying ward too. Like, I guess you want that sometimes too. I think you might be surprised how often you'll just play that, depending. But ultimately, man, this is one of my favorite omens, especially on a common. One of these in the whole set. So kind of surprising, but I'm gonna stick like a 4.5 on this. Same score I gave the little goblin guy, but this is one of those that I'm going to kind of keep in my pocket. You know what I mean? Like, this guy might be all right. You want to live in my pocket, bud? Yeah, you want to live in my pocket. It's nice in there. So I think he's okay, you know? But next is Dispelling Exhale. 2 mana, 1 and a blue for an instant. As an additional cost to cast him, you may behold a dragon. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 2. If you behold the dragon, it's unless they pay 4 instead. So better mana leak. Like on turn 2, a better mana leak sometimes, but on turn 2, it's just always going to counter spells anyway. I'm not sure if this sees more play than Phantom Interference, because, you know, you can play Phantom Interference in more decks technically, but all you got to do is have a dragon around. You don't have to resolve a dragon. Just have a dragon like in your deck, and this card is probably just instantly better. Like most of the other effects like it in Standard, so I think it's pretty good, dude. I'm going to give it 4.75 just because like effects like this are decent in the first place. As a matter of fact, as a fatter of Mact, I'm going to give this, it's a very millennial thing to do, right? As a fatter of Mact, I'm going to give this a 5. Let's just pump it up to a 5, bud. Disruptive Stormbrood is up next. This is an uncommon one of these. 5 mana, 4 and a green for a 3/3 Drago with flying. When it enters, destroy up to 1 target artifact or enchantment. But it also has Petty Revenge. 2 mana, 1 and a black for an Omen sorcery. Destroy target creature with power 3 or less. So 2 different removal spells on 2 different cards right here. That's kind of cool. I also like that this one shuffles back in. I don't like that with all of these, but this one's kind of cool because if I am playing against aggro and I play this and I shuffle it in, well, there's a small chance I draw it again within a couple of turns. And against aggro, this basically hits every creature in their deck. So like, unlike Go for the Throat, when I'm constantly like, okay, I've cast 3 Go for the Throats this game and 2 cut downs. So I've got 2 cut downs and a Go for the Throat left. So how's that? You don't have to do that math with this. You know what I mean? Like, you can always blow up a mouse with this, and there's always a chance you'll draw it again. So that's kind of neat. And this mode over here is kind of a flying acidic slime, you know, like can't really slag that too much. So I'm going to give this card a 5. Is that fine? Is it cool if I give this a 5? I'm kind of surprising myself here a little bit, but yeah, I think this is baseline-ish and could see some play. Next is Draco Genesis, Bubba. This is a commander card. 8 mana. 6 and 2 red for an enchantment. You may cast dragon spells without paying their mana cost. Gee, thanks, man. If I've been at 8 mana to cast this in the first place, I'm pretty sure I can cast whatever dragon I want anyway. So what is this really doing for me? Well, I guess I'm drawing into a bunch of dragons in a turn. Then I can just throw them down, and that's sick. But in a format where we already have Omniscience, which says you can cast spells, it just leaves out the word dragon without paying their cost. I'd probably just find a way to shove that into play if I'm cheating this into play anyway. So I don't think this is competitive playable in any way, shape, or form, but, you know, have at it in Commander. You big lug, you know, cowboy. Try to play in Commander. It's fun there. But in Standard, I'm going to give this kind of like a 2.75. It's just play the dragons. Standard's not the kind, even Standard, right? Even Standard. Not necessarily the most competitive formats. That's not the kind of format where you're just like guaranteed to resolve this in the first place. You play it and just, oh, I guess I don't even have any dragons in my hand. You know what I mean? I guess I'll start drawing into my dragons. It's just not going to work. But I guess you just play this and then you play the dragons for free and then you get the power and then you get the money and then you get the women and then you get the dragons. So like maybe there's a chance, but I super highly doubt it. I'm sticking to a 2.75 in Standard. This will not see play. Next is Dragonback Assault. 6 mana, 3 and Teamer for an enchantment. When this enchantment enters, it deals 3 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. But it also has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, you get a 4/4 dragon with flying. Jeez, man. Holy guacamole. Jeez. Whew. So this is Rampaging Baloths, I guess. But the guy has flying. Like the thing it makes has flying, which is not true of Rampaging Baloths. So it's just like better Rampaging Baloths in Team or Landfall. But that's in Commander. Very commandery card for Landfall decks. They love them some Landfall. For that matter, I think it might see some play in Standard Brawl. But have you tried to play Standard Brawl anymore? You actually don't get to keep any of your permanents or resolve any of your spells. It's not fun. They should fix that. But either way, I too much of a divergement there. This is a bad sweeper. It's a bad sweeper for 6 mana. Let's just get over that. And you probably have to wait a turn to do anything with it. And it's not even guaranteed you got a land in your hand to drop, right? So I don't know. I want this to be good in Standard, but I've been burned by 6 mana enchantments too many times before. So I'm going to put a 4 1/4 on this, and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But this is a really hype Commander card that I got to give like an 8 in Commander. But like when it comes to Standard, dude, I'm not sure that it's worth it. But could be wrong. Maybe it's a win condition in Team or Doppelgang where you Doppelgang like 80 of your lands and you get value off Doppelganging your lands. But because lands came into play, you get a billion dragons. You know, this could work. So maybe I'm wrong, but I can't give it more than 4 1/4 in like a real competitive. We're talking about, you know, our pants are pulled all the way up Standard. I don't know, man. But let's look at Dragonback Lancer. 4 mana, 3 and a white for a 3/3 human soldier with flying and mobilize 1. Very normal Magic card. Better than a Hill Giant. You know, they slap flying and another keyword ability on it. Then whatever. It's not bad. This surprisingly probably like blocks a lot of, like attacks into a lot of standards at or dragons at the uncommon slot in limited. A lot of them have 3 power. So neat there. But still, I will give this a 2.5. Dragon Brood's Relic is 2 mana, 1 and a green for an artifact. Tap an untap dude you control, add a mana of any color. That is Springleaf Drum for twice the price. You can also pay 3 and Wooburg, which is 8 mana, to sack this artifact. And you get a 4/4 Drago named Reliquary Dragon for some reason. That is all colors. It also has flying, lifelink, and when it enters, it bolts a target. Activate the ability only at sorcery speed. 8 mana is a lot. 8 mana is a lot, but you don't have to tap it to do the second ability. So you got a creature in play, you can tap it and the creature down to help you pay the cost and help fix your mana. That's all cool. Is it good enough? Is Springleaf Drum for an extra mana good enough? Well, it kind of wants you to play 1-drop creatures in your deck a little bit. A little bit. It wants you to play smallish guys that you don't mind tapping down or that you can play on curve with it, right? But it also wants you to play big guys in some ways. But I guess it is the big guy. It is the big man, as they say. Flying lifelink bolt a thing, that's good. But is it worth 8 mana? I'm not sure. However, additionally though, until it's a guy, it's a decent mana rock. So like, there's things to like about it. I can't slag it too hard. Again, I'm gonna give this like a 4.75, something like that, 4.75-ish. You know. Next is Dragon Claw Strike. So this is a teamer. You can pay 3 mana, all teamer, or the funky casting cost. This is a sorcery. Double the power and toughness of target creature you control till end of turn. Then it fights up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. A little bit of my Irish came out. Until end of turn. I can't do it when I want to, but it does come out sometimes. A very Irish person I am, but in my lineage, I'm not actually from the island. But anyway, this is not good at sorcery speed. I am sorry. But I will admit that doubling the PT of a creature is just generally exciting. If you have a large enough creature with trample or something, or is getting through that turn, that's a fun mode too. So not horrible or anything. I'll give it a 4, but that's where I stop. You know, sorcery speed it's not good. Next is Dragonfire Blade. I like this though. This is 1 mana for an equipment that equips for 4, but the ability costs 1 less to activate for each color of the creature you're equipping. The equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has hexproof from every removal spell people actually play in standard. Hexproof from mono-colored. So if you can get this actually suited up to anything, then it becomes pretty good. You know, hexproof from Go for the Throat. Hexproof from Cut Down because it's gotten the boost. But hexproof from Get Lost, right? Hexproof from Leyline Binding. That is very, very, very good. So hexproof from Laydown Arms. Hexproof from... Jeez Louis. I could sit here and do this all night, but you know what I'm saying. Hexproof from basically... What, Lightning Helix, my guy? No, you're not. You got +2/+2. So, like, this really helps against a lot of blade removal in format right now. Except for, like, Maelstrom Pulse and maybe a couple of other cards that we got in this set. Either way, even if this is costing you, the full 3 mana, it's always going to, unless it suits up on an artifact creature, it's going to cost 3 mana, even on a monocolored guy. So I think that's fair. If it survives getting suited, because that's when they can strike, right? That's when they cast the Go for the Throat, when you're trying to get it on. But if it survives going on to a creature, that creature more or less has hexproof like in this current environment. And that just seems really good to me. So I'm going to surprise you and give this card a 6.5. Right about now, the Funk Soul Brother. I think that this is more than playable and might show up more often than you think because the 1 mana investment to get it on the table in the first place is nothing. It's literally nothing. So I think this card is actually quite good. But next is Dragonologist. This is 3 mana, 2 and a blue. Someone's like, it doesn't have hexproof from Helix. That's true. Gets +2/+2. Like, unless, you know what I mean? Like, unless I suited a 1/1 up, you still can't Helix it and kill it. But anyway, Dragonologist, card I really like. 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 1/3 human wizard. When it enters, look at the top 6 of your library. You may reveal an instant, sorcery, or dragon card from among them, put it into your hand. Put the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. Untapped dragons you control have hexproof. Pretty sick. I should point out with this and the last card, there's both instances of hexproof on them, and we are in a format with nowhere to run, which does not care about the word hexproof. That probably matters a good bit, so I should bring up that card exists. But on this card, I'm not as worried about like the word hexproof. Sure, my dragons have hexproof. That's very good. That's quite good, especially on the vigilant dragons because it's just untapped dragons you control. So you have any dragon with vigilance, you're in the gold. But I just like this because of the ETB trigger, man. You're looking at the top 6 cards. So many cards, man. You get an instant, sorcery, or dragon. So I think even in some decks that don't have very many dragons, this is still like feasibly playable. You know, I've already made this point this season, but I'm gonna just like really double down here, and I'll probably triple down before the season's all over. I think 6 cards is a pretty massive dig to get a removal spell, a card draw spell, the sweeper even, and this stays in play to block until you can play the sweeper. I just think this has all kinds of uses. 6 cards is way too big of a dig, and I don't think people are giving it credit for that. I'm going to give Dragonologist a 6.25. I think this card is really playable, actually. But 3 mana is an investment, but you know it's a body on the table that gets you the best card from the top 6. That's really good, man. Dragon Sniper is up next. A single green mana for a 1/1 human archer with vigilance, reach, and death touch. That's a lot of keywords. I want to say that's not bad, especially considering reach and death touch is a wild coupling of abilities. You know, blocks everything and kills it for a single green. This card is actually kind of sick. I meant to include this in like the top 10 cards of common dump, but somehow I didn't put it in the folder. I was actually reasonably excited about this card when I first read it earlier today, and that excitement has not died down. Vigilance isn't the most exciting ability, but like alongside Death Touch, Vigilance is actually pretty good. I like the way all these abilities interact with each other, and again, a single mana for a reach Death Touch guy is actually kind of an extremely sexy rate. So like this dude, I'm actually going to give him like a 4.5. He doesn't seem like much, but increase his PT at all, and he becomes like instantly dangerous. He's kind of a Bogglesy guy. So if you can give him like Ward or Hexproof or something, he starts becoming like really dangerous. But just even beyond that, this is a speed bump right here, dude. 1 mana for a body that blocks literally everything and kills it. Yeah, that'll hold some folks off. I like it. Next is Dragon's Prey. A lot of card with dragons in the name here. Dragon's Prey is 3 mana, 2 and a black for an instant that costs 2 more to cast. If it targets a dragon, destroy target creature. So better murder most of the time, or at least easier to cast murder. And for that, I got to give it some points, you know. I will give this a 4.3. Give it a 4.3. You know, murder's not what it used to be. I guess we'll say that much. Murder's not played in standard. I don't think this will be either. We just have better options. Even with the unconditionality of it, I'm not sure that it sees too much play. But it might show up time to time, depending. Next is Dragonstorm Forecaster, a blue mana for a 0/3 human scout. You can pay 2, tap it, and search your library for a card named Dragonstorm Globe or Boulderborn Dragon. Reveal it, put it into your hand, shuffle. I assume Dragonstorm Globe is the very next card alphabetically, so we'll get to it in a second, but we've already seen Boulderborn Dragon, and that is not very quality, so I can't rate this dude highly. I think he's really neat. I think cards like this are super neat, but not playable, I think is the word. So I'm going to give this like a 2.75 because I think he's cute. Dragonstorm Globe, I was correct. 3 mana for an artifact. It's an easy call to make. Each dragon you control enters with an additional +1/+1 counter. You can also tap it for a mana of any color. I think this is typically just better than Boulderborn Dragon in a vacuum. A 3 mana rock isn't the worst thing in the world, and in Dragons decks, obviously this will give you some decent extra value. So I'm just going to slap like a 3.9 on it. Just under 4 value and kind of keep moving. Dusty Hut Earth Carver, the old Dusty Butt. 6 mana, 5 and a green for a 4/4 Elephant Druid with reach. When it enters, it endures 3. So could be a 6 mana 7/7, or could be a 4/4 and a 3/3. A decent like value in limited, but that's about as far as it goes. I'll give it a 2.75. Next is Duty Beyond Death. Cool card here. 2 mana, 1 and a white for an instant. As an additional cost to cast it, sack a guy. Creatures you control gain indestructible till end of turn. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. So turn any of your dudes into a selfless spirit for a turn. And also +1/+1 counters on stuff. That's pretty cool, man. You know, obviously, I want to play this in like Aristocrats and Commander. I want to give this a try out because I think that, you know, kind of a heroic intervention effect could be really, really good in a deck like that wants to sack creatures anyway. So I don't, you know, I want to see what's up with that. But in standard, I don't know really where it goes. I think that it might be decent in like recruiter decks, but those decks aren't really holding up mana most turns. So again, it'll have to fight to find its place, but I'm still not going to give the card any less than a 5.25. And that's because I have some reservations about it, but I still think it's above baseline, all things considered. Sacking a creature is a big cost, and coming down on board presence, but it's going to save all your dudes, and especially once Sunfall rotates, I think this card gets a little bit better too, so keep that in mind. But, you know, +1/+1 counter on all your remaining guys is great, even if you're not protecting from Sweeper at the time. This can do some funky stuff in combat, so kind of a cool card. We'll move on to Effortless Master here. This is 4 mana, 2 and Is it for a 4/3 Orc Monk with Vigilance and Menace. It enters with 2+1/+1 counters on it if it's the second spell you've cast this turn. If you've cast 2 or more spells this turn, so could be a 6/5 Vigilance Menace for 4. It's not a bad rate. Very limited-ish card though, right? So I'm just gonna throw a 2.5. I'm not very impressed to be honest. Elspeth, Stormslayer, Buddy Boy, big lady here. This is 5 mana, 3 and 2 white for a 5 loyalty walker. If 1 or more tokens would be created under your control, stop me if you've heard this one, twice that many of those tokens are created instead. Insane that it's just Anointed Procession, but there's more to it. You can +1 this Planeswalker to create a 1/1 white soldier creature token. Remember, you're actually creating 2 1/1s there. You can also 0 this. No negative yet. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Those creatures gain flying until your next turn. Note that wording. And then -3, destroy target creature an opponent controls with mana value 3 or greater. So it can come down and use its ultimate the turn that it hits the battlefield. And that is nasty. Like, it just comes down and removes a thing. That's great. Especially in standard right now, because often this will come down and remove a Glissa, and that's their only creature. Come down and remove Sheldred, it's their only creature. Biza, it's their only creature, right? So there's some spots where you'll actually -3 this the turn it comes down. But creating 2 blockers for a +1 is gross. That's just nasty and filthy and repulsive, and I like it. But the 0 is actually kind of underrated, I think, undersung on this. A +1/+1 counter on all your guys, and they gain flying is nasty enough, right? But also, again, if you didn't peep it the first time, they also have flying on your opponent's turn until your next turn. So that could also be used very well. Just Anointed Procession with all of these abilities. This may very well be the best card in the set for standard playability. However, it doesn't really lose much of its playability when you go to Commander, does it? This is an all-time Commander playable card, too. Like, Anointed Procession that puts 2 tokens into play the moment you cast it. Like, oh. I will sign in blood at the bottom of the ocean for that. Just point me in the right direction. Just a ridiculous, I mean, literally ridiculous Magic card here. Yeah, 0 is the finisher. Usually the ult's the finisher, right? But in this case, the 0 is the finisher. And it can happen the moment it comes down. Kind of an overrun effect for 5, in white. It's really good. Goes in the mono white decks, goes in the red white decks, obviously, but even outside of the high sweeper content, decks in standard, I think this sees a good amount of play just in mid-range decks that incidentally have other cards that create tokens and are strong, right? So, like, if you have Preacher of the Schism, create 2 1/1 lifelinkers sometimes. If you have Biza, create 4 guys. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. So, card is wild. In some ways, I cannot actually believe that they printed this. So it looks too insane to me. Really, one of those cards that meets at the crossroads, so you won't be lonely, of Commander and Standard, and it's just a wild piece in both formats. I'm going to give this an 8.5, because that's about as high as I really want to go for the most part when we're rating Standard cards. If we're talking about just Standard, I'll give the card like a 9. I really will. The card is just, I'm flabbergasted. I'm so insane this card exists. So insane. Yeah, it goes really well with Mobilize in the format. That's true. Somebody said Mardu decks, and I take you to mean Mobilize. That's 100%, dude. There's so many things that create tokens, and it's not just creature tokens. So if you have like Sentinel of the Nameless City comes into play, 2 map tokens, attacks, 2 map tokens. These are all things that are really important too. Clue tokens, doubling up on those can be good. So just an absolutely freaking why did they do it? A little too much, to be honest. So I'll go 8.75. Final score 8.75. I think it's that good in Standard. I really do. Next is Embermouth Sentinel, 2 mana for an artifact, Chimera. It's a 2/1. When it enters, search your library for a basic, reveal it, shuffle it, put it on top. But if you have a dragon, you can put it on the battlefield tapped instead. You have to control the dragon. You can't just behold it. So if you have a dragon, just a 2-mana guy that ramps you is actually really good. It's not bad. But I guess in Limited, this helps you get your land drops and fix your mana. That's all D's. You'll play it. But ultimately, neat card. Can't give it more than like a 3.75. But we're getting there. We are. Encroaching Dragonstorm is 4 mana, 3 and a green for an enchantment. When it enters, go get 2 basics, put them on the battlefield, tap, shuffle up. And when a dragon you control enters, pop this back to your hand. So really good Invasion of Zendikar. like explosive vegetation kind of effect here that I am in. We have seen these effects see a lot of standard play in both the recent and distant past, so I would not put it past this, especially if you're specifically ramping into big dragons. You might as well pop this back to your hand anyway. So, and for what it's worth, explosive vegetation isn't an enchantment. It doesn't proc your enchantress triggers. It's not a thing you can sacrifice. It's not a permanent on the table for things that count just that, so I don't know. That matters. That adds some value to the card, just being a permanent. So big fan of this, dude. I'm going to give this a solid 6.5. And that might sound like really high to some people, but this card's going to see play at some point during its life cycle. These cards almost always see play. Migration Path even saw a little bit of play. I think this will too. So not bad, I promise. Next is Equilibrium Adept. Was that too high, though? No. Nope. Courage of your convictions. 4 mana for Equilibrium Adept. 3 and a red for a 2/4 dog monk. When it enters, exile the top card of your library till end of your next turn. You may play that card. Flurry. When you cast your second spell, this guy gains double strike. Kind of neat. It's really not bad. It's a decent enter the battlefield trigger that lets you, wait a whole turn to play the card. That's cool. And not a bad flurry either, but not standard playable. Just kind of a really good, limited creature, I think, in some ways, if you have, the right amount of combat tricks or whatever. So, not bad. I will give this... However, it does incentivize playing combat tricks. Well, no, it doesn't. This is actually really sick with combat tricks. Because it gets through or it gets blocked. You cast combat trick. It suddenly gains double strike because that was your second spell. Let's go. It could be crazy, especially if the combat trick you cast gives it trample. That would be nuts, but... I'm talking way too much about this guy. I'm going to give him I'll give him a 3.6. Something like that. That's too high. Eshki Dragonclaw is up next. 1 and Teamer. So 4 total mana for a 4/4 legendary human warrior with vigilance, trample, and ward 1. Good soup there. Delicious. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you cast both a creature spell and a non-creature this turn, draw a card. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on Eshki here. So I think this is just a normal Magic card in 2025. Right? A 4 mana 4/4 with 3 keyword abilities, one of which protects her, one of which is evasive, the other one lets her block, At the beginning of combat on your turn, maybe draw a card every single turn. My goodness, normal. Super normal card, man. I'm just going to give this a 4.8 and leave it at that. I really want her to be good, but I just don't think so. Move on to Essence Anchor. 3 mana, 2 and a blue for an artifact. At the beginning of your upkeep, Surveil 1. Tap to make a 2/2 black zombie creature. Activate only during your turn and only if a card left your yard this turn. Neat that you can untap this and create multiple 2/2s in a turn if you can swing that, right? Also, I do like Surveil 1 every turn, but I still think this is just a worse version of Insidious Roots, which is still not seeing play as much as they're pumping into it, really give that deck a lot of cards and it still just refuses to see play. So I'm going to give this a 4. It's a card that I like. It's a card that I do like, but I don't think it's quite good enough. Fangkeeper's Familiar is a freaking magic card, Bubba. This is 4 mana, 1 in Sultai for a 3/3 snake with flash. When it enters, choose one of these 3 freaking things. It gives you 3 options, either gain 3 life and Surveil 3. Pretty good. Destroy target enchantment. Okay. Or counter target creature spell. I get Demystify, I get Essence Scatter, or if I got nothing better to do, I guess I'll gain 3, Surveil 3. Sure, I'll fix my next few draws. I'll throw some stuff in the yard for later. I'll gain 3, whatever. Flash it in, block your guy, gain 3. I'm not dying this combat step. Just a wild card, dude. Really, not Mystic Snake, but potentially better than Mystic Snake, depending on the situation. And that's definitely the card it's kind of calling out. This is wild. This is so good, man. Not everything late in the game is going to be a creature spell, but still counters a lot of Bizas, Sheldreds, Overlord of the Mistmoors, Overlord of the whatever, it's like Zur later on in the game when they draw it off the top of their library. Just so many good things this counters, but there's also, like I've already said, there's so many good targets for the blow up and enchantment mode. This is a king, dude. This is a king snake right here, baby. And beautiful art, by the way, for what it's worth. Just really one of my favorite cards in the set in a lot of ways. And if there is a Sultai hybrid mid-range control deck, we've already discussed that a little bit tonight. I think this will be a key piece, not only in that deck, but in what makes that deck play the way it does, right? Kind of a mid-range deck that doesn't tap out. I think this card will be a big part of it. And sure, it's kind of redundant with Urtai, and sometimes Urtai might be the better spell. So I might be getting ahead of myself. It's harder to cast than Urtai. But I still think that on a lot of current board states, this is better than Urtai because it has a mode against every deck in the format. And Urtai doesn't necessarily. So this I will give a 7.52, if that's okay with you. I think this is just fantastic. Should cost 3. This would be insane. Cost 3. I'm with you, though. I like cards to be powerful. Felithar, Dawn of the Abzan, is 3 mana, all Abzan colors, white, black, green, for a 3/3 legendary human warrior with trample. When it enters or attacks, you may sack a non-land permanent. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. People in the comment section accused me of not realizing it was each creature when I first reviewed this card. I knew it was each creature. I just don't think that on curve, that's going to be a whole lot of creatures. Like if you go turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, this guy, and sack a creature, you're putting counters on maybe one other guy at that point in the game. When it attacks, you sacrifice another guy. You attack on turn 4, you sacrifice another guy again. How many creatures exactly are you hoping to put counters on curve in that situation? You know what I mean? So sure, it puts counters on each creature you control, but that's only really relevant late in the game if you've got this huge team. But it is of some relevance. My favorite thing about this is that it can, it's 3 mana for eventually like a 5/5 trample, without having to put too much work into it. But coming down on board presence is a lot harder than it seems in standard right now. So I don't know how much faith I actually have in this. Looks like a fun, like Abzan Aristocrats build around commander, right? But in standard, I'll have to really be convinced. I really will. It's not a bad creature. It's really not. It can come into play as a 3 mana 4/4 trample, which is nasty. The first time it attacks, it can attack as effectively again a 3 mana 5/5 trample on turn 4 if you're doing it right. But are you doing it right? So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. This can't be Raise the Pasted, which I think would really help it out a lot. So we'll see. We'll see about it. But I do think it's a fairly strong Magic card. I'll give it a 5. Is that cool? I think I'll just stick a baseline 5 on it. It's about what I want out of the power level of a Magic card nowadays for standard. Next is Feral Death Gorger, 6 mana, 5 and a black for a 3/5 dragon with flying and death touch. When it enters, exile up to 2 target cards from 1 graveyard. But it also has Dusk Sight, 1 and a black for a sorcery. It's an omen. Put a +1/+1 counter on 1 creature and draw a card. Not actually the worst cantrip effect I've ever seen, but obviously not necessarily the best of these common, dragons. So I will put a 3.8 on this card and kind of leave it at that. I really don't hate Dusk Sight. I don't, but I still don't think it has chops for standard. Fire Rim Form is 2 mana for a kick, a big fiery kick. This is 2 mana, 1 and a red for an aura with flash that enchants a creature. Creature gets +2/+0, and when this enters, the creature gains first strike till EOT. So combat trick that might actually be better than it seems, right? It's an aura. That means it's an enchantment, so it triggers Eerie in standard. That could be worth a dime or even 15 cents to you. I'm not really sure, but it could matter that it's an enchantment. And of course, it sticks the +2/+0 to the creature forever. That's better than most combat tricks. So don't hate it, actually. I'll give it a 3.5 in that realm. Next is Flamehold Grappler. A lot of people telling me I'm wrong about this boy. This is 3 mana, all Jeskai colors, blue, red, white, for a 3/3 human monk with first strike. When it enters, copy the next spell you cast this turn when you cast it. You may choose new targets for the copy. So I should acknowledge, as people ask me to, that Helping Hand is a card that exists in this format. You can Helping Hand this out of your yard and then copy the next thing you cast, which is gross. Could be another Helping Hand. It could be an Oculus or something. There's a lot of ways that you could abuse this in standard right now, but the Azorius Oculus decks, as they exist, will they add a color and a whole other card to will they do that? Just in general. First of all, Oculus kind of already is Jeskai. If you kept up with whatever it was, the Pro Tour just recently, there were a lot of Oculus decks there that were all Jeskai. So yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to add a color. It doesn't necessarily have to do that, but it does get another good Helping Hand target. That said, I think in most games, if you go to Helping Hand on turn 2 and you have to get Grappler instead of Oculus because you haven't hit Oculus yet, you're going to feel like that's bad. You're going to, you know what I mean? Like, not necessarily bad, but you're going to feel like you could have done better than that. But, that said, there's going to be games where on turn 3, you Helping Hand, you have 2 mana open, get your Flamehold Grappler out, and then you just cast, another decent spell, a removal spell or something, twice. There's definitely things you can do with this. Don't get me wrong, but When it comes to it, I think mostly you're trying to reanimate this or flicker it over the course of multiple turns and get real value off of it, you know, copying your enchantments, copying your creatures and your big stuff. And like, there's a Christmas Land thing going on with this card, but I think that's all it is. I think it's just a Christmas Land thing. This is one of the cards in the set that a lot of people like, but is going to have to convince me the most. I use that line a lot, but in this case, it's not that I'm not seeing it. It's that the things I am seeing, I'm not actually as impressed by as I think a lot of people are. So, you know, could be dead balls wrong on this one, you know, just my whole lower jaw on the ground. That's how slack my jaw is. Oh, I think it's a bad Magic card. You know, it could be just the dumbest person in the room. But in this case, you got to show me a real line with this. And I just haven't been shown one, you know? So I am going to say 5.25. And I'm not trying to cover my own butt, because even a card that I think people are overrating can still be, you know, better than the baseline. And I think that just the shenanigans you can get up to with this make it a decent Magic card. So I will give it a 5.25, but some people are playing like this is one of the best cards in the set. And I think that's playing. You play it, you know? So I'm going to move on to Fleeting Effigy, a single red mana for a 2/2 elemental with haste. At the beginning of your end step, return this guy to its owner's hand. 3 mana, 2 and a red, to give it double fire breathing, +2/+0. Till end of turn. You got 4 mana, you can deal 4 damage. You know, so we saw a guy just like this, right? It was in just like the Kamigawa set, or maybe it wasn't Kamigawa, but like recently, it's like a one red mana 2/2 artifact creature that also had haste and also popped back to your hand. Sparing play on that guy. Not that much play, but sparing play. You know, he's all right. So I like this. But when it comes to like actually, you know, now we're getting down to it. We got to rate it. It's time to rate it. Put a number on it, kid. It's actually tough. I think I'm going to go 4.25. Is that low? Do you guys think that's low? You know, like after rotation, this could easily see play, but you know, a 4.25 can see play. A 4 can see play. You know what I mean? So I just think it's got its spots, but probably not what it used to be. And even when we had it before, it's not like it's all the play in the world. So I'll put a 4.25 on it and kind of move on. Next, yeah, Ronin from Kamigawa. It was a fun card. It was cool, especially with Patchwork Automaton or whatever. Like that way, you were getting an artifact trigger coming into play every turn and making the automaton bigger. That guy doesn't do that, right? So it's again. Anyway, Focus the Mind is 5 mana. I need to do that. Focus the Mind is 5 mana. 4 and a blue for an instant that costs 2 less to cast if you cast any other spell this turn. Draw 3, discard a card. So thirst for anything. You know, thirst for knowledge, thirst for discovery, thirst for whatever you want to discard. Not bad. Not bad, you know. On their turn, you've countered a spell, or you removed a creature this turn, and suddenly it only costs 3 to cast, and 3 mana to draw 3 and discard is always a decent rate. It really is. Could see it in like a Solar Flare deck, right? Because like that's a hybrid Reanimator control deck. A Reanimator deck that plays most of its spells on its opponent's turn. So that way, you could pretty easily, you know, cut down something. That's a good example. Cut down something on their turn, and then for only 4 mana, you know, cast this, draw 3, pitch something into your yard, reanimate it later. So there's a lot that I like about this. You could also pitch a Harmonized card into your yard and then harmonize that card later. So I think Focus is actually pretty decent, man. I'm going to give this a 5. Yeah. I'm going to give it a 5, leave it at that. I think this is a more playable card than it might appear to be at first glance. And I even think there's going to be some games where you're like, man, I'll pay 5 for this. It's in my hand. You know, I'm not doing anything else, EOT. Might as well play it. But next is Formation Breaker. 1 and a green for a 2/1 beast. Creatures with power less than this creature's power cannot block it. As long as you control a creature with a counter on it, this creature gets +1/+2, which is really, really cute, right? Because like in its base mode, sure, it can't be blocked by smaller stuff, but that means anything it can get blocked by is going to kill it because it has less toughness than power. So see how that works. But in its altered state, if it's a 3/3, then suddenly those rules change a little bit. You know what I mean? So that's cute. But altogether, I don't think there's that much to this. So I'm just going to give this a 3.4. You sure? Fortress Kengard is 2 mana, 1 and a white for a 1/2 dog soldier. When it enters, it endures 1. So it could be a 2 mana 2/3, or it could be like a Resolute Reinforcements, or like technically better, right? Like technically better than like a Dragon Fodder if you don't care about the creature type. Because, excuse me, you know, this has an extra point of toughness compared to a lot of creatures or spells that do this. And unlike, say, a Dragon Fodder, you can flicker this guy. You know, like a Resolute Reinforcement, you can flicker this guy and get more counters or more creatures. So I actually think this dude's like a little bit solid. He's a solid body boy. Look at that solid body dog. This is I'm gonna put a 4 on this to show that sometimes a 4 is like almost good. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, it's just kind of a common. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna throw a 4 at it. It will fetch that 4. It will catch it in midair and bring it back to me. Good boy. And this is a fresh start right here. 2 mana, 1 and a blue for an aura, flash, enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets -5/-0 and loses all abilities. I would rather play, any version like what, Eaten by Piranhas, God, the 2 1-mana ones we have, like Witness Protection, right, and Unable to Scream. Those are probably better removal spells, but, still, it's not that bad. I'll give it a 3.6. Frontier Bivouac. We're only going to cover one of these tri-lands. This will sub in for all the tri-lands today. Each and every tri-land is a 7.5. In standards where you have tri-lands and you want to play 3 colors, you do. You just play these. It's guaranteed. You always play them. So they may not cycle this time around, but that doesn't make them necessarily any worse. I'd give cycling lands like an 8.25 or something. So these do take a little bit of a hit in the score department, but they're still an easy 7.5. These are among the best lands in the set by far. Next is Frontline Rush, 2 mana, Boros colors for an instant. Choose one, either cast Dragon Fodder, or target creature gets +X/+X till end of turn, X being the number of creatures that you control. So that's a good Magic card in my book, especially at instant speed. That can be a ridiculous, combat trick. Might of the Masses, right? That's just Might of the Masses. So you can either cast Dragon Fodder or Might of the Masses, both for 2 mana. So I guess you're losing value on Might of the Masses, but still. Anybody that's played certain pump spells like this in the past can tell you that if they let through 1/1, then suddenly that 1/1 is getting 3 for 7 damage, depending on the board state. So really neat, almost built for Imidane's Recruiters decks because it's a good turn 2 play for those. But also, again, you let through, one guy and suddenly you're taking 7. So really, really interesting card here, I think. Good in a way that I think a lot of people won't remember, right? Like they'll look at it, they'll be like, oh, that's good. What's this dragon over here? That's awesome, and they'll just kind of forget how good this card is. But I think it's actually a really good Magic card that I'm going to give a 6. Right at a 6. Yeah, can't wait to have it in my Arabella decks. Great spot for it. Dude. Arabella is actually a sick deck right now. It's fun. The next is Frostcliff Siege, 3 mana, 1 a blue and a red for an enchantment. As it enters, choose Jeskai or Temur. If you chose Jeskai, whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you get to draw a card. But if you chose Temur, creatures you control get +1/+0 and have trample and haste. That is the rhythm of the wild. This is the rhythm of the... all that. But trample too. I think a lot of people haven't really talked about that. Haste on all your guys is wild. Obviously, that's why it's called Rhythm of the Wild. +1/+0, an anthem. Oh my God! But trample, dude, trample is an evasive ability. You get big enough dudes, trample is insanely good. So I love the Temur mode on this. I love the Temur mode on this so much, man. Especially for like tokens decks that put 1 million creatures in play all at once on turn 5 or 6. +1/+0 trample and haste is delicious, but. Obviously, sometimes drawing an extra card every turn can be very good too. So the Jeskai mode's not bad, but I'm loving the dude. I want to play this Temur mode so bad in standard. Rhythm of the Wild was standard playable. It was. I don't know if it is nowadays, but we'll see if an Izzet one is playable. The card could be good in like Temur Doppelgang that wants to doppelgang 1 creature 1,000,000 times. And now they all have trample and haste. That's kind of neat. So even in a combo application, the card could be kind of neat to play, right? So obviously, this is a Commander banger. I think that just Izzet Rhythm of the Wild is crazy for Commander purposes. But even in Standard, I think this card is very good. So I'm going to give this a solid 6.75, even a 6.8, which is basically the same thing. Rounds up. But I'm going to give it a 6.8. I like this a lot. Furious Forebear is 2 mana. 1 on a white for a 3/1 Spirit Warrior. Whenever a creature you control dies while this card's in your yard, you may pay 2. Casting cost over again. If you do, return this guy from your graveyard to your hand. So really mana intensive for like a reassembling skeleton style effects. You know what I mean? But still not bad as far as 2 mana 3/1s go. These have gotten stronger and stronger over the years, and one that keeps returning to your hand over and over ain't bad. Because, creatures are going to die. It's not, it's not like asking too much for a dude you control to die, but I love aristocrats, and I don't see this seeing any play, and that's the deck you'd play it in, right? So I'm just going to give this a 3.8. I do respect it a little bit, but not that much. So let's move on to Glacial Dragon Hunt. Mini ill-timed explosion, a little baby ill-timed explosion. Red and blue for a sorcery. Draw a card, you may discard a card. When you discard a non-land this way, this thing deals 3 damage to a creature. You can harmonize this for 4, a red, and a blue. So you'll always be paying the casting cost of this card over again, but being able to cast it twice is actually sick. And I think there might even be turns where you cast it twice immediately, right? You cast it twice in a row. Cast it, harmonize it, cast it, take out a 6 toughness guy, and filter twice. So again, like this in sort of reanimator builds or harmonized builds or anything playing out of its graveyard, Ill-Timed Explosion is kind of a neat card in and of itself, and getting a mini version of it is sick too, that you can cast twice. I like it. I'll give it a 5.5. Sorcery speed's kind of curbing it a little bit, but it does an awful lot. It's a removal spell that filters, and that's really good. So we'll start at 5.5 and move up from that, right? Next is Glacier Wood Siege. This is the Simic Siege. 1, a green and a blue for an enchantment. When it enters, choose Teamer or Sultai. Chose Teamer, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, target player mills 4 cards. I love that mode. In Sultai, you may play lands from your yard. So you get a Crucible of Worlds here, or you get a mill effect that we haven't had that much with Sphinx's Tutelage. It's one of those, I guess, but still. This is actually a gross magic card. I'm going to be trying to make the Teamer mode pop off in Standard, either by milling myself or more likely milling them. The Sultai mode is decent in Standard too, depending on what you're doing, but we've already got a couple of Crucible of Worlds effects in Standard. They don't see that much play. In Commander, this is gross, but I only really have to mention that when it comes up. As far as Standard play, I will give this a 4.75. I think that we're almost there, but I think that both modes actually fall a little short, right? But we'll see. We'll see what it does. Next is Great Arishan City. It's a land that enters tapped unless you have a forest or a plains, and it taps for black. So it's the Abzan one. You can also pay 1 on a black, tap it, and exile a creature from your yard to make a 1/1 white spirit creature token. How I wish it didn't have to specifically exile a creature, but I still think it's a solid land, man. You get a 1/1 every now and again for only a couple of mana. You can do it at instant speed. It's not bad. So I'm going to put a 6.5 on this bad boy, if you don't mind. I think it's all right. Next is Gurmag Nightwatch. So this is Sultai colors, 3 mana, or it's got the funky casting cost. This is a 3/3 human ranger. When it enters, look at the top 3 of your library, put one of those on back on top, and the rest go in your yard. Cool, the rest go in your yard. Also cool, it's a May ability, so you can just mill 3 with it, but ultimately probably not Standard playable. I am going to stick a 4 on this though, because I do not hate it. I want the card to go into my hand, but I still don't mind. I still really don't mind. I think it's a solid piece of value. Gurmag Rakshasa is 6 mana. Rakshasa. This is 6 mana, 4 and 2 black for a 5/5 demon with menace. When it enters, a creature an opponent controls gets -2/-2 till EOT, and a guy you control gets +2/+2 till EOT. Unplayable in Standard. I don't even know if it's that playable in Limited, but it might be. I'm going to give this a 2.25. Hardened Tactician is a card for Orzhov Commander decks. I'm not sure about Standard though. 3 mana, 1 a white and a black for a 2/4 human warrior. Pay 1, sack a token, draw a card. We're kind of talking. Can we have a discussion? All right, so it can't be cut down. Can't be nowhere to run. Can't be Virtue of Persistence. Can't be bolted. We got a decent stat line as far as what it's protected from. I like that. Cost mana, but sack a token could be, sure, you could do like tokens from Overlord of the Mistmoors or tokens from Biza, tokens from Fountainport, tokens from Mirex. These are all important tokens we actually play in Standard. But you could also do map tokens. Your opponent get lost one of your guy. That could convert into 2 cards. That's nasty. And clue tokens suddenly cost half what they would normally cost to pop. Everything becomes a clue token. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of a fun way to put this. So this could have chops in Standard in just the right deck, but I do think it costs 1 mana too much for a card like this. So I have my doubts, but this again, I think is one that's kind of a Commander sleeper. If you haven't seen this in Commander yet, I think this could actually be really good in a variety of tokens builds, but in Standard, again, I think we're a step too slow and honestly, end of the day, a step underpowered at this mana cost. Think of what we can do with 3 mana. This probably ain't it, Charlie, but altogether, I think it's all right. So I will give this a 5. Probably a 1/4 point higher than I should give it, but I'll give it a 5. I like it. Next is Herd Heirloom. Yeah, Pitiless Plunderer. Whoo. That seems pretty fun. That's a fun interaction. Just churn out treasures, sack the treasures to draw cards. Like, yeah, that's very cute. Herd Heirloom is 2 mana, 1 and a green for an artifact. Tap to add a mana of any color, only to cast creatures. Till end of turn, tap it. Till end of turn, target creature you control, power 4 or greater, gains tramps. And whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. So you are giving a big dude a form of evasion, which makes it more likely you'll draw the card too, which I really like. But obviously, a 2 mana rock. Doesn't matter that it's restricted to creatures because most often that's what we're trying to play anyway with our ramp. So it ain't that big of a deal. You know what I mean? We can't go Herd Heirloom into Invasion of Zendikar on turn 3, but we should be fine. We'll make do. I'm going to give this like... What? I'm going to give this a 7.6. I think that's about right. A 2 mana rock in standard is just very, very good. And a 2 mana rock with this kind of, a rock that can draw a card, dude, it's wild. If you have like a 7-power guy without trample, then suddenly this definitely gets him 3 for damage. I just really like this card. And I see that there's people in chat who are like, yes. So it's like, I agree with you and you agree with me. I think this card's actually kind of ridiculous. But next is Heritage Reclamation, 2 mana, 1 and a green for an instant, destroy an artifact or an enchantment, or exile a card from your yard and draw a card. So this is a functional reprint, I think, of a card that we had a few sets ago that saw a lot of sideboard play. So we'll see if in the face of Paw Patch formation, this still can see play in sideboards. I think Paw Patch is still maybe the better card. But all things considered, we've seen this be solid in the past. I'll give it a 4.5 because it's mostly a sideboard card. But again, just to illustrate that 4.5s are playable sometimes. Next is High Spire Bellringer, old Quasi here. 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 1/4 Djinn Monk with flying. Second spell you cast each turn. Costs 1 less to cast. I'm going to ask the audience on this one. You get 1 or 2 a night every time we do this. What do you think this card is? Sometimes I will not ask you to rate a card because I think it's going to be a 6, right? Sometimes I want to know how you'll rate a card that I think might be a little lower than that. Will you rate it higher? Will you rate it lower? Will you rate this dirt low? Will you rate this in the mid-range somewhere? Where's it going to be? I think this is actually an interesting card to turn over in your mind. Note that it's different than an Ask the Audience for 10 cards rated. If I was asking the audience in 10 cards rated, we would be considering Commander. And I think Commander, this might have chops, but not amazing or anything. We are looking specifically at Standard for this. Is this playable, or is 3 mana just junk? Is 3 mana too much for this kind of cost reduction? I want to know. We got bad. Somebody just laid it bad. Sweet Ass Limited card, 3.8 in Standard, 3.5, 3.2, 3 1/4, 3.6, 4, 3.4. Better in Limited. Solid 3. Okay, in Limited. We got a 4.5. Highest score yet. Sick and Limited. Fringe play in Standard. Junk 4. 1, we got the Djinn. Don't we have a Flash Fade that does this already? I don't know. I think it decreases instants and sorceries or something like that. This is just any spell you cast so long as it's a second. I think it's actually a really neat ability, but I'm mostly with you guys. I was thinking around a 3.5, but I'm going to bump it up slightly because I do dig this kind of cost reduction. I'll give this a 3.8. And I'll leave it at that. I think this is actually an interesting piece of cost reduction. I do. But it dies to cut down. I guess I should point that out. Anyway. We'll look at Hollow Merc Siege next. A 2 mana siege. Black and a green for an enchantment. When it enters, choose Sultai or Abzan. Sultai, whenever a counter is put on a creature you control, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. You can also choose Abzan, though, and whenever you attack, put a +1/+1 counter on an attacking creature. It gains menace till end of turn. So, neat little Luminarch Aspirant style ability on Abzan. You actually have to attack with a guy, though. You can't just sit there and get the counter every turn. You have to be proactive and attack. Sultai, though, I really like. It only triggers once each turn, and that kind of sucks, but 2 mana is really not that much to ask to get this set up in +1/+1 counter decks. And then just start drawing an extra card most turns for a pretty low investment. So, like it there, especially again in EDH, but I even think that has a slight chance in Standard, and I like the flexibility on Standard as well, in Standard as well, and I like how it works in multiples, right? Because if you choose Sultai on one and Abzan on another, they actually work together in a really cool way. So mostly I like this though because it's a cheap siege, and you don't see those every day. So I will give this a 6 1/4, which may be lower than you expected after all that build up, but ultimately I think it's kind of narrow. I do think that the decks that actually play this is relatively narrow. I do, but still a good card in those decks, right? But next, yeah, reads better than it will play. We'll see. Might be right. Host of the Hereafter is 4 mana, 2 a black and a green for a 2/2 Zombo Warlock. Enters with 2+1/+1 counters. Whenever this creature or another creature you control dies, if it had counters on it, put its counters on up to 1 target creature you control. So that's actually kind of cool in +1/+1 counter decks in Commander. Again, in EDH, it's kind of neat in those decks. Anything that has a Winding Constrictor in Commander, you might want to play this. But ultimately in Standard, I think it's under the mark. Even though it's kind of cool. 4 mana, 4/4. If it dies, something else gets larger. The art is incredible. It's really, really good art, but that doesn't make a good Magic card. I'm going to stick a 3.7 on this and move on. I think it's okay, though. Next is Humbling Elder, a single blue for a 1/2 human monk with flash. When it enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -2, -0 till end of turn. Yet another card, another 1-drop, too, that we, in this case, already have an analog and standard for it that just happens to also be an artifact creature, so it's just instantly better in most cases than Humbling Elder. Card is just not good in general, though. I'm going to give this a 2.6. Next is 100 Battle Veteran. Very blurry 100 Battle Veteran here. 4 mana. I get to correct my mistake here. 4 mana, 3 and a black for a 4/2 zombie warrior. As long as there are 3 or more different kinds of counters among creatures you control, this guy gets +2/+4. You may cast this thing from your graveyard. If you do, it enters with a finality counter on it, which conveniently is a kind of counter. So it's much more easy to make it a 6/6. Huh? If you do, bring it back from your yard. It is cool that it just comes back from your yard whenever you want. You can just cast it from your yard. No strings attached, no hurdles to jump through, and I think that's cool. But for some reason, I thought this would be a 6/4 when I first previewed this card. I don't know what's wrong with my math. I really don't. You can make this a 4 mana 6/6, and that's actually not the horror. It's not that bad, but maybe limited playable. I don't think it goes anywhere in Standard. I will give this a 3.4, somewhere in there. Ice Ridge Serpent is 5 mana, 5 and a blue for a 3/3 Serpent. When it enters, return a creature an opponent controls to its owner's hand. Very normal limited card. Nothing to see here. 2.5. Inevitable Defeat is a Mardu guy. It's one in Mardu for an instant. It can't be countered. Exile target non-land permanent. Its controller loses 3 life. You gain 3 life. I think this spell is actually worth 4 mana. That's really been the problem with this guy, right? Like every time we talk about this spell this previous season, I feel like there's a contingent of people who are like, that's way too expensive. I think this is exactly what a 4 mana removal spell should do. If you're going to be 4 mana and call yourself a removal spell, you better do it all. It certainly does, man. Like no matter what, you will resolve it. It's an exile effect. It's non-land permanent. Get rid of anything you want and a little bit of extra. Oh, you gain some life because it's a 4 mana removal spell against aggro. Sure, have some life back. I think this spell is actually very good. I'm gonna give it a 7. Right out. Next is Inspirited Vanguard. 5 mana, 4 and a green for a 3/2 human soldier. When it enters or attacks, it endures 2. Okay, so this is another one I wanted to talk about today because I didn't really get a chance to talk about it in the final preview video, and this got released today as I'm recording this. I actually don't hate this, not in Standard, but in Limited. I'm sorry to talk about that format again, but still, endure 2 every time? That's okay. So it enters, and it becomes a 5 mana 5/4. Spined Worm, not very good. But then it attacks, and suddenly, the first time it attacks, it's a 7 power guy. And then it's a 9 power guy. And then it's a 11 power guy. That's not bad. It's really not. And then attacks make a 2/2. Well, that's Grave Titan. It's not Grave it's not Grave Titan, but you get the point I'm making. This is better than it looks, at least, but I'm still going to put a 3.75 on it and just kind of keep moseying. But yeah, limited finisher. Colby says limited finisher, and I agree. I think this is something you might skip over in your sealed pool. Like, it doesn't look very good. But it's actually, this is nuts. I think this is actually very good there. But next is Iridescent Tiger. One of the floppiest, one of the most flaccid lines of text on a Magic card. You'll see what I'm talking about. 5 mana, 4 and a red for a 3/4 cat. When it enters, if you cast it, add Wooburg. So that if you cast it, you can feel the mood go from to you can just feel that if you cast it line absolutely murders the boner that this card would otherwise have. Probably the best way I could say it. But either way, I don't like that you can't flicker it. You can't reanimate it and get the Wooburg, but it's still a free guy. This guy's free. You know, so I don't hate a free creature. I'm going to give him a 4. I'm serious. Yeah, it has to do with omniscience. Just give you 5 mana. But what do you need the mana for? Activated abilities, maybe. But yeah, I think that any free creature is notable. Let me just say. It's not the old, like, Cloud of Fairies, untap 5 lands. That would be gross. But it does give you Wooburg, and you might need that for all kinds of wacky costs, you know? So I don't hate it. Next is Jadecast Sentinel. This is 4 mana for a 1/5 artifact creature. It's also an ape snake with reach. You can pay 2 and tap it and put a card from a yard on the bottom of its owner's library. This card is just straight up bad, baby. So I'm going to give this, I guess in limited, it gets your Omen Dragons back after they die. Right? But still, this is like a 2. Let's move on to Jeskai Brushmaster. He's cool. He's got a brush. This is 1, a blue, a red, and a white. So 1 in Jeskai for a 2/4 Orc Monk with double strike and prowess. That's a Riptide Gearhulk with no enter the battlefield trigger, which is the good part of Riptide Gearhulk. So I'm not sure how good I feel about him. He reminds me of Earthbound. You remember in Earthbound when you go into the Happy City and everything's blue because they painted everything blue and they fight you with paintbrushes, blue paintbrushes because they're blue and they like blue. So this guy, he's always going to remind me of Earthbound, and that's a point in his favor, but it doesn't actually get him any extra points. I'm going to give this a 3.5. That's a very good grouping of abilities. Next is Jeskai Devotee. So this is 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 2/2 Orc Monk with Flurry. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, this guy gets +1/+1 till end of turn. But you can also filter for Jeskai for 1 mana once per turn. This is a 2 mana 2/2 in red, which means that's actually kind of a relevant line in limited. You don't see those every day. You still don't see those every day somehow. And it can technically be a 2 mana 3/3. So pretty good in Flurry for specifically limited. But outside of that, this card is actually total stinky, gross garbage with water at the bottom of it. It's not good. So I'll give this a 2. Jeskai Monument is 2 mana for an artifact. When it enters, search your library for an island, mountain, plains, reveal it in your hand, put it in your hand, shuffle, whatever. It has to be a basic, by the way. You can also pay 4 mana, tap it, and sack it to create 2 1/1 white birds with flying at sorcery speed. I tend to like these in general. This one's no different. I will give this the same like 4.5 I gave the last one. I think these are okay. Half playable. Jeskai Revelation. This is a tough one. 7 mana, 4 blue, red, white for an instant. Return target spell or permanent to its owner's hand. Jeskai Revelation deals 4 damage to any target. Create 2 1/1 white monk creature tokens with prowess. Draw 2 cards and gain 4 life. Let's do that again, right? Return a spell or permanent to its owner's hand. Bounce a thing. 4 damage to any target. Remove a guy. 2 1/1s on the board. They have prowess. Draw 2, gain 4. So, ask the audience. Give me a chance to get some water here. And I'm sorry to ask the audience again so soon here. I really want to know what the community thinks about this because I haven't seen too many people talk about this card. And I know this isn't the entire community. It's like 100 people on the stream right now. And that could go any direction. But still, rate this card. Give me a number on this card. How do you feel about Jeskai Revelation? Is it playable? Is it stinky landfill junk? Y'all are rating it too. I haven't looked over there yet, but I see the chat moving quickly. So that's cool. 7.85. Wow, okay. It's okay, but too expensive. 2.5. 6.5. Do you see? Do you see? We got a 7.85, a 2.5, and a 6.5. So just the whole gamut of emotions here. Songcrafter says this is an 8/10. An 8 out of 10. 10 mana worth of S in a 7 mana bag. Yeah. 8.5. 4 in standard. 3.3. Squirrel just says super playable. Yeah, Songcrafter makes this an 8. Yeah, Songcrafter, this is very good with Songcrafter. Yeah. 4.8. 7, this does a lot of S. 5, too expensive. 7 to make the mana. This is a fun jank. A solid 5. Okay. So, now's my turn. This is an instant speed ultimatum. This is an ultimatum you just cast at instant speed. And most ultimatums you cannot do that with. They are typically all like sorcery speed. And we've seen Emergent Ultimatum and, 10 years before it, Cruel Ultimatum, just rule standard. In control decks that tap out for them. This does not have to do that. This taps out for it, right? But it taps out on your opponent's turn. This completely wrecks whatever's happening on the stack. This completely wrecks an entire combat step. Much more than, just a fog or something, like return the huge guy to your hand, kill that guy, block with these two guys, and I guess I'll draw 2, gain 4. That's a lot. That's a lot, dude. I think this card is playable if exactly this deck is good. And even then, this is probably like a 1 or 2 of. You're not going to play a 4 of Jeskai Revelation unless you have a specific way of cheating it in, And people keep saying Songcrafter, and I love that line, but that's, 4-color deck. Which it's not like that's unheard of. You could do that. I can't spend too long on one card, but after everyone else has rated it here, I'm going to give this a 5.5. I think this is standard playable, given the correct deck. And when you do cast it, it's going to feel like a 9. You know what I mean? So, yeah, casting cost is going to ding it a little bit, but it is instant speed. That helps. 5.5. Jeskai Shrinekeeper here is 5 mana. 2 in Jeskai for a 3/3 dragon with flying and haste. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you gain 1 life and you draw a card. So, it's not that great. Even in limited, it's kind of, you should really be getting more than 3/3 for 5 mana, but the extra card's good. And sometimes it'll come down the turn you play it, go ahead and draw you the card. I like that, but still, I'm just going to give this a 3.6. I am really unimpressed by the casting cost to what you're getting ratio. Karakit Guardian is 6 mana, 3 a green, a blue, and a red for a 6/5 dragon with flying, vigilance, and trample. It also has hexproof if it hasn't dealt damage yet. This seems like a fun, underpowered or budget cube card for Teamer. If you're including the 3-color shards and wedges, this is a nice way to rep Teamer, in my opinion. And again, a budget or underpowered cube, or simplified cube even. I think in limited, this is actually a really, really cool card that can end games. I do, but in standard, we obviously have better options. I'm just going to give this a 3.8. Keru Goldkeeper, I am interested in this like a la carte. You guys remember Symphony of the Night? I'm interested in this. This is 4 mana. 1 a black, a green, and a blue for a 3/3 dragon with flying. Whenever 1 or more cards leave your yard during your turn, you get a treasure token. Also has Renew. For 5 mana, you can exile it from your yard, put 2+1/+1 at counters and a flying counter on a guy at sorcery speed. Well, the flying counter is nice. You can use this to end the game from time to time. But that line of text, man. Oh, buddy, whenever 1 or more cards leave your yard, you get treasure token. Woo, and it's not restricted to once a turn either. It is, if you do 5 cards all at one time with like an Overlord of the Baelmerk, you only get 1 treasure token. But let's say you have a Ghost Vacuum and an Overlord and like 1 other card that digs in your yard, where you're getting like 3 treasures a turn, so long as you can keep your yard stocked. I think it's actually sick, dude. This could lead to a lot of treasure production. Is it a little bit too slow for standard? Very likely. So I have to be a little hard on it. But this is another like commander sleeper from the set that'll probably show up in future commander product. If I had to guess, you might see this guy again. But either way, in standard, I have to give him a 4.4 and kind of leave it at that. I think that this is not quite playable, but if that line of text is tempting. Super, super tempting, dude. Next is Kintree Nurturer. 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 2/1 human druid with lifelink. When it enters, it endures 1. So lifelink dude that can get you an extra body. Okay, it's the worst thing I've ever seen, but I'm still going to give it like a 3.6. It's not amazing, obviously. Kintree Severance, though, is Abzan colors, or you can pay the funky casting cost. It's an instant exile a permanent with mana value 3 or greater at instant speed. At instant speed, you get Abrupt Decay with an exile. You know what I mean? Actually, I guess it's the opposite of Abrupt Decay with an exile. And that is gross. I actually think this card is one of the better removal spells in the set, and that is saying something. I'm going to tag a 7 onto Kintree Severance. At the end of the day, it is just a removal spell, and it does cost 3 mana. But exile more or less anything that's giving you a real headache, I think is phenomenal. So 7, right out. Best removal in the set? Yeah. I think it's quite good, dude. I do. Yeah, and by the way, this does trigger beans. Somebody pointed that out. I believe this does trigger beans, which is disgusting. So just keep that in mind. Next is Kishla Skimmer. I like this guy a good bit. This is 2 mana, green and a blue for a 2/2 bird scout with flying. Whenever a card leaves your graveyard during your turn, draw a card. Do this only once per turn. So I think that you could make a case that this is a playable Magic card. Yeah, strong burb. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I really do, man. This is almost in my sleepers, but I'm not sure it's quite going to make it. It might make the overrated list when I talk to Power Dragon, but one way or the other, I think that this is a stone people are leaving unturned. Again, this is one of those formats, one of those sets where people are like, oh, that big dragon's crazy. You see that Elspeth Planeswalker? And then like they forget about stuff like this. But this is reliably an extra card every single turn on a pretty, efficiently costed body. So I think this is actually, like Chatter said, pretty strong burb, to lift your words. Strong burb indeed. So I'm actually going to put a 6 on this guy and give him room to grow. I think this could easily be a 6.5 by the end of the day. Yeah, 2/2 for flyer for 2 is just nice. That's not a bad rate in and of itself, but I feel like when this draws you the first card it draws you, then it's definitely like, that's enough for its mana cost. Well, you're an Elvish Visionary that flies. That seems okay, but when it draws you the second card, it's like the best card in your deck. You know what I mean? So I like this thing a lot, man. Next is Kishla Trawlers, 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 3/2 human citizen. When it enters, you may exile a creature from your yard. When you do, return an instant or sorcery from your yard to your hand. So it wants you to play both creatures and instants and sorceries. So as far as like the deck building challenge it presents, it's a little harder than it might seem, but it's like an Archaeomancer, whatever it's called. But it's also, we've seen a few creatures like this over Magic history that get stuff back from the yard that can be really good. And just at baseline, it gets back a removal spell, and that's kind of fine too. It shouldn't be too hard to remove a dude from your yard. This too is not necessarily sleeper territory. I don't think it's quite strong enough for standard, but I do think it's a lot stronger than it looks, especially for people who just haven't seen a creature like this see play before. But I have seen like 3 different creatures like this see play, and usually they cost more than this. So I don't know, man. I really like it. I'm going to give it a 4.3. Again, not quite in the playable range, but like definitely getting there, really. Kishla Village is up next, a land that enters tapped unless you have an island or a swamp. You can tap it for a green, or you can pay 3 and a green and tap it to surveil 2. One thing I haven't really brought up about these yet is that they're probably better in like modern, formats where you have access to fetch lands that can go get the island, that can go get the swamp, that can go get the dual land that is one or other of these land types. And then these will come into play a lot easier, untapped. In standard, we don't have quite as many of those options, but, we still have a few like the surveil lands and stuff that can keep these coming into play untapped more easily. So I like that. But 4 mana to surveil 2 is not the best thing in the world, but I still think that a lot of Golgari decks will appreciate the ability to do this from time to time, and the opportunity cost is so low, and including the card that you might as well. So, I don't like it as much as some of the other lands in the set, but I'm still going to give it like a 6.25. I think it's a pretty strong land for most intents. Knockout Maneuver. I love this card's art, man. Is it a suplex? Okay, so ask the audience again. Suplex or DDT? Suplex or DDT. This is, or if you want to get really philosophical, I might break. Is a DDT a kind of suplex? I don't think so, but it could be. This is 3 mana, 2 and a green for a sorcery. Put a +1/+1 counter on a guy you control, and it deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. So a bite effect with a +1/+1 counter probably still shouldn't cost 3 mana. So we got a kind of sealed playable removal spell in green here. I will give this I'll give it a 3. It's a removal spell. You know what I mean? Suplex. Somebody, high all the time says suplex. Darth Vash says Falcon Arrow. She might be turning into it. What this might be is what I actually think is happening here for the record and against my speed run time is that I think she's going to turn it into a crossbody. I think it's like a suplex snowplow type maneuver that she's actually going to twist into a crossbody on. I'm pretty sure that it's a new finisher we haven't seen before, but I think that's it. I think she's doing a twist into a crossbody, come down on it so it kind of ends in a splash, started as a suplex. I think that's what's happening here. But either way, let's look at Kotis the Fangkeeper. 4 mana, 1 in Sultai for a 2/1 zombie warrior with indestructible. Whenever Kotis deals combat damage to a player, exile the top X of their library, X being the amount of damage dealt. You may cast any number of spells with mana value X or less from among them without paying their mana cost. That's wild, dude. So that's a pretty fun little piece of text there, especially with indestructibility on. I'm giving you some insurance, but in this format, Nowhere to Run is a card, plus plenty of other like minus. There's Virtue of Persistence. There's people play, instead of Cut Down, people play Disfigure from time to time, and that could take this out. So if Indestructibility becomes, like if this card becomes a thing, there's plenty of safety valves in Standard to make sure that it's really bad. Like when your opponent disfigures this and you paid 4 mana and they paid 1 mana, that's going to be bad. You're going to feel terrible. You're going to have to Eeyore out on that for a while. You know what I mean? You just sit on the edge of your bed and just stare into space. Like, it was a 4-drop. So you're going to feel really bad. But anyway, when it does hit, it's pretty cool. But this strikes me as one of those things that's supposed to sit in a command zone and not in the starting 60 for a Standard deck. So I'm going to give this a 4 and leave it at that. Can I leave it at 4? Let's go. Crotic Nestguard over here. Dude really does make me nervous to look at. Like, I don't know. 3 mana, 2. I'm not joking. 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 4/4 insect with Defender. You can pay its casting cost again, and it can attack as though it doesn't have Defender. Lame. pretty lame magic card. I'll give this a 2. Krumar Initiate is 2 mana, 1 and a black for a 2/2 human cleric. You can pay X and a black and tap it and pay X life. This creature endures X. Activate at sorcery speed. Did I cover this card? Have I seen this card? 2 mana, 2/2. X and a black, tap it, pay X life. This creature endures X as a sorcery. So I have to pay the mana too. That sucks, right? So if I want to make a 5/5 with this guy, I have to pay 6 mana and 5 life. Still reminds me of like a Phyrexian processor, and I'm a little bit into it. I see Krumar Initiate. Where's Herald Initiate? Sorry. It's not even Krumar, it's Kumar, but still. This is neat. Is this kind of neat? Is this a little bit neat? I'm not actually sure, dude. I want to err on the side of bad, though. I'm pretty sure it's actually not good. It's really mana intensive, but I like Phyrexian Processor. It's bad, though, right? Let's give it a 4. Dude. Laseed Prowler is 4 mana, 2 and 2 green for a 5/5 Sneck Ranger. When it attacks, when it enters, rather, you may mill cards equal to the number of lands you control. You renew this, you pay 1 and a green and exile it from your yard to put X +1/+1 counters on a creature, X being the number of lands in your yard. Activate only as a sorcery. Ask the audience. I'm gonna include you guys tonight, baby. I feel like the last couple times I've done this, I have not asked you enough. So what do you give this 4 mana 5/5 no downside mill on ETB and potentially put 1,000,000 +1/+1 counters on a guy? What do you give the dude? I want to know. I'm going to take a little sip of the potion. And then, of course, get back onto the 3-wheel motion. I will never stop saying that phrase. It's my favorite phrase of all time. It really is. As you probably noted, I think this guy's pretty good. So I hope I'm not like influencing the scores here. But I do think this guy is nasty, dude. A nasty little man. Actually, I think it's a lady. It's a nasty lady, dude. You call her up for a good time. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, she knows what's going on. 6.5. We got a 5. Got a 5.5. 4 mana 5/5 could be a common. Yes, so sad. A 5.5. We got a 5. We got a 7 over here. 7 and a 5.5 and a 5 and a 1.2 and a 5.5 and a 5 and a solid 6. So I feel like an auctioneer, but those are decent scores. And they're probably around what I want to give this guy. You know, it's sad to say that a 4 mana 5/5 is not what it used to be. What, we just see Bristlebud Farmer in the Cowboy set? You guys remember that card? No, because we didn't see any play. 4 mana 5/5 with a bunch of upsides. You know, you can draw cards, you get food tokens. The card was sick. Cerro Playo, bad card. Cerro Hugando. No one's zero playing it. Something like that. I know some languages. Anyway. I will say, though, the ETB trigger is actually gross. If it just comes into play on curve, you get 4 mills. That's not bad. But if it comes into play later in the game, you get like 7 mills, bro. It's a May ability, too. But 7 mills could be really good in the right deck. The renewability is disgusting. I'm telling you, the renewability is going to put like 8 counters on a guy. That could be really nice. So I like this dude a lot. And I'm going to give him a 6.25. I think it's a more than solid creature that probably will see play, dude. There's a 2 mana 5/5. Yeah, it like dies after it attacks, but there is a 2 mana 5/5 in this set. You're absolutely right. Next is Lie in Wait. A green, a black, and a blue, so Sultai for a sorcery. Return target creature from your graveyard to your hand. Lie in Wait deals damage equal to that card's power. To target creature at sorcery speed, though. At sorcery, I'm sorry, this will be the last time. Probably not. But I think sorcery speed hurts this card a good bit. That said, it's card advantage. You know, you draw a card, they lose a guy off the table. That's old-fashioned Magic value. We're playing 2015 Magic again. This card's sick. I'm convinced that there aren't like way better options in this, even in Sultai and current standard. Especially considering Sultai probably wants to play mostly at instant speed. You know, so, we'll see. But I am going to give this card a 4.7 because, you know, solid removal spell. Still, you'll play it from time to time, won't you? But I probably wouldn't play more than a silver bullet of this in most Sultai decks. But next is Lightfoot Technique. 2 mana, 1 and a white for an instant. Put a +1/+1 counter on a guy. It gains flying and indestructible till end of turn. So Snakeskin Veil, pay more for it. Here's some flying. It's in a different color. It's like altogether, I don't mind this. But I don't really see too many decks, like even the Boros Mice decks, that really want to play this. That said, I don't hate stuff like this. We'll give it a 4.5. Snakeskin Veil is a really good Magic card. It's even at twice the price. Lotus Light Dancers is perhaps the most interesting card in the set. It's a weird thing to say, but I think it's getting there. 5 mana, 2 a black, a blue, and a green, so 2 in Sultai, for a 3/6 Zombo Barb with lifelink. When it enters, search your library for a black card, a green card, and a blue card. They go in your yard. You shuffle that bad boy up, son. So this is potentially pretty tricksy. Tricksy hobbits, you know what I mean? Like, you could put all kinds of stuff. It could even be a boat into your graveyard. You could put a subterranean schooner into your graveyard. And, and then do stuff with them. But a cool thing with this, I've already pointed this out this season, but I just think it's really neat. The Lotus Light Dancers, any of these 3 entries, any of the 3 cards you get can be another Lotus Light Dancers. Reanimate that one, get the ETB trigger over again, and get another Lotus Light. So it like chains into itself in a neat way. But altogether, I think there might be some combo potential on this guy. And he doesn't die to like most or all damage-based removal. So a 3/6 lifelink is a really good way to catch back up or speed bump against aggro if you can get to it. So I don't know, dude. If you're just planning on reanimating a normal guy like Valgavoth on the next turn, he does that. You know, you can do that with this. But you can get like really clever, I think, in what you choose to do with this. But ultimately, I'm just going to give it a solid 5. And that is like a whole half a point more than I really want to give it. But with this kind of versatility, I feel like it's going to do something eventually. You know what I mean? Yeah, 5 mana for Buried Alive on a stick, borderline playable. It's kind of exactly how I feel. Loxodon Battle Priest is 5 mana for a kind of a weird looking, maybe it's just the angle we're looking at the elephant from, but he's weird to me. 5 mana for a 3/5 Elephant Cleric, beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on another target creature you control. I don't know why it says another. It really ought to be able to give itself the counter. This is just the worst Luminar Casper in the world. I'll give it a 2.25. Maelstrom of the Spirit Dragon is a land that costs nothing because it's a land. You can tap it for colorless mana, or you can tap it to add a mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast a dragon spell or an omen spell. You can pay 4 and tap it and sack it to tutor for a dragon, put it in your hand, shuffle up. That's a good Magic card. It's just, I don't know that it's quite Cavern of Souls. You know, Cavern of Souls, though, is like a 9.5, right? This only says dragons, but I'd say it's more of a commander card. Tutor a dragon, you know, and there's already a 5-color dragons deck. This just slots directly into. They knew what they were doing with this set. They really did, man. I'll say it before, I'll say it again. But altogether, man, it's still a really solid land in the one deck. But that does make it like one of the more narrow cards we'll look at tonight. So all that considered, I will give this a 6.5. And I know that sounds low, but again, we're doing standard playability here. It is playable in the dragons deck and standard. But in the Dragons deck, I think most of the time I'd rather have Cavern anyway. So, you know, 6.5 seems low, but it's actually quite good. If we were rating Commander, it'd be like an 8. It goes in that deck. But again, pretty narrow card. You can't rate it too high. Next is Magmatic Hellkite. This is 4 mana, 2 and 2 red for a 4/5 Drago with flying. When it enters, destroy a non-basic an opponent controls. Its controller searches their library for a basic, throws it onto the battlefield tapped with a stun counter on it, and then shuffles. Stun counter makes a huge difference, man, because, you know, play this on your turn. They go and get a land, but it's tap down for the rest of your turn. It's tap down for their turn, tap down for your next turn, and tap down, well, not tap down for their last turn, but still, it's for their turn after that. But still, it's kind of tap down for like 3 full turns, which is, well, you know what I mean. Your turn, their turn, your turn again. And that's like kind of very good, dude. I don't think this is good standard playable, right? We've already got a card very close to this in Krenko's Buzz Crusher in standard that sees no play. But again, that stun counter is looking special to me, mama. You know what I mean? Like, come on over here with your bra. But it's just I really think there's something to the stun counter on this. You know, this really creates actual tempo. But is it too expensive? Right? Is 4 mana too much? Is Avalanche Riders actually a terrible Magic card nowadays? It probably, you know, and this isn't even Avalanche Riders. But I still don't hate this, dude. I really don't. I think it's a fine card. So I'm going to give this a 5.1. Just kind of roll with it, you know what I mean? You know, proliferate? Somebody's got a brain over there, baby. This card's getting banned. It's not Rishadan Port, you know what I mean? Like I don't think so. But I think it is better than it looks. I think it's better than people give it credit for. You know, we read 4/4 flyers and we're like, you got to do something really good, and that's not good enough. But this is more relevant than it looks. I really think it is. Next is Mammoth Bellow, 2 in Teamer, so 5 total mana. For a sorcery, you get a 5/5 elephant. You can harmonize for 8 mana, 5 in Teamer. That's cool that you can use the elephant the first time you cast it. You get that elephant. You use that elephant to harmonize it again. On 8 mana, you can go ahead and cast the card twice in the same turn. That's cool, but mostly kind of a really limited uncommon for the teamer like ramp decks. I think it's great there, but in standard, nah, son. Just a 3.5. Marang River Region is 6 mana, 4 and 2 blue for a 6/7 dragon with flying. When this creature enters, return up to 2 other target non-land permanents to their owner's hands, man. But it also has Coil and Catch. 4 mana, 3 and a blue for an instant omen. Draw 3, discard a card. This card is very good. Right? Isn't this card very good? This is another one like no one's really talking about over this preview season. But when I read this card, I feel as though I'm reading an incredibly powerful Magic card. Absolutely love this card. Boss, great finisher for Azorius control. This thing is dumb. Okay, so I'm not the only one who thinks that. I just feel this card is getting like no love or attention this preview season. And like it's so insane. Like, yeah, it needed to cost more. Somebody said it needed to cost 7. Yeah, I think that once you get to this point in the game in your control deck, you don't mind tapping down for a 6/7 flyer. And even if they can do something about your 6/7 flyer, it still bounces to non-land permanents. So like, well, how much mana do they have? They're going to remove this guy and cast both things that you bounced all over again, plus whatever card they drew that turn? No. This sets them back at least a turn, and it can obviously just blow them out of the water if it gets rid of tokens or really expensive stuff or stuff they reanimated in the first place and don't have the mana to play again. Double bounce on ETB that's a crazy ETB. And note that you can reanimate him. Yeah, you can flicker him, which I think is really good. This dude is crazy with flicker effects. So I think that ETB trigger on the dragon itself is nasty. But man, we get over here to Coil and Catch. 4 mana, draw 3 at instant speed, and bin a card. There's all kinds of reasons you might want to bin a card. We've already talked about that. So not necessarily a downside. That could be an upside. So draw 3 instant speed for 4 is also kind of okay. I think this card is nuts, dude. I think this card is banana splits. I'm going to give this a 7.25. And I don't know that you can stop me from doing that. Yeah, somebody said 7.5. Yeah, this town it right back to your hand. It's nasty, man. I think this card is very good. Very, very good. So 7.25. Next is Mardu Devotee, a single white for a 1/2 human scout. Enters scry 2. You can filter Mardu for a mana once a turn. Pretty bad dude, but I don't know. ETB scry 2 is okay on your 1-drop. Probably won't see play anywhere though, so I'll just give it a 2.5. Mardu Monument over here. 2 mana ETBs. Search up a basic mountain, plains, or swamp. You know what it does. But for 5 mana, tap, sack it, create 3 1/1 red warrior creatures. They gain menace and haste till end of turn. Do this at sorcery speed only. This is kind of my favorite one. Like, I like the ones that make huge dudes, but this makes the most creatures all at one time. And I think Mardu decks will appreciate that more than some of these other decks will appreciate these, only tangentially related things. Like the Jeskai one makes 2 1/1 flyers. Okay. But, the Mardu one can leverage 3 small dudes a lot more easily. So kind of like it there, but I'm still just going to give it the 4.5. I've been kind of blanket throwing on these. Next is Mardu Siegebreaker. I had some people disagreeing with me about this card. Some of y'all think this is hot, man. 1 and Mardu, 4 total mana for a 4/4 human warrior with Death Touch and Haste. When it enters, exile up to 1 other target creature you control until he leaves the battlefield. When this guy attacks, for each opponent, create a tap token that's a copy of the exiled card attacking that opponent. At the beginning of your upkeep, sack those tokens. So this is better in Commander, because it kind of gives one of your dudes like Myriad. That's nuts. But in Standard, where you're only going to get 1 copy of the creature, I don't know as much. Somebody in my comments section brought up Unstoppable Slasher. I do think that's very, very cute. That is adorable. And if they do kill this, you get your Slasher back anyway. So whatever. But even little stuff like Preacher of the Schism, and obviously ETB triggers like, Sentinel of the Nameless City, or just whatever you can come up with off the top of your head. If it's got an ETB trigger, it becomes really, really good to get a turn over turn with this guy. He also comes down and attacks with haste immediately, and he's a meat body. He's a 4/4, so he can deal a lot of damage by himself, kind of out of nowhere, while pseudo protecting one of your dudes. So it's not like I hate this guy. I just don't think that he's going to play as well as he reads most of the time. He doesn't have any evasion. You have to have a creature out that's good for him to scoop up. You might not. Even if you do, they might like target one or the other of them with removal spell while it's on the stack, right? While the ability's on the stack. There's all kinds of ways this can fall apart. So I just think for 4 mana, especially in a 3-color deck, we can probably be a little bit more consistent. But I don't know, maybe a finisher in limited or something. That's why he's rare. I think he's cool, but ultimately, I think you have to have really good ETB triggers to work with this. And even if you do, is it that good? Right. So I hate to bag on it so much. I'm going to give it a 4.5 and kind of leave it there. It could definitely be better than that, given the right creatures. Right. But I don't know. I got some problems. Death Touch isn't evasion. It's one of the worst forms of evasion, but I guess you could argue it's a form of evasion, yes, but the larger the creature gets, the less worth it Death Touch actually is. If they were going to chump block with a 1/1 anyway, they don't care that the guy has Death Touch. You know what I'm saying? But next is Marshal of the Lost. 2, a white and a black for a 3/3 Orc Warrior with Death Touch. Whenever you attack, target creature gets +X/+X till end of turn, X being the number of attacking creatures. Cool card. This could give a creature up to +3/+3, +4/+4 pretty easily. So you swing with like a 7/7 Death Touch if you just target himself. So kind of neat and limited again, but no standard play. Let's give it a 3. Meticulous Artisan is a hill giant, so 3 and a red for a 3/3, but this one has prowess. When it enters, you get a treasure. That's not bad. Not standard playable good, but, slapped a keyword on it. And ETB make a treasure is always something I'm going to welcome. Like, no matter how much it costs, I'll take a treasure. So I'll give this a 3.25. Mysterized Village is a land everybody talking about. This land enters tapped unless you control a mountain or a forest. You can tap it down for a blue, or you can pay a blue and tap it, and the next spell you cast this turn cannot be countered. So in the control mirror, you win the game. This literally says, in the control mirror, you win the game. But what it actually incentivizes is control to keep being built the way it's being built. There's a blue-white control deck on MTGO as we speak that is doing fairly well, and it's got the counter spells, it's got the removal, it's got the Sunfalls, it's got the split-ups, it's got the Day of Judgments, it's got the blah-blah-blahs, but it's also got Bizas and Overlord of the Mistmoors and a couple of other creatures in the deck, so it's kind of a tap-out-y control deck. And I think that this is where those decks are where this card fits the best, because if both control decks have this ability just sitting on the table, well, that basically means it's a fair fight now. Your counter spells don't count. That means you have to have threats to cast. You have to have threats to cast. So in that case, I think that we'll just keep building blue-white, slide this card right in, and it's really, really good in those mirrors. But, even outside of mirrors, it's an untapped land in your Izzet deck or your Jeskai deck or whatever, your Teamer deck. And that's going to be fantastic. Also note that in Teamer Doppelgang, this makes your Doppelgangs uncounterable on your land. That's very, very good. So if anything, people are saying that this is a good card for control. It's actually obviously the best anti-control card in the world. You just got to be on blue. So again, Teamer plays it. Dimir plays it, right? Even though it doesn't come into play untapped. I still think that decks that don't play mountains or forests might want to play this depending on matchup. Maybe you put it in your board, whatever. But this is a very, very, very good land, all things considered. I'm going to give this an 8. Would you be mad if I gave this an 8? Any blue commander deck can play it, and I think they will. Again, you do not care about the mountain or the forest restriction. You know, you're playing Wilhelm or something. You're going to play this thing. It's just, why not, you know? Really fantastic Magic card. An 8 might be too high, but in terms of its effect on the format, I don't think so. I think that most decks that want access to blue will just slide this card in. I really do. But next is Molten Exhale, 2 mana, 1 and a red for a sorcery. You may cast it as though it had flash. If you behold a dragon when you cast it, it deals 4 damage to a creature or a planeswalker. Definition of solid. Really, man. If you got dragons in your deck, 2 mana at instant speed for 4 damage is super duper playable. It's so playable. But outside of that, it's Obliterating Bolt without an exile clause, which is, you know, you'd rather just play Obliterating Bolt. But I guess red is the color where you're most likely to have dragons, in a way. You know what I mean? So ultimately, I'll just land like a 4.25 on this. Because it's a removal spell. It's an efficient removal spell, and that means it's decent. Monastery Messenger is Jeskai or the Funky casting cost for a 2/3 Bird Scout with Flying and Vigilance. When it enters, put up to 1 target non-creature, non-land card from your graveyard on top of your library. Don't love the on top, but, you know, let me say this. It's not Eternal Witness. You know what I mean? Nowhere near Eternal Witness, but it's kind of neat. I'll give this a 3.7. Next is Mox Jasper, ladies and gentlemen. Knew we were coming up on it soon. 0 mana for a legendary artifact. Add a mana of any color when you tap it, but you can only do that if you have a dragon. So, very commander playable. Is there a dragon's deck in Standard? One that can take advantage of this card starting as early as turn 3, we'll say. No. I don't think so. After having seen everything this set has to offer, I'm not sure that there is a good card that can get this thing going early enough in the game. Maybe a trap in Standard. We'll see. Maybe some decks just have use for a 0-cost artifact and they incidentally play dragons. So I think you're going to have to meet at a few different crossroads, because I've already done that joke, to actually want to play this card. You know, and if you're building dragons, slap it in. Go ahead. You have to slam this card. But ultimately, like, actual power level, 5. You know what I mean? 5. Yeah, this could be open turn 3, but you want your boxes to be open turn 1 or 2. Like, 3's good. 3's good. Don't get me wrong. 3's good. And that's why I'm giving this card a 5 in Standard, because, like, I think it's playable depending. But that depending is a pretty big marker. You know, it makes it a pretty narrow card, all things considered. So I'm just going to slap a 5 on it and move on, because I don't think this is a Standard card. I really don't. Changelings is which set? Lorwyn next year, in which we get Changeling Outcast or any number of 1 mana Changelings. This card instantly gets better, but we had to get them first. You know what I mean? But Naga Fleshcrafter is an awesome card. 4 mana, 3 and a blue for a 0/0 snake shapeshifter. You may have it enter as a copy of any creature on the entire battlefield, but you can also renew this at sorcery speed for 3 mana, exile it from your yard, and put a +1/+1 counter on target non-legendary dude you control. Each other creature you control becomes a copy of that creature until end of turn. Now, I do think there's some Christmas Landy stuff going on. I'm going to have 5 creatures in play, and one of them is going to be the best creature in Magic, and they all become those creatures, and they just get in. All my creatures are Crater Hoof Behemoths this turn. You know what I mean? And that's not going to work that way most of the time. And I do think this is a much more exciting card in Commander. But this is one of those that I really don't put it past seeing Standard play. I don't. If somebody puts together exactly the right, loop or targets for it or whatever, and I don't think that's hard, then I actually think this card's way better than it looks. 3 mana is not too much to ask. You at least get the +1/+1 counter, and you probably get a wild Alpha Strike on a turn where all your creatures are Preachers of the Schism or Enduring Curiosities, and you draw 50 cards. It's like there are definitely ways to exploit this in Standard. So I'm going to give this a somewhat surprising, perhaps 6.75. It may never see play in Standard. It may never, but note that you don't even ever have to play this to the table in the first place. Just mill it into your yard, and then later in the game, alpha that you've set up with one of your big guys. I think there's a lot about this that could be very dangerous in practical applications. So 6.75, and honestly, room to grow a whole point from that. This card is very good. Easy to stop and busted if it works. Very busted. Very busted if it works. Narset Jeskai Waymaster is 3 mana, Jeskai colors, can you believe it, for a 3/4 legendary human monk. At the beginning of your end step, you can discard your hand. If you do, draw cards equal to the number of spells you've cast this turn. So the turn this comes out, you may pitch your entire hand and draw 1 because you cast it. You cast a spell. I actually think, for one, I got to bring it up. I think this is a really fun card in the command zone, right? If this is what you're building your deck around in Commander, I think you do some really, really cool stuff with this. However, there are cards in Standard this works well with, right? We just got that thing in the last set that, like, every time you discard one or more cards, you deal 1 damage to the opponent for each card you discarded. So that's reliable turn damage with Narset. I think there's something to this. I really do. You know, even if it's only drawing you 1 or 2 cards a turn, I think it actually snowballs well with itself, because let's say you play it. You play another spell that turn. You discard 0 cards, you draw 2. Oh, cool. Well, next turn, you'll draw a card per turn. That's 3 cards in your hand. You'll cast all 3 of those spells. Well, then you'll discard 0 and draw 3 cards, right? So the next turn you'll have 4 cards in your hand. It's probably not going to work that way. It's going to die before that tends to happen. But we've seen with creatures like Sheldred and stuff, if they stay in play long enough, they can have a serious effect on the game state. And I think this is one of those. It sits in play. You discard 0 cards every turn and end up drawing 3, 4, 5, depending on how many spells you're casting, but probably a max of 2 or 3. But when you think about it, drawing an extra 2 cards every turn is insane. So there might be something to this lady. I'm going to give her a 4.7. And I mean it. But next, Marauding Mako, make it huge. Yeah, good point. Narset's Rebuke is 5 mana, 4 and a red for an instant. It deals 5 damage to a creature. Add Jeskai. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. I like how the add Jeskai is just an afterthought in between the two things. The things should really go together. 5 damage to a creature. If it would die this turn, exile instead. Add Jeskai. Should be the order of this, and it bugs me that's not the order. But either way, people are probably going to try to jam this. People are probably going to try to turn this into a ritual when it is not at all a ritual, but I don't think it sees any play. But maybe a one-of in Jeskai if you're getting really bold, but even then, I really don't think so. I will give this a 3.2. Next is Nature's Rhythm. This is X and 2 green for a sorcery. Search your library for a creature card, mana value X or less, put it on the battlefield, shuffle up, harmonize X and 4 green. Ask the audience. What does the audience have to say about Nature's Rhythm? I want to know. Just tell me right now. Score this card. You said you would never score. But here tonight, I'm giving you the opportunity to score a card. Give it a number. Christopher, give it a number. That's my Sopranos impression. That is my impression of the Sopranos. Christopher. All right, so what are we doing here? This is 7. Stoked about this. Green Sun, Zenith, an 8. 4.3, a 9, a 7, 5, build around card, 9 for Commander. We got a 4 from my real life cousin Jason. Copies 5 and 6 of Craterhoof and Elf Ball. That's what we're going to be doing. Yeah. 8 on the hoof. 5.1 and a 5. Wow. So those are, got a 6. Mono green is all Grizzly's going to say. Oh, Grizzly Bear would say mono green, wouldn't he? With a name like that. What about mono green? You always say that, Grizzly Bears. So pretty varied ideas in terms of how good this is. We got a 5.6. First time chatter. I don't like it. I don't like it. I will say that this can search for some pretty busted lower cost stuff, right? Like if you've got like a 2 mana 8/8 in your deck, this can go search it up, or 4 mana. But you're always costing. That's the problem. You're always going and getting a creature and paying 2 extra mana than what you would normally ever pay for it, guaranteed on the front half, right? On the casting it out of your hand half. And I just don't like that. But maybe in a combo deck where you have to have specific creatures out, that's where this card shines. And the Harmonized mode might be better than I think too. The Harmonized mode might be outrageously good. And obviously, just like all Harmonized cards, maybe you don't even cast the front half. Maybe you just dump it in your yard somehow, and then later tap your Lurgoyf, and now you can pay 4 green mana and get anything in the world throughout Magic history because your Lurgoyf is a 12/12, right? So you just cast whatever you want. Right. So I can't hate this, but I do think that it's more mana intensive than it should be. But my brain is telling me, my experience playing Magic is telling me that's not enough to make the card bad. Like the intensity of the mana, rather. The intensity of the mana is not enough for that, in my opinion, for it to stop this being a good card. So, I don't know, man. But I do feel a trap. I feel a trap. I really do, man. I really do. So, yeah, sorcery speed. But I think that this is the kind of card you have to expect, sorcery speed. I'm going to give this a 4.75, guys. This might be the thing that I am the most wrong about in this entire set. But this looks more like a trap. But, you know, like somebody said, this goes and gets Craterhoof and Elf Ball. That's probably exactly correct, right? That's probably exactly correct. But I think it's more in a combo application. You know, you have to have a couple of 2-mana creatures out. This helps you get them or something. Like, that could work too. But ultimately, I just think it's really expensive. Just super expensive. So I don't want to be got by it. I'll give it a 4.75. But I might be got in the other direction. It's like an 8, like some of you guys, you know. Like some of you guys said. So we'll see. I think in the late game, this card is busted, but I'm really interested in what this ends up doing, you know, in standard. Neriv, Heart of Storm. We never did this card. I missed this card day one and never went back to it. 4 mana, 1 in Mardu for a 4/5 legendary spirit dragon with flying. If a creature you control that entered this turn would deal damage, deals twice that much damage instead. Neat thing about this is that it doesn't say combat damage. It don't say nothing about combat damage. So, you know, if you've got like even a Viashino Pyromancer now does 4 damage. So like anything that comes into play and does damage will deal twice that damage. Notably, this can work pretty well with like Screaming Nemesis. You know, turn 3 Nemesis into turn 4 Neriv, attack with the Screaming Nemesis. Now it doesn't matter if it gets blocked or not. It's dealing twice the damage. That's gross. So there's some cool stuff about this, but I'm still not sure I 100% see this in standard. It just kind of looks like a normal guy. In this day and age, this looks like a normal power level for a format like standard. I hate to say it, but it's just kind of true. And of course, you also have to enable it with hasty guys and other stuff. So not really all it's cracked up to be in a format like this, but one of the more exciting brew rounds for Commander. If there's a card I want in my command zone, it's this. It's like in my top 3 as far as potential commanders in the set. But for standard, 5-ish. The art is epic, dude. Also note that it counts itself. So if you can give it haste, it actually swings for 8. That's a free pro tip for you. But now we'll look at New Wave Forward. I like this card. You guys don't. We've already established that. This is 5 mana, 2 in Jeskai for an instant. The next time a source of your choice would deal damage to you this turn, prevent that damage. When damage is prevented this way, New Wave Forward deals that much damage to the source's controller, and you draw that many cards. Do you understand that you draw that many cards, dude? Even if you're preventing a bolt, I draw 3 and I bolt you. That's pretty cool. But even if you're attacking with a huge guy, you're attacking with an Archfiend of the Dross. You're attacking me with an Archfiend of the Dross, my guy? Are you doing that? Cool. Well, I guess you take 6 and I draw 6. I guess I get a fresh grip and you take 6 to the dome. By the way, I guess this turn doesn't count for that Archfiend of the Dross, man. You took a counter off of it this turn. That's gonna get dangerous soon, you know what I'm saying? Still, this could easily win the game out of nowhere by, you know, judo flipping their momentum back on them, you know what I mean? Using their momentum against them. They swing with that giant sheltered by ghosted huge thing, you know what I'm saying? All you got to do is cast New Wave Forward, pay the ward if you're targeting a sheltered by ghost creature, but still, all you got to do is cast New Wave Forward. I guess instead of you gaining 1,000,000 lifelink damage, I'll prevent that damage, hit you for 7, draw a grip, just like, I'm telling you, this is Silver Bullet and Jeskai control territory. This is win the game out of nowhere, and even if you don't win the game, draw 4, you know what I mean? Like, that's all I got to say. That's my score for this card. What are you guys doing? Well, you guys think this is bad? It's like a week ago we talked about this, and you guys are trying to talk me off the ledge of saying this card was good. But I'm doing it, man. I'm giving this card like a 6. It's probably terrible, just sideboard playable, a little bit too expensive. But this is exactly the kind of Magic card I vibe all day with. Put this on the radio and I'll nod my head, dude. I like this card, man. 7.5, 2.5. The duality of man. 0.5 out of 5, got a 1.5. Yeah, people are going to hate this. People are going to hate this. But yeah, please play all your pump spells into 5 open mana. Look, you think that's never going to happen? You think that's never going to happen? Even if they, but you know, they're not playing pump spells. They have to attack you. A lot of decks have to attack you to win the game. So if you attack me with that Biza, I will gladly deal 4 to you and draw 4 cards. I just feel like that's a great card. So, you know, and one more thing. You're attacking with a gang of dudes, right? I prevent 4 of that damage. I prevent 4 of it, deal 4 to you. Who cares that it goes to the dome? Let's just forget that it even does 4 to you. If I'm preventing 4 damage during an attack step and drawing 4 cards, you know what I'm drawing? A sweeper. Almost guaranteed. If I'm drawing 3, 4, 5 cards off of this, I'm drawing the sweeper I need. You know what I mean? So you can't forget how much card draw is king, you know? Even in standard. I think this is good. I think this is good. Anyway, Nightblade Brigade has some of my favorite art in the set, but is not a very good card. 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 1/3 Gabo soldier with Death Touch and Mobilize 1. When it enters, Surveil 1. Altogether, not a bad package. You got Scorpion. Scorpion is a 3 mana, 1/3 Death Touch. You've got Rabble Master. Mobilize 1 on a 3-drop Goblin. That's a Rabble Master. When it enters, Trigger. It's like altogether not a terrible package in limited, but you know, it's mostly just for that. So let's give it a 3.7 and move on. That's too much. 3.4 and move on. Osseous Exhale is 2 mana, 1 and a white for an instant. As an additional cost to cast it, Behold a Dragon. Exhale deals... I gave that card too high of a score. Exhale deals 5 damage to an attacking or blocking creature. If a dragon was beheld, gain yourself 2 life, Hoss. You know... Gain 2 back is pretty good on a removal spell for only a couple of mana. You're casting Vraska's Contempt here for half the cost, you know. But altogether, it's just this removal spell. We see it in like every other set. So I'm going to leave a 3.5 on this and move it. Overwhelming Surge is 3 mana, 2 and a red for an instant. Choose one or both. Hit a thing for 3, a creature for 3, or destroy a non-creature artifact. So we're looking at strictly Worse a Braid, if I'm not mistaken here. You can choose both, so it's not strictly. I shouldn't say strictly, but in most cases, Worse a Braid. But being able to get to do both is pretty sick some of the time. So I'll give it a 3.7. The 3.7 I wanted to give the last card, I'll throw on this. Both is a pretty good mode. But yeah, but why bother? Why bother putting it in your deck? I agree, you know. Parination is up next. 6 mana, 3 and Abzan for a sorcery. Return target permanent card from your yard to the battlefield with a hexproof counter and an indestructible counter on it. So they ain't doing nothing about that. They can Sunfall, I guess. But there are very, very few things can deal with whatever you're getting back from your yard after you cast Parination. So pretty decent. But the problem with this is that reanimation spells are supposed to give you some mana value. You know? So if I reanimate Atraxa, I get 1 mana worth of value. Might as well just cast the Atraxa. But, you know, Hexproof and Indestructible are good abilities. I'll say that much. Overall, this is a card that I'm kind of personally excited about, but I don't think it's actually very good. I will give this a 4.9. Just under 5. Piercing Exhale is next. 1 and a green for an instant. As an additional cost to cast it, you can Behold a Dragon. A creature you control deals damage equal to its power to a creature or a walker. If a dragon was beheld, Surveil 2. So Master's Rebuke or whatever, ram through, kind of the going rate for a bite effect, but also potential Surveil 2. That's actually not that bad. I will give this card a 3.8. That's not that bad. Poised Practitioner is 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 2/3 human monk. With Flurry, whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this lady and scry 1. So cute, you know, it becomes a 3/4 pretty easily and then a 4/5. Scries are nice, but this is obviously just a limited card. So I'm going to give it a 2.75. Purging Stormbrood is 5 mana, 4 and a black for a 4/4 dragon with flying. Ward pay 2 life. When it enters, remove all counters from up to 1 target creature. But it also has Absorb Essence. 1 and a white for an instant omen. A creature gets +2/+2 and gains lifelink and hexproof until end of turn. I think this card is much better than it looks. We looked at a 2 mana thing earlier. That we've actually looked at like two 2 mana things this video that can give creatures indestructible at 2 mana at instant speed. I think that this is maybe the best one in the set. It doesn't say indestructible, but hexproof, right? Save a guy. We've seen some save a guy spells for 2 mana tonight. This one also gives +2/+2. Very good in combat. +2/+2 is a pretty hefty boost, really. And then lifelink, which I think is fantastic. I think lifelink is constantly underrated, but again, whether the creature's not being blocked on your turn or blocking on their turn or whatever, like it got blocked on your turn, like literally any combat situation a creature finds itself in. +2/+2 in lifelink is actually okay, but it's obviously the hexproof that makes this truly like shine. So I think this is a nice little dude, man. I really do. I'm going to give it a 4.99. Somewhere around there. I really think that this Omen is quite good. I do. But Tarkir Revenant, somebody said 7 easy on that guy. Maybe. I'm telling you, best Omen dragon. These are good. That is a good dragon. Tarkir Revenant is 3 mana, 1 and 2 black for a 3/3 vamp with flying, death touch, and lifelink. You can also renew it. For 2 and a black at sorcery speed, exile it from your yard, put a flying counter, a death touch counter, and a lifelink counter on target creature. So we got a strictly better Vampire Nighthawk here, right? It's finally bumped up to rare. But you love this guy. Somebody says 7.5. You savage dude, better Nighthawk. Yep. Strictly better Vampire Nighthawk here for what that's worth. And I think it's worth something. Yeah. Flying, death touch, lifelink is always a gross combination of abilities. Just flying and death touch is good enough, but lifelink creates this ridiculous brick wall against aggro a lot of the time. So yeah, I like this dude too. I really do. And putting the counters on something later in the game is just fantastic, bro. Like anything. Okay, so I'm going to put flying, death touch, and lifelink on an unstoppable slasher. I'm going to put flying, death touch, lifelink on a Sheldred. That should work out fairly well. You know, just like any creature you're putting the counters on, it's really good. No matter what. Preacher of the Schism, I'll put the counters on. It's already got death touch. I don't care. Fly over every turn, get me a token, or draw a card. Like this, anything you could put with this, it's good with. It really is. So Caustic Bronco. What, you know, that's on curb with this, and Caustic Bronco having lifelink and flying is nasty. Like draw a card every turn and mitigate some of the life loss it's doing to you. Just seems good to me, bro. So like this almost has a chance. I really think it does. You know, we've seen Steel Seraph see some play from time to time. Even though it ain't Steel Seraph, it's still, you know, 3 mana, 3/3 flying, lifelink, death touch. It's comparable, right? So I'm going to give this a 5.75, and that is way higher than I really want to give it, but I like Vampire Nighthawk, you know what I mean? But we'll look at Rain Veil Rejuvenator next. 4 mana, 3 and a green for a 2/4 Elephant Druid. When this creature enters, you can mill 3 cards if you feel like it. You can tap it to add an amount of green equal to this guy's power. So increase his power, he becomes really good. This is obviously crazy in Soul Cauldron decks, right? Where you can stick on the tap ability. You can stick that onto any creature you control, but when this comes in, you'll mill 3 cards. That's really good in Soul Cauldron too, right? So it's kind of a fun creature there. I'm going to give this a 4.2. I actually don't think that these are that good in practical application, but you always got to be on the lookout for them. Might put something like Soul Cauldron back on the map. But Rakshasa's Bargain, I like this card, man. So this is Sultai or the Funky Casting Cost for an instant. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. Put 2 of them into your hand, the rest into your graveyard. This card's wild. Card is wild. It really is, man. Like, 4 cards is not the biggest dig in the world, but 3 mana at instant speed to get the best 2 of the top 4 is almost, it's not necessarily unprecedented. I won't say that, but often this effect costs 4 mana if it's going to cost anything. And I would still pay 4. Like if I'm on Sultai and all I've got is green and black mana, I'll pay 4 for this, you know, at the time. I'll still pay 4 for this, and I think it's good enough. But at 3 mana, this is not necessarily busted or anything, but it is a fantastic. I got to hammer in as much as I can how good of a rate this is at 3 mana. It really is, dude. And yeah, triggers Beanstalk. I'll point that out too, because it's technically 6 mana. So just kind of dumb. I really think this card is borderline dumb. And if anything makes Sultai control like a deck, it's going to be cards like this for sure. So I'm actually going to give this a solid 7, and I mean every, you know, 10th of a point of that. I honestly want to give it an 8, but I don't know if I'm courageous enough to do that. But I'm going to start at 7 and just kind of work up from there, because I think this card is actually dumb. Like, actually dumb. Yeah, 9, 10. People like this card. Rally the Monastery is 4 mana, 3 and a white for an instant. Costs 2 less to cast if you cast another spell this turn. Choose one. Either create 2 1/1 white monk creature tokens with prowess, or up to 2 target creatures you control each turn, or each get +2/+2 till end of turn. Or destroy a creature with power 4 or greater. So that's a lot of modes for potentially just 2 mana. You could cast this for a 3 total mana, right? 1-drop spell into this, right? So you can play this on turn 3. And at that point, you'll get, you know, dragon fodder. That's not dragon fodder with prowess. That's okay. You know what I mean? Alpha strike. That's not bad. You know, blow up a guy. These are all good modes. But ultimately, I think this is kind of just too wonky to show up. You know what I mean? Like, I might be wrong on this, but I don't think it quite has the chops, but it is very close depending on what deck you're in. You don't want to draw it dry on turn 7 or whatever, you know, it's turns where you don't have another spell to cast. But even then, it's still a removal spell. It's still 2 guys, you know, even if you have to pay full price. So I will give this a 4 and just start there. But Rebellious Strike is up next. 2 mana, 1 and a white for an instant. Target creature gets +3/+0 till end of turn and draw a card. Here's the thing. I actually don't put this past seeing play at some point during its life cycle. It draws a card. Cantrip is all right. Anytime you see a cantrip on a pump spell, it's somewhat playable. So I don't hate this. I'm going to give it a 3.75, and I actually kind of want to give it more than that, like closer to a 4. Yeah, Stewie Styles 123. That's your first time chat ever to give this card a 4. I kind of agree. This is closer than it looks. Much closer than it looks. Next is Rediscover the Way. So this is 3 mana, Jeskai colors, red, white, and blue, baby. On chapter 1 and 2, you're going to look at the top 3 of your library, put 1 into your hand, the rest on the bottom in a random order, or in any order, it says. That's weird. On chapter 3, whenever you cast a non-creature spell this turn, target creature you control gains double strike until end of turn. Ask the audience. What do you guys say? Haven't asked you in a few cards. We're getting into the R's, which means that we're actually a good ways in at this point. And I felt like I haven't really included you in too long. So the art's great. We all know that. What's this card score-wise? Oh, sugar drink. He drinks a sugar drink. He drinks a water drink. He sings the songs that remind him of the good times. He looks to his right. 6.4. We got a 3. We got a 3. We got a 2.75. We got a 6 by my real-life cousin Jason. We got a 5.2. We got a 5. We got a 3.5. I sleep. We got a 5.5. We got a 5. We got a 4. We got a 4.5. We got a 5.7. We got a 4. We got a 4. So those are lowish scores. Those are relatively lowish scores. I think 4. I think this card is very good. I think, in fact, that this card is much better than the majority of you have rated it. I thought that might happen. This card does not look like anything special, you know, but looking at the top 6 and getting the best 2 for 3 mana is a good rate. 3 mana. Yeah. Somebody says stock up at home. And yeah, stock up was really good. Stock up came out, in case you aren't familiar, stock up came out in the last set. And it is a very similar effect, you know, slower stock up. Look at the top 6, I think it is, and get the best 2 and for 3 mana. And that is a card that has seen play as far back as Legacy. So you could call this a slower stock up. But you know what else you could call it? No, you're just wrong. It's a bad card. Stock up is a very good card. This card it doesn't give you all the cards at the same time. I'll say that much. It's not like stock up in that way. But what it does do is it gives you the second card with all of your mana untapped. That matters an insane amount. Mark my words. So I like that. But the third mode is not that great. The third mode is maybe better than it reads. It depends on what creatures you have out, right? I mean, the third mode could be okay. But all the value here to me is in the first 2 modes, in the same mode. And I actually think it's great. Like, we're not talking a 7 or anything, but I think this is way better than most people think it is. So it is hard to cast, but not in decks that can play it, I guess. Unless you're dead before the second and third mode. Do 5-drop C play in standard? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not like annoyed with you specifically. You made a good point. You know, you could be dead on turn 4. You could be, right? But this helps you find the sweeper twice. If you're worried about being dead on turn 4 or 5, this helps you find the sweeper twice. That's good. Again, the second card, you have all your mana open. So if it helps you find the Day of Judgment on that turn, you can just cast it. You have all your mana. So I think that's good. But, you know, Sunfalls he's playing standard. 7 drops is he playing standard right now, you know? Like the Zerd deck plays how many 5 drops? Like the best card in standard right now, almost inarguably, is Up the Beanstalk. So we are demonstrably in a format full of 5s. You know, they don't always get played for 5 mana, but we are in a format right now where the best deck in standard, the one that won the World Championships and the Pro Tour and put, you know, the top 3 of the top 8 in the Pro Tour was all the same deck. That deck is a deck that literally revolves around playing 5 drops. So like, so I think 3 is not like too much. They play their Overlord of the Hauntwoods on 3. You play your Rediscover the Way. I think that's fine, you know? So I'm going to give this as an anti-legume chat. Yeah, I know you guys hate beans like so much. I like beans. I feel like this is the only time, quick aside, I feel like it's the only time in Magic history, since I started the channel, that people have called for bans, and I haven't been right there like, yeah, ban them, dude. I love bans. Ban the cards. I like a ban. Make my standard all different. You know, I love bans. They keep the format fresh. This is one of the only times I've been like, don't take away my toy, like my toy. I won't play my toy. It draws me cards. It's like one of the only times that I not only don't want the card to be banned on a personal level, but I honestly just don't think Beans needs to be banned. I really don't. But just me. I think Standard's really diverse. I think that on any given Sunday, there's a whole tons of decks that can win. I don't think it's just Beans. I think that people get the pro scene confused with Arena and MTGO and their play experience. How often are you really seeing Up the Beanstalk on Arena? Is it every game? No, you're probably seeing a lot of Monstrous Rage on Arena, right? So the pro play experience at the very top tables is a completely different experience. I know nobody wants to admit it, but there's a reason the deck won the World Championships and won the Pro Tour, but does not show up that often on MTGO. The play experiences are different at these different levels. So I could talk about that all day. I really don't think Beans needs a ban. You can disagree. I am so sorry. But either way, I'm going to give this card a 6.25, and I'm going to stick to those guns, because I actually think this card is way better than it looks. I seriously do. But either way, we got to keep going to Reigning Victor. I like that his name is Victor. I'm going to assume that's his first name. This is 3 mana, Mardu colors, or the funky casting cost for a 3/3 Orc Warrior with Mobilize 1. When this creature enters, target creature gets +1/+0 and gains Indestructible till end of turn. Kind of a weird guy, all things considered. But 3 mana for a 3/3 Mobilize 1 is just like okay. But you'll never play the dude in Standard. I'll give him a 3.8. No, I'll give him a 3.5. Let's not be so charitable. Reputable Merchant is Abzan or the funky casting cost for a 2/2 Human Citizen. When it enters or dies, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control. Now, I wish this was a turtle, because there's cards in the set that care about turtles. There's a turtle right there in the art. But I guess we're not talking about the shop. The turtle is the shop. The merchant is this lady over here. I don't think she's a 2/2. I really don't think that lady could take a wolf, right? We got Tundra Wolves as a 1/1 first strike. You tell me this lady's going to go into the Tundra and take down a pack of wolves? Stop it. Either way, this is just fine value. It's really not that much to talk about. That's why I have to make stupid jokes. I'll give it a 2.5. Rescue Leopard is a cat. It's good. 3 mana, 2 and a red for a 4/2 kitty cat. Whenever it becomes tapped, you can discard a card if you do draw a card. Altogether, pretty awful. I will give this a 2.25, but I like cats. Revival of the Ancestors is 4 mana, 1 in Abzan for a saga. On Chapter 1, you get 3 1/1 white spirits. On Chapter 2, distribute 3 +1/+1 counters among 1, 2, or 3 guys you control. And on Chapter 3, creatures you control gain trample and lifelink till end of turn. This saga I like less. So sue me. 4 mana for 3 guys is okay, you know. But I don't really care that much about chapters 2 and 3. Trample and lifelink could be really good for alpha, or, you know, just to make sure you can get in without caring so much about the crackback because of the lifelink, you know. Like, that last ability could be really good. But ultimately, I just kind of look at this and see 4 mana for 3 guys. And I'm not, like, that into it. So I'm going to give this a 5. I'll throw a 5. Yeah, if some people are saying 5, I can understand a 5 here. Like, it sounds like I'm ripping on it too much. But I think it's like, at the end of the day, it's solid-ish, but not as solid as I want it to be. So we'll move on to Riling Dawnbreaker. 5 mana, 4 and a white for a 3/4 dragon with flying and vigilance. At the beginning of combat on your turn, another target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Not the best mode ever. Signaling Roar is its Omen mode. It's a sorcery, costs 1 and a white. You create a 2/2 soldier creature token. Certainly no virtue of loyalty. I'm going to give this a 3.4. Next is Ringing Strike Mastery. That is a name for a Jeskai card. What a Jeskai name for a card. Did you guys see Invincible Fight Girl? Did anybody else in the entire world besides me watch Invincible Fight Girl? Not the character of Invincible from the show Invincible fight a girl. That has happened a couple times. But the name of the show is Invincible Fight Girl. In the entire first season, she's trying to figure out the perfect strike. That's the whole thing. She's training over and over and trying to talk to different people who might lead her to figure out how to do the move. The whole freaking season is she's trying to learn how to do the perfect strike. This card reminds me of Invincible Fight Girl. It was you haven't seen it? Watch it. I got like 6 people in chat like, haven't seen it. It's actually, you should watch. It's on HBO Max. It's a good show. A single blue mana for an aura that enchants a creature. When the aura enters, tap the enchanted creature. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step, and it has 5 mana. Untap this creature. Pauper 9. I like this card too, man. A single mana for this kind of removal is not necessarily hard to come by. You know, we've got Unable to Scream, and we've got Witness Protection. You know, there's stuff that I kind of like better than this, all things considered. But in other ways, I like this more, you know, because with Unable to Scream, they just block with the guy, you know, and then they later on, they get their guy back through reanimation or something. They can just chump block if you put Unable to Scream on something. Their guy's tapped down like all game. If they want to devote their entire turn to untapping their guy, I guess they can, but this is basically Paralysis in blue. This is a card from the long ago that used to be in black for a single black mana. But I think Paralysis it takes 4 mana to untap it. This takes a whole extra mana. This card is better than it looks, as a few of you have pointed out. And you're absolutely right to point it out. I'm going to give this, like a solid 4. Seriously, like this is decent removal, man. But Rite of Renewal is up next. 4 mana, 3 and a green for a sorcery. Return up to 2 target permanent cards from your yard to your hand. Target player shuffles up to 4 target cards from their yard into their library. Exile Rite of Renewal. So you get kind of a, what is this, Gia's Touch or Gaia's Touch. As well as kind of a double regrowth. So cute card. But you know, I've been burned by cards like this. Like when I first saw Once in Future in the first Eldraine set, I was like, well, that's going to see some play. Look at that. But it never did. You know, cards like this that are kind of expensive to bring things back very likely will not see play. Probably the only real exception being that John Finkel deck with Seasons Past from like 7 years ago, you know, but I don't think this is the one. So I'm just going to give it a 3.9 and kind of hope that it does some stuff, but it probably won't. Next is Riverwalk Technique. 4 mana, 3 and a blue for an instant. Choose one. The owner of target non-land permanent puts on their choice of the top or bottom of their library. Or counter a non-creature spell. So negate or Time Ebb. Whichever one you want for 4 mana and instant speed. You often won't see this Time Ebb effect at instant speed. So that's cool, you know. I don't hate this, but I don't think it sees standard play. I will give it a 3.9 though. It's okay. It's really not that bad, but it won't see play. It just will not. But next is Riverwheel Sweep. 3 mana, Jeskai colors or the funky casting cost for a sorcery. Tap a creature and put 3 stun counters on it. Exile the top 2 of your library. Choose one of those until the end of your next turn. You may play that card. Kind of a weird, like it's like an Electrolyze variant. It reminds me of Electrolyze, I guess. You're tapping a creature down for a long time with this. And you're getting some value. I think the sorcery speed kind of kills it. It really does. And you're not actually drawing the card. So it's not great, but it's neat. The card is nothing if not neat. But I'm just going to give it like a 3 and kind of move on. You know, it should be instant. Yeah, should be instant. And should be draw. Right, so chat agrees. This should do stuff way better than it does. Right? But you'll play it in limited from time to time. Roamer's Routine is actually kind of good, guys. This is 3 mana, 2 and a green for a sorcery. Search your library for a basic, put it on the battlefield, tap, shuffle up, but you can harmonize this for 4 and a green. This is actually playable. You let me know if I'm crazy on this. But this is one of the few commons in this. There's not a whole lot of great commons that I've seen. This is one of the few commons I think might actually sneak into standard playability. Yeah, somebody said good. Yeah, just bad Cultivate. But we're in standard, where Cultivate is not a card we have access to. And note this. Let's say you have 4 mana and a large creature. You can go ahead and get both ramps on the same turn. You know, but your ramp, this is a ramp card. So you're going to ramp that. You'll have large guys. So you play routine on 3, play large guy on the next turn, and then you can tap that dude down to get more ramp later, and you're ramp into your Nissa or your Atraxa or your Valgaboth, whatever it is. So I actually think that a 3 mana ramp thing that you can play twice is quite good, actually. I'm going to say, well, it's not, we don't have Cultivate as an Omen. Well, we do have Cultivate as an Omen. But, you know, that dragon only puts 1 land into play ever. He puts the other one into your hand. You know, this one can put 2 lands into play over multiple turns. I just really think there's something about this, and I'm going to give it a 5.25, which sounds like insane, right? But the more I look at this, because I've looked at it like 8 times now, every time my eye hits it, I'm like, you're actually good, aren't you? Aren't you actually quite good? So the only time will tell, but, you know, just 3 mana for this first line of text. We've seen that a million times. But usually the gravy on these is not cast it again, you know? And in this case, we get cast it again, which is really good. But anyway, yeah, Dev's hitting the crazy wall. I think it's better than it looks. I think it is. But Roar of Endless Song is next. 2 and Teamer, so 5 total mana. On first 2 chapters, you get a 5/5 elephant, and on the 3rd chapter, you double the PT of each creature you control until end of turn. This is a funny sounding thing right here. Is this better than it looks? I'm still not going to score this super high, but I still think 5 mana for a 5/5 is almost rate. And then the next turn, you get a 5/5 with all your mana untapped. So you get 10 total power. You play Giganosaur. 5 mana for a 10/10, right? And then double the PT. So what this does is put 20 power and toughness onto the table. If I'm not mistaken, this puts 20 PT on the table. This is super cute. This is so cute. You have Roar of the Timmy. Now, this is a good saga. Yeah. This is one for people who like their big dudes. You know what I mean? And I do like my big guys, but I still don't know about this. Again, like maybe Teamer Doppelgang wants a copy or 2 of this, because this Doppelganged is nasty, especially considering, let's say, just unlock the achievement with me, okay, guys? Let's go to Magical Christmas Land hand in hand. What you do is you play one of these. You Doppelgang it like 4 times and make a bunch of 5/5s. If you somehow can't break through with them, well, all their chapter 3s are going to trigger on the same turn. So, you know, put like 6 of these on the stack at the same time. Double the power and toughness, double the power and toughness, double the power and toughness, double the power and toughness. And then your dudes will be large enough, I think. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. It could be cool in Doppelgang, but I feel like Doppelgang just got like 8 things from this set. I don't know if it's going to play this, but you could do it. And it'd be very adorable. So, I'm going to give the card a 5 because it makes 5/5s. I think it's all right. But let's look at Roiling Dragonstorm. 2 mana, 1 and a blue for an enchantment. When it enters, draw 2, pitch a card. When a dragon you control enters, return this enchantment to its owner's hand. Huh? Hey. Yes. Ooh. This is similar to History of Benalia. That card was very played, yeah. History costs 3, this costs 5, and it's a lot harder to cast. So, but I'm picking up what you're putting down. This is like some sort of similar to History, yeah. But Dragonstorm over here. 2 mana to draw 2, pitch a card. That is Chart a Course right there. But obviously, whenever dragon control it enters, bounce it back to your hand is pretty sick. But I think this could also go in those pixie decks. It's an enchantment, so it can be, you know, this town ain't big enough. It can be pixied, all that stuff. It can be sacked to different sacrifice and enchantment things. Draw 2, discard 1 is okay, especially if you're playing out of your yard. I just think there's a lot to like about this. I really do. But it does need enchantment synergy, yeah. But that enchantment synergy can be really good, you know. Gremlin Tamer draws or makes a guy. There's the 3 mana flash dude that draws a card whenever an enchantment comes into play. This is good with all of those, you know. I think it might have spots. I will give this a 5.5. But it could be better, and it could honestly very much be worse because it doesn't really affect the board state, but it is drawing you a lot of cards, man. I don't think it's bad. Yeah, never forget the potential changelings. Yeah, it gets way better when Lorwyn comes out. Rock Curse Rakshasa is that 2 mana 5/5 chat was talking about earlier. 1 and a black for a 5/5 demon. That's also a good creature type here. with trample and decayed. Also has renew, so you pay X and 2 black and exile this from your yard. At sorcery speed, put a decayed counter on each of X target creatures. So you can put these counters on your opponent's creatures, and suddenly their creatures can't block. It's just really cute. It's cool that they'll attack once and die. That's also clever. But just the fact that, like, you know, okay, 5 mana, 3 of your guys can't block, I win the game. You know what I mean? That seems like it could work some of the time. The decayed on him sucks. I'll say that, but he is a demon, which matters for standard, unholy annex, and blah, blah, blah. But just in like a mono black aggro deck, I think this could definitely see some play for realsies, man. I'm going to give this dude a 6.25, and he could actually be slightly better than that. It could be better than that, but I'm not going to go any less than like a 6 on this guy. A 2 mana 5/5 is good for more reasons beyond it can attack. You know, there's a lot of cards at 3 mana that care about having like a 4 power guy out, and this guy fulfills all those conditions too. Fantastic. I actually think he's quite good, but he'll have to fight to see some play. I'll still give him a 6. I'll bump it down to a 6, but I think that's about right. Next is Runescale Stormbird. This guy's all right. 4 mana, 3 and a red for a dragon, 2/4 flyer. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell or a dragon spell, this creature gets +2/+0 till end of turn. That is a Slick Shot. That's just a better Slick Shot for more mana. But Chilling Screech is the omen half of this. It's a 2 mana instant in blue, counter target spell with mana value 2 or less. It's actually quite good. I don't know that you'll end up playing this over like Change the Equation anytime soon, but you know, what is this, Spell Snare? But better in some ways. Yeah, it costs twice as much as Spell Snare. It's the whole idea with Spell Snare is that it gets you mana value, and it also counters all the most relevant spells in a certain format. But this kind of still does the second thing, right? This still counters most relevant spells a lot. What is in almost any standard deck that you build? Look at the curve. Which spot on the curve is the most occupied? Which spot on the curve has the most cards? 2, nearly every time. Depending on the deck you're building, right? So this counters an awful lot of stuff and is also a decent dragon. So I actually think this is like very close to sleeper territory. You know what I mean? What's up, Let's Play VG? Seen a lot of your YouTube, but never live. You're here now, baby. I'm glad that you are. Now, this, I'm not going to score super highly, but probably higher than some people want me to. I don't want to be hoodwinked by this, but I actually think that like this Omen half is very good. I really do, man. I'm going to give this a 4.8 and just massive room for improvement. Massive room for improvement, dude. But yeah, I think it's at least like a 4.8. I really do. That Omen's really good, man. Sage of the Fang is 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 2/2 human druid. When he enters, put a +1/+1 counter on anything. Renew, 3 and a green, exile it from your yard to put a +1/+1 counter on a guy, and then double the number of +1/+1 counters on that creature. Of course, it's sorcery speed because it's renew. So you can do some wacky stuff if you have enough +1/+1 counters on a guy, but I just don't know that day's ever going to come. Really not impressed by this dude very much. I'll give him a 2.5. Next is Sage of the Skies. Rather than Fang, 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 2/3 human monk. When you cast this spell, if you've cast another spell this turn, copy this spell. The copy becomes a token. It's a flying lifelink guy. So if you want to get 2 copies, you're kind of paying 4 mana, right? I assume you're going to cast like Opt or Shock into Sage of the Skies and go ahead and get a couple of 2/3s. Could be okay against aggro, but ultimately, again, I ask you to ask yourself what we have in the 3 and 4 drop slots in standard right now. When you're playing against other decks, is a couple of 2/3 flying lifelink guys going to be better than what they're doing? You know, I guess you could. Here's the line, right? They play Overlord of the Mistmoors, and they get a couple of 2/1 flyers. Next turn, you shock one of them, Sage of the Skies, 2/3 flyers, baby, and you lost one. It seems like a good line, right? But ultimately, I don't have that much faith in it. I really don't. So I'm gonna give this like a 4. And I think some people won't love that, but whatever. You know, I gotta be my own man up here. I'm gonna give this a 4. I really don't have that much faith in this card. Sorry. But next is Segu Pummeler. 4 mana, 3 and a green for a 4/4 beast with reach. Renew for 5 mana, exile it from your yard at sorcery speed. Put 2 +1/+1 counters and a reach counter on target creature. Limited playable. We'll give it a 2.6. Next is Segu Wildling, 5 mana, 4 and a green for a 3/3 Drago with flying. When it enters, you gain 3 life. Or you can Roost Seek. It's Lay of the Land. You can pay a green mana for a sorcery. It's an omen. Search your library for a basic, reveal it, put it in your hando, shuffle. Analyze the Pollen's probably better than this, and even Bushwhack's probably better than this in the decks that want it, like that, Obliterator, like Phyrexian Obliterator deck. You're playing Bushwhack for a reason, so I'm not sure where it goes, but I always like a strictly better Lay of the Land, so I'll just give this a 3.3 and keep rocking. Next is Salt Road Pack Beast. 6 mana, 5 and a white for a 4/3 beast that costs 1 less to cast for each creature you control. When it enters, draw a card. Could be cool, 1 white mana to draw a card, whatever. Get a decent sized body. This is just like a Timu Night Errant of Eos in some ways, but it doesn't make you like tap your dudes down, and I guess that's fine. Ultimately, though, not great. Let's just give it a 3.6. That's not bad. Salt Road Skirmish. A lot going down on the Salt Road here. 4 mana, 3 and a black for a sorcery. Destroy a creature and create 2/1/1 red warrior creature tokens. They gain haste till end of turn. Sack them at the beginning of the next end step there. So bad at sorcery speed, I think I'll say. Well, you got to sack the tokens, dude. Just give me my 2 guys, dude. 2.9. I don't even like this as a removal spell, really. Sand Skidder Outrider is 4 mana, 3 and a black for a 2/1 Gabo soldier with menace. When it enters, it endures too. So it could be a 4/3 menace for 4 mana. We've never seen anything like that. I'll give it a 2.1. I don't like it. Sarkhan Dragon Ascendant, 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 2/2 legendary human druid. When it enters, you may behold a dragon. If you do, you get a treasure token. Whenever a dragon you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on Sarks until end of turn. Sarks becomes a dragon in addition to its other types and gains flying. So what that means is that you get a 2-drop creature that gives you a treasure, and then the next turn you get to swing on turn 3. You get to swing with a 3/3 flyer. That's insane. It's so good. Even on turns where you don't play a dragon, there's still +1/+1 counters. So on turn 2 you go Sarkhan, turn 3 dragon, turn 4 dragon. You got a 4/4 Sarkhan for the rest of the game. Who cares if you give him flying, He's still a 2-drop that ended up being really hefty, and I like that. So maybe the best 2-drop in the set. Maybe, I don't know for sure, but maybe the best 2-drop creature in the set. And one that will get us playing some red mid-range, I think. 2 mana to almost always get the treasure so long as you have, 12 to 20 dragons at minimum in your deck. Yeah, I think we'll play that. Let's give this... If there's any card in this set that make dragons standard playable, it's the non-dragon guy. It seriously might be this dude. So I'm going to give Sarkhan a 7.25. I think this is a much better card than it might appear. Just a 2-drop that makes a treasure is wild, dude. But Sarkhan's Resolve is up next. 2 mana, 1 and a green for an instant. Choose one of these, either Giant Growth or Plummet. That's it. That ain't bad. It just ain't bad, dude. 3.8. I think it's possible to see some sideboard play out of Gruul, but very likely not. Scavenger Regent is a good Magic card, I promise you. 4 mana, 3 and a black for a 4/4 dragon with flying and ward, discard a card. But it also has Exude Toxin. That's X and 2 black for an omen. It's a sorcery. Each non-dragon gets -X/-X until end of turn. Do you guys remember how good Meat Hook was? And obviously, Meat Hook is good because it does a bunch of other stuff beyond, right? Just kill guys. But my point with Meat Hook is that, do you remember how easy it was to kill an entire board full of creatures for 4 mana? Happened all the time, dude. Non-dragon, though, oof, it doesn't hit itself. It doesn't hit your dragons. You know what I mean? My point is, in standard, how many dragons are there really going to be on the table at any given time? Even after this set comes out, how many dragons are there really? So in limited, I think this is not as good because there's a lot of dragons. But, if you pay 5 mana for this and get -3/-3, I think you'll be surprised with how often you're blowing up your opponent's entire board. I think we saw that with Meat Hook. I think we'll see it sometimes with this card. And the dragon half of it is solid too. So this is kind of one of my pseudo sleeper picks for standard. I really think this is one more people need to be looking at. I'm going to give this card a 6.75. I think that it's quite good. Quite good, dude. Seize the opportunity, or just seize opportunity. It's 3 mana, 2 and a red for an instant. Choose one. Exile the top 2 cards of your library. Till end of turn, you may play, or end of next turn, you may play those cards. And up to 2 target creatures each get +2/+1 till end of turn is the other mode on this. So you could alpha with this, or you could like instant speed divination in red, which is better than it looks actually. It's not that bad, but I'm still not going to give this above like a 3.5. I don't think you'll ever play this in standard, but again, you know, instant speed, red divination. It could be worse. But let's look at Severance Priest. Oh boy. So white, black, green for a 3/3 Gen Cleric with Death Touch. When it enters, an opponent reveals their hand. Choose a non-land card from it. If you do, exile the card. When this creature leaves the battlefield, the exiled card's owner gets an XX white spirit creature, where X is the mana value of the card that you exiled. So I think the important thing to remember with this guy is that they never get their card back ever. They might get a 4/4. That could be way easier to deal with than the card you got rid of. You know what I mean? Like, they never, ever get their card back, and I think that is really, really good. Is this playable in Abzan midrange? Is Abzan midrange a deck? I don't know. If it is a deck, well, look at all the options. You can play Glissa Sunslayer, Preacher of the Schism, Sentinel of the Nameless City, 5 other 3-drops that might be better. But ultimately, I do like this as a taxation effect, and I think it might be playable above all those other creatures, except for maybe Glissa, right? Taking a card from them is so good. It's so good, dude. Yeah, no Siege Rhino in the set, sorry. But this I will give a 6.25 to, and again, I might be a little low on that. Taking a card from them forever is Thought Not Seer, and that's quite good. So we'll see how things work out here. This could be like a 7 and just be like one of the better value 3-drops in standard. But I kind of don't see it, to be honest. We'll have to wait on that one. But I sleep 3.4. I think it's way better than a 3.5. Somebody watches a lot of Croakies. I sleep. Shiko, Paragon of the Way, is 5 mana, 2 and Jeskai for a 4/5 legendary spirit dragon with flying and vigilance. When it enters, exile target non-land card with mana value 3 or less from your yard. Copy it. Cast the copy without paying its mana cost. Is this card good? I'm still not convinced. You know, when it was one of the first cards revealed from the set, and all I can really think when I look at it is shrimp. You guys ever seen like a shrimp in real life before it's food? There are shrimp, saltwater shrimp, that have exactly this pattern on their bodies. They're like red and white. We used to have one. It's like a peppermint shrimp. So 100% this pattern. When we had a saltwater tank when I was like 7 years old, we had one of these shrimp. This guy looks just like those shrimp. So I can't keep my mind off of it. Either way, this I think is okay. I wish it had some way of protecting itself, you know. As it is, I think that, let's say they reprinted Ojutai. Let's say they reprinted the 5 mana Ojutai in standard. Would he see play? It's not a guarantee nowadays, is it? I think this guy's worse than if they did that. You know, so it's kind of tough. But I will say, last set, they put out that 5 mana horse. If you remember the horse, that whenever it attacks, you can like go get a 3-drop or something and just put it into play. And I hated that guy because you got to wait a whole turn to use him, and he has to get to attack and blah, blah, blah. This guy just goes ahead and gets the thing from your yard and just puts it straight into play as soon as he resolves. And I think that's actually okay, you know? So did Jeskai eyeball go crazy? It does get an eyeball, but are you paying 5 mana for anything in that Jeskai deck? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe play 2 copies of this. You know what I mean? So I could be wrong, but ultimately I'm just going to stick a 5 on this and move on. This is another one of those where like I wanted my command zone, but it could be enough value in standard where it's actually good. You know, it gets beans, caretakers, talent, Urbrass, forge, like all kinds of stuff back from your yard. And so your opponent now has to deal with the forge, but they also have to deal with the 4/5, like the strictly better Sarah Angel, you know, Sarah Angel with an extra point of toughness. It's no slouch, you know, so it could be good. Shock Brigade is 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 1/3 Goblin Soldier with Menace and Mobilize 1. Like slightly better than it looks too. You know, you can't get eyeball with this. Well, wait, are you casting the card? Copy it, cast the copy. Yeah, I guess you would have a hard time casting eyeball, but you could. You could, right? But am I wrong? But either way, Shock Brigade, this is better than it looks without actually being that great. Yeah, you can just hit the helping hand, yeah. Gets the monk that copies a spell. See, that's a fun line. That's a fun one. But you have to have like 6 or 7 mana for it to work. But it could. Shock Brigade. This just reminds me of a Goblin Rabble Master for 1 mana less. Is that a weird thing to think about this guy? You know what I mean? Like, all these mobilized guys are just Rabble Masters. You know, they attack and make a guy, and sometimes those can be really good. This one has an evasive ability on your 2-drop. You know, on turn 3, it'll get in and survive because it's not blocked. And the next turn, it mobilizes again. Like, really bottom of the barrel in terms of, like, you know, cards that goblins might actually play in the 2-drop slot. I think ultimately we have better 2-drop options for gobos, but you know, like in your mobilized deck or your impact trimmers deck or your war leader's call deck, like this makes an extra dude every turn. That just matters. So I can't bring myself to dislike this dude. I'm going to give him a 3.6, 3.7 even. Sure. Why not? But next is Shocking Sharpshooter. It's my boy, man. 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 1/3 human archer with reach. Whenever another creature you control enters, this creature deals 1 damage to target opponent. So in 1v1s, that's just an impact trimmers on a body, dude. That's all that is. And this set is really good with impact trimmers. Just like mobilize is a good ability with trimmers, right? So I love this guy. I'm not sure he really sees any standard play. Impact trimmers never did, but impact trimmers on a body benefits just from being on a body, right? Like if I play impact trimmers into impact trimmers, nothing happens. If I play this guy into this guy, I at least get a trigger, you know? So in some ways it's better. But we have 8 copies of impact trimmers, 12 copies if you count War Leader's Call, and I want to make that a deck. But again, I got to take off my stupid propeller hat and my dumb looking bow tie and take the giant lollipop out of my mouth because I'm a child and put on my large man pants, put on my dickies and go to work building a roof. And if I'm going to be a serious adult like that, I have to rate this card properly. And with that in mind, I'll give it a 4. Which is too high. I will make sure he sees standard play. Spud Muffin, Godspeed, baby. I believe in you. Next is Sib Sig Appraiser. Yeah, mobilized finisher in limited, probably, yes. But Sib Sig Appraiser is 3 mana, 2 and a blue for a 2/1 zombie advisor. When it enters, look at the top 2 of your library. 1 goes into your hand, the other goes in your yard. You guys remember 2015? You guys remember when you'd see a card like this and be like, okay, yeah, that's good value. I'll play that. You know, Wistful Selkie or something. This is better than Wistful Selkie. It gives you card selection. But we'll see no play. Even with a decent ETB trigger, I just have to give it like a 3.7. Just so sad because it's actually not. Yeah, this would go crazy 7 years ago. There was a point in Magic history where this was the exact value we're looking for. You see how good this card is? We got Sidisi, Region of the Mire. By the way, Chili Crew, thanks for your Prime sub. I see a lot of other people have followed and stuff. I will get to you when I'm done with the speed run. Doesn't look like we have that much longer now. Sidisi is 3 mana, 2 mana. Reed, 1 and a black for a 1/3 legendary zombie snake warlock. Tap, sack a creature you control with mana value X other than Sidisi. Return target creature card with mana value X +1 from your yard to the battlefield. Activate its sorcery speed. This is not Recurring Nightmare. Stop it. This is not Recurring Nightmare. This is Doom Necromancer that doesn't sack itself. That's all this is. I have seen multiple people call this card broken. Am I missing something? Just a wide miss in terms of card evaluation? Am I not seeing? Sure, he gets a creature back. She gets a creature back every turn, but like, does she actually do that? This is bad. Thank you. Thank you. I just feel like the entire internet's gaslighting me because every time anyone talks about this card, they're like, dude, that's a DC is hot. And I'm like, what are you talking about? This card is so normal. This is like the most normal Magic card I've ever seen. I'm going to give this like a 3.9. Emperor of Bones just better. Turns 2 drops into eyeballs, but it's too fair. It is too fair. Exactly. She has a snowflake's chance in heck. Yeah, I mostly agree. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Because I've been wondering what I'm getting wrong. Apparently everyone here thinks that it's not great. So, good. Let's move on to Sinkhole Surveyor. Now, this is a black 2-drop I can get behind. 2 mana, 1 and a black for a 1/3 bird scout with flying. When this creature attacks, you lose 1 life, and this creature endures 1. So, a Bitter Blossom variant, really, when you think about it. It's 2 mana in black for a guy every turn. You pay a life. That's a Bitter Blossom. But what this can also be is, you know, a 2/4 the first time it attacks for your 2 mana. A 2 mana 2/4 flyer the first time it attacks. And then a 3/5. And then a 4/6. And then a 5/7 or whatever. I think that's the correct math. And that's good too. If your 2-mana investment is just growing every single turn, that's really, really good. But obviously, you get it to a 3 or 4 power guy and you can kind of switch over to starting to make creatures because your opponent's attacking now. You can block with those guys. I just think this is fantastic. I really do. Impossible to block on curve. What are you blocking with this? On curve. What are you blocking? You know what I mean? I think we got a bot. I think Flutter is the 3.7 I sleep. I'm pretty sure that's the last thing you've said, like the last 4 times I've seen you in chat. Well, too slow if you're not using the token mode. It's just big. Big isn't good enough. I won't say this is too slow. Name for black aggro specifically. Name a better black 2-drop in standard. It's hard. Caustic Bronco comes to mind. Obviously the 2-mana 5/5, right? That comes to mind. That's in this set. Deep Cavern Bat, but is that really an aggro creature? It can be. I think Deep Cavern Bat is probably still the best 2-drop black creature in standard by a margin. But Sinkhole Surveyor, it can run away with the game if unchecked in multiple ways. It can go tall or it can go wide. It can do a mixture of both. It works well in multiples. I think this card is very, very good. I really do. So, Slick Shot Show-Off blocks. Well, and dies, right? Unless they have a combat trick or something. But block with that 3/3 Nighthawk, not on curve, not on curve. Well, maybe if the opponent went first, you play this on 2, they play that on 3, you attack with this on 3, then yeah, they could block, but good point. You got me. But still, especially if you go first, this is very hard to block on curve. I'll say that again. I just really like this. I think that this is a more than playable in standard creature. I'm going to give it a 5.9, just under a 6. I think this card is quite good. I really do. But next is Skirmish Rhino. This is a white, a black, and a green for a 3/4 Rhino with trample. When it enters, each opponent loses 2 life, you gain 2 life. So not Siege Rhino. It just isn't Siege Rhino. It's a little baby. He's a little baby Siege Rhino. So that's not like the worst thing I'd ever see. You know what I mean? A Siege Rhino at home, little Kmart Siege Rhino. It could be better than it looks, though. It really could. 3/4 is not an embarrassing stat line. Trample's a good ability and a little extra oomph, Don't make the same mistake you made with Siege Rhino. Most people, when they first saw Siege Rhino in pre-release, were like, it's a fine creature, I guess. Instantly the best creature in standard. This is not that. Okay, and it's been 10 years since Siege Rhino. We've progressed some. But this could still be all right in the right deck. I'm going to give it a 4. Yeah, Coco Rhino you can grab with Coco. That's somebody thinking with their noggin right there. I like that. Next, we'll look at Smile at Death. 5 mana, 3 and 2 white for an enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, return up to 2 target creature cards, power 2 or less, from your yard to the battlefield, and put a +1/+1 counter on each of those creatures. Well, this is a commander card, for sure. It is worth noting, though, that those creatures don't get finality counters. Did you notice that? So, like, if you return 2 creatures, block with them, return the same 2 guys, block with them, return the same 2 guys, block with them, you can do that. So that's kind of a different thing that you don't always see on stuff like this, Yeah, Unearth Rhino. Yeah, note that you can Helping Hand. You can Helping Hand this Rhino out of your yard, but obviously you have a bunch of better options. You have Oculus. But I'm telling you, this guy's okay. But either way, Smile at Death is a commander card that I will still give like a 3.8 in standard. Mostly because, again, the lack of a finality counter going on to the creatures is actually really interesting. It's not bad. Yeah, finally someone pointed that out. Yeah, I think that's super important to bring the same 2 guys back over and over with ETB triggers. And, they're triggering Enduring Innocence every time. Like, that's really not bad. But next is Snakeskin Veil. What do you give a card like Snakeskin Veil? 5.5. Snowmelt Stag is 4 mana, 3 and a white. 3 and a white? That's a blue mana. 3 and a blue for a 2/5 elemental elk with vigilance. During your turn, this guy has base power and toughness 5/2, and for 7 mana, this guy can't be blocked this turn. I actually want to point this out as a limited finisher. I think this is not the worst thing in the world I've ever seen for finishing games of limited, but that's about it. I'll give the guy a 2.25. Why isn't it a snow creature? Good call. Songcrafter Mage is Teamer colors, 3 mana for a 3/2 human bard with flash. When it enters, target instant or sorcery in your yard gains Harmonize till end of turn. Its Harmonize cost is equal to its mana cost. I will now ask the audience. You guys were kind of freaking out about Songcrafter earlier. You had a few tricks with this card. I'm interested in what the community says. There are currently 120 people in this mofo. Let me know what you would give this card numerically. Please score Songcraft or Mage somewhere in the next 10 seconds. It's good to get a drink. I know that. All right, we got a 9.3. We got a 5.5, 3.6, 7.2, 4. We got a 10 out of 10. From 1 to 10. Like we've been doing all night. 7.5, 3.5, 6, 4.8, 7, 6, 4.6. So let's go back over this again. Got a 9.3 and a 5.5 and a 3.6 and a 4 and a 10 and a 7.5 and a 3.5 and a 6 and a 4.8 and a 7 and a 6 and a 4.6. It's just not good, says Mando Murley. Hate CMC. Effect is 8. Okay. Shot Aces says 9. Mad Link says 4.5. Spud Muffin says 5.2. We got an 8. We got a 4. We got a 6. Wow. Whew. Okay, so somewhere between 4 and 6 for a lot of people, but there's some outliers saying 8. And let me put it this way. I tend to agree with the outliers, but I wouldn't go as high as 8. You know? You don't want to live in a world where this triggers beans. That's funny. I think that this is like a 6.65. You know, I think that this is playable. Will it see play? Right? This is the problem with judging in a vacuum, which I tend to try to do, right? In a vacuum, this card looks busted. Will it see play in standard? I don't know. I really don't know. Another Teamer Doppelgang card to talk about, blah, blah, blah. But just, it's powerful. And just guaranteed to be powerful. It's Snapcaster Mage, sort of. You know, it's not even Teemu Snapcaster Mage. It's just a decent variant of Snapcaster. You don't see those every day. Usually Snapcaster variants are awful. They're so bad. But like, this is okay. I will, again, give it 6.65. I think this will see some play doing something weird, you know? Sonic Shrieker is 5 mana, 2 in Mardu for a 4/4 dragon with flying. When it enters, it deals 2 damage to a target. You gain 2. If a player's dealt damage this way, they discard a card. You know what this card reminds me of? You're going to kill me. But that Angel with Kicker. You know that 3/4 flying Angel with Kicker? And you can like make it a Mardu Angel if you kick it correctly, and for each time you kick it, it deals 2 damage to a target, you gain 2 life. Is this not really reminiscent of that, but they also pitch a card? Is this not Hostile Negotiator? Or no, what is it? Hostile Investigator mixed with that thing. You know? But it's not. It's obviously not as good as that Angel. You know? I really don't think so. But I do think it's better than it looks. It says any target, it gains you 2 life back. And honestly, on that Angel, I can't tell you how many times I paid 5 mana for that Angel and kicked it once. And this does that plus more. It doesn't have the lifelink, but it's got higher power and toughness. So like, I actually don't think this is that bad. I'm going to give it a 4.5. Even though it costs a little bit, like, we're super close. We are so close on this one, dude. But Spectral Denial is up next. It's Power Sink. X and a blue for an instant. Costs 1 less to cast for each creature you control, power 4 or greater. Counter target spell unless its controller pays X. So even if you only have 1 large creature out, this becomes a lot better. The problem with Power Sinks and the like is that sometimes they will cost like way too much mana. Way too much. Especially considering they all cost blue and X. So depending on how much mana the opponent has left, right, sometimes these will be really mana intensive. Any cost reduction is really powerful on these. But typically a Syncopate effect, a Power Sink, is just kind of playable. Like, you'll often see Syncopate, see like one of play. So I wouldn't put it past this. You know, Power Sinks are typically powerful effects. So I'll give this a 5.25. I'm a big fan of Power Sinks. Really am. Stadium Headliner. Yeah, the mana math never works. Exactly. But like now it can more often, I guess. Stadium Headliner is a card I adore. A single red mana for a 1/1 Goblin Warrior with Mobilize 1. You can also pay 1 and a red and sacrifice it to have it deal damage equal to the number of creatures you control to target creatures. Yeah, to target creature. Yeah, people in chat already, this card's busted. I think this card is also busted. Commercial, no. Sorry, Colby. You'll be back with us in a second. Yeah, I think that this might sneakily, and maybe even not that sneakily, be one of the best cards in the whole set. Yeah, we like this. I see a lot of people are going to love this, man. This will work super well in any sort of Impact Trimmers build, right? Or like War Leader's Call. This is a 1-drop that puts multiple creatures onto the table. It works really well in Imidane's Recruiter decks, I would say. You know, those decks are really jammed up on 1-drops nowadays, so I'm not sure this is really where they want to be, but it is a guy in their creature suite that makes more dudes that also is a removal spell, so it's just like everything. You know, a 1-drop that Rabble Masters is insane just in and of itself, but not only does it Rabble Master, it's a removal spell. It's just, if you have 5 dudes out, you have to sack this guy. So if you have 5 dudes out, this guy's one of them, you sacrifice him. I'm pretty sure the way he works, he's only doing 4 damage. But that's enough, especially at instant speed. You know, you can do this whenever you want to. This is just probably the best 1-drop in the set, and I'm not sure how much that's really saying. But this dude is really, really phenomenal. He's not Ragavan or anything, but just a 1-drop that makes a token when he swings is insane. Note too that he's really good in Arabella. I should bring that deck up as well, because the way these triggers stack, you mobilize first and then Arabella's ability goes off, and this counts for 2 creatures. So it's just, it's all so insane. This guy is very good in my book. So I'm going to give him a 7.75. And I know that sounds insane, but this is one of my favorite cards in the whole set. It works well with Krinko. Yeah, in a way. He's not making goblins, but he still works well with Krinko decks, you know. Stalwart Successor is up next. 3 mana, 1 black-green for a 3/2 human warrior with menace. Whenever 1 or more counters are put on a creature you control, if it's the first time counters have been put on that creature this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature. So we get a lot of cards at home. This is like a Winding Constrictor at home in this set. It's not bad for limited. I think it's a signpost uncommon for those decks, but I also think it's kind of designed to never leave that environment. So I'll give this a 3.8. Next is Starry-Eyed Skyrider. Starry Eyes, doop doop. You don't know anything about that. It's LCD sound system, and you don't know anything about that. 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 1/3 human scout with flying. Whenever this creature attacks, another target creature you control gains flying until end of turn. Attacking tokens you control have flying, compadre. That ain't too bad, you know? It really ain't that bad for like commander tokens decks, but in standard, it still feels like a Toby you don't have to work as hard for, but I'd still probably rather play Toby most of the time. I'm going to give this a 4. No, I won't. No, that's too high. I'll give this a 3.5. That's much better. That's so much better. 3.5. Next is Static Snare, everybody. Again, we're playing cards, but we're not leaving the house. We have these cards at home. You know, oh, you want to go get Leyline Binding? You want to go? We have Leyline Binding right here in the cabinet. Let me pull it down out of the... Here's Static Snare. 5 mana, 4 and a white for an enchantment with flash. It costs 1 less to cast for each attacking creature. When this enchantment enters, exile target artifact or creature an opponent controls until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. Still strong. Even when you're not Leyline Binding, you're still pretty strong. I'm going to give this a 5.25. By the way, procs beans. Triggers beans. Let's just bring that up every time it works. You know. But, you know, Leyline Binding will rotate one day, and then we'll have that card. Stillness. We've made it, everybody. Stillness in Motion is 2 mana, 1 in the blue for an enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, mill 3. Then if your library has no cards, exile this enchantment. Put 5 cards from your yard on top of your library. In a random order, cast Bloomsday, as they say. This does mill 3 cards every turn, which is better than anything else the card does. But honestly, the card is dog water. The card is not good. It's one of the worst cards in the set, and maybe the worst rare. People might dream up stuff to do with it, but ultimately I think this card is just like really bad. So I'm going to give this the honorary 1 of the night. The booby prize, as they say. Let's just throw a 1 on it, keep going, but it is probably better than, it's probably more useful than a 1. But, you know, I need a meme. I need 1 meme score. I need a 1/1 somewhere in here, and this is probably the rare people want to open the least, so we'll throw a 1 on it. Storm Beacon Blade, baby. 2 mana, 1 and a white for an artifact. It's an equipment that equips for 2. The equipped creature gets +3/+0, and whenever the creature attacks, you draw a card if you control 3 or more attacking creatures. This is kind of okay. And yeah, that last card does protect against mill, but only a little. Only a little. One more. Okay, we're going back. Okay, note how this is worded. You don't get this. You don't get Doomsday if you mill yourself out. If you mill yourself out, you don't get Doomsday. It's at the beginning of your upkeep, mill 3 cards. Then, it's a then ability. So it has to proc during your upkeep and then hit, right? So if your opponent can mill you out and force you to draw a card before your upkeep or whatever, then like that's a problem. That is a problem. But it is, in a lot of cases, it's going to function as mill protection against mill. It will. I'll give you that. I'll give it to you. But there are ways that mill can easily get around this because it's a then ability. You have to have the upkeep trigger and then the thing happens. So if your opponent anywhere outside of your upkeep can force you to draw a card, you lose. So it's still a problem. But still. Stormbeacon Blade. You see, this is an equipment that will occasionally draw you a card. And I actually think that's okay. Like in Commander, I think this is like not Commander playable. But if you're building budget and you're in equipments and you want to draw extra cards in your equipments deck, I honestly think that you could do worse. Really, I low-key really like this. Yeah, I mean, it's not as bad as it might seem. I'm one of those people that's guilty of just seeing like random lower rarity equipments and being like, what's this piece of crap do? You know what I mean? But like, actually, you really get into it. This is not terrible. It's not playable. It's not terrible. So I'm going to give this a 3.6. Sure, 3.6 for Stormbeacon, but there's something about it. There's something about it. I don't think it's as bad as it looks. Some people are saying bad equipment. I don't think it's as bad as most of the equipments that are bad. Equipments that are bad are really freaking bad. And this could be so much worse, dude. This is low-key one of the better low CMC equips in Standard. Thank you. See, there are people in chat who get what I'm trying to put down here. I really don't think it's that bad. But anyway, Stormplane Detainment is up next. This is Oblivion Ring or Banishing Light. I don't know why we needed another O-Ring. Banishing Light. I'm pretty sure it's exactly the same wording as O-Ring. What do you give O-Ring? A 3.7. Sure. Next is Stormscale Scion. Next is Stormscale Scion TC. 6 mana, 4 and 2 red for a 4/4 dragon with flying. Other Dragos you control get +1/+1, and this bad boy's got Storm, son. Unplayable in Standard. Do your fun stuff with it elsewhere, I guess, but I'm not seeing this happen. I'm gonna give this a 3. I'm gonna give it a 4. I just have to, right? If I don't give this a 4, I think somebody's going to come to my house and throw a rock through my window. But I really don't think this is very strong in Standard, dude. But in Commander, you just go hog wild, baby. Storm Shriek Feral is next. 5 mana, 4 and a red for a dragon. It's a 3/3 flying haste. If you pay 2 mana, you fire breathe. You can also flush out. 2 mana, 1 and a red for a sorcery. Discard a card. If you do, draw 2. So a Tormenting Voice variant on a dude. Again, not the best of these like Omen dragons in the set, I would say. I'm just going to give this a Tormenting Voice that can be a haste guy later. You know, maybe that's better than I think, but I doubt it. I'm just going to give this a 3.3. Strategic Betrayal is the next card. We got to get out of the S's, guys. This is 2 mana, 1 and a black for a sorcery. Target opponent exiles a creature they control and their graveyard. Sick Edict effect. Hate the sorcery speed, but a lot of Edict effects are sorcery speed and they're still like somewhat playable. This is amazing against the right deck, isn't it? Yeah, I like this. Yeah, banging little card, man. I'm gonna give Betrayal a 5.5 and move on. I think a lot of times you're just gonna play Sheldred's Edict, right? But eventually that'll rotate, and if you still need an Edict effect, this is a really, really good one. Next is Sultai Devotee. 2 mana, 1 and a green for a 2/1 Death Touch. You can filter Sultai once a turn. So zombie snake druid. I actually really like Death Touch on smallish guys in limited, but obviously no standard play. I'll give it a 2. Sultai Monument is the Sultai one. When you sack it, you have to pay 5 mana. You get 2/2/2 zombies. Normal card. I'll give this a 4.5. I've been giving all of these, but now I keep thinking that might be too high of a score. But honestly, I do like 2 mana for the first ability is kind of okay. It's really not that bad. Summit Intimidator is 4 mana, 3 and a red for a 4/3 Yeti with reach. When it enters, target creature can't block this turn. Again, it's the most normal limited card you've ever seen in your life. 2. Sun Pearl Kirin is 2 mana, 1 and a red for a 2/1 Kirin with flash and flying. When it enters, return up to 1 other target non-land permanent you control to its owner's hand. Stop me if you've heard this before. If it was a token, draw a card. So if you're trying to get rid of, one of your Fountain Port tokens or an Overlord of the Mistmoors token or something or whatever, then I guess you can draw a card. But this is just a better Fear of Isolation. A better white main lion in some ways. It's got the flying. It's non-land permanent. It draws sometimes. It is just a mostly completely better white main. But in this format, we got to compare it to like Fear of Isolation, Pixie. We already have a kind of reference for this in Standard. And I think this just blows Fear of Isolation out of the water, dude. Like maybe you play all 12 of these effects that you have access to now, but I'm not sure you have to, man. This can save things if they are to be blown up, and that's an excellent mode on the card. It's a flyer that's fairly efficient to cast, so along with your Pixies and your Fear of Isolations, this is yet another 2-power flyers just getting in, just annoyingly getting in. So this card is ridiculous. Yeah, it's Pixie at twice the price, but they added Flash, and that Flash is so dumb. Yeah, Macy playing Pioneer Plus. Yeah, absolutely. And it's a pretty card. Yeah, people are pointing out Alan Morris did a good job on the art here. They absolutely did. I'm going to give Sun Pearl a 7. Yeah, people are saying 7 point plus, I'm just going to stick with 7. Is Fear of Isolation a 7? Is Pixie a 7? No, not really. But I think this is technically better than both of them depending on the situation. And even though those individual cards aren't a 7, the deck is like an 8.5, So just adding a piece like this to it is overboard. This is a very good card. Sunset Strike Master is up next. 1 and a red for a 3/1 human monk. Tap it for a red mana. You can also pay 2 and a red and tap it and sack it to have it deal 6 damage to a creature with flying. So that's an Archfiend of the Dross. That's a big dragon. That's a Unholy Annex 6/6. This takes out like most of the important flyers in Standard. It really does. And aside from that, it's a red mana dork. It's nothing we've never seen before, but a mono red mana dork is like relatively rare. So I actually think this is quite good. One of the, if I'll say one of the more playable uncommons in the set, but I don't mean that it's playable and that it's like overpowered. I just think this is going to be one of the cards that we actually see a good bit. Like if nothing else, it's a 2-mana 3/1. Trades in combat, it's really not a terrible creature, man. And in like big red, if that's ever going to be a deck, if you don't want to play green and you want to ramp, this will help you do that. Again, you just don't see red mana dorks every day. So I'm going to throw a... Am I really going to do that? No. Nah. I'm going to put a 6.25 on this card. Is that all right? Is 6.5 or is 6.25 too high? You don't see a red mana dork every day. And this, let's not forget, like, the plummet ability is really good too. But I like it a lot. Surak, Elusive Hunter. Like, I guarantee I'll be sleeving that up in the arena at some point. You know what I mean? But, yeah, it'll probably see play in Red Commander too. I bet it will. Dude. F this card. You mean Surak? F Surak, the Elusive Hunter? Oh, can't be countered. Hated. Burn in hell. Okay, well, I'm on the other side of that debate. 3 mana, 2 in the green for a 4/3 legendary human warrior that cannot be countered. Apparently, it makes people very upset. It also has trample, and whenever a creature you control or a creature spell you control becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, draw a card. So it counts itself. If they try to remove this at any point, you get to draw a card. If they try to counter one of your creatures on the stack, you get to draw a card. But Blue Mage in chat, you still get to counter my guy. You still get to counter all my other guys. So that's cool. But, I still get to get card advantage on that exchange. So I'll take it, This could draw multiple cards over the course of a game, but what I imagine is going to happen is that it gets go for the throated the moment it hits the table, but you don't care. You draw a card. You always draw a card if it gets single targeted. I'll take that. This is a sideboard card, probably, but I don't even know what deck it goes in as a sideboard card. I really don't. Maybe Golgari like mirrors, and look, I know you could also play it against blue, but if I'm in Golgari and I'm up against Golgari and I have access to this card in my sideboard, I think I might actually put it in because their entire deck is just removal spells. You know what I mean? I'm drawing cards when you target my guys. I'm winning the card advantage race in this game, but I still think it's mostly a sideboard card, but I am going to give it a 5.5. I do think it's pretty powerful. I really do. But yeah, it has trample too. That's true. But it's a 3-drop that dies to and gets mana value, or your opponent gets mana value if they like know where to run it. And these are things you got to point out. But next is Synchronized Charge. 2 mana, 1 and a green for a sorcery. Distribute 2 +1/+1 counters among 1 or 2 target creatures you control. Creatures you control with counters on them gain Vigilance and Trample until end of turn. You can also harmonize this for 4 and a green. This will probably sit in shoeboxes for the next 40 years until the world catches completely on fire and everyone dies. But I actually think this is okay. I actually kind of think this is a little bit fine. It's only 2 mana for this. And when I say this, you think, oh, Dev, it's just 2 +1/+1 counters. Nuh-uh, it's an overrun effect. Creatures you control with counters on them gain Vigilance and Tramps till end of turn, and you can recast this. And you can also recast this spell. This is not actually that bad. Yeah, somebody pointed out, not bad per se in counters decks in Commander. I think in Commander, that's where this really shines, because 2 mana for overrun is nasty, dude. It's so good, but... the more I look at it, the more I'm not convinced about Standard. But I do think it's one of those cards that's a little bit better than it reads. Actually a lot better than it reads. But I'm still just going to give it like a 3.3. But that is higher. I think a lot of people give this like a 2 and move on. But I think it's better than that. I really do. Taiga Master Opportunist. We're in the T's, by the way. We're finally in the T's. Jeez, this is 2 mana. 1 and a blue for a 2/2 legendary human monk with Flurry. When you cast your second spell each turn, copy it, exile the spell with 4 time counters on it. If it does not have Suspend, it gains Suspend. So you know how Suspend works. You take a counter off of it every turn. When the last counter is removed, you cast a spell for freezies. Neat, but way too slow, I think. This is more of, again, a card you put in your commands on, try to do fun stuff with. But I'm willing to be wrong on this. I just don't think I am. So I will give this a 4.3. Next is Teeming Dragonstorm, everybody. This is 4 mana. Have I done the Sidisi yet? See, people really want to see the Sidisi. People have a lot of faith in the Sidisi. We all decided together the Sidisi is bad. I'm sorry, Squirrel. Squirrel came back wanting to see the Sidisi. I apologize. This is 4 mana for Teeming Dragonstorm, though. 3 and a white for an enchantment. When it enters, you get 2/1/1 or 2/2/2 guys. Whenever a dragon you control enters, bounce the enchantment back to your hand. This is my favorite art on any Dragonstorm and my least favorite of the Dragonstorms practically. I'm going to give this thing... You could call it an Overlord of the Mistmoors, but you'd be wrong. You see this? So I'm going to give this like a 3. I don't like it. Tempest Hawk is not Squadron Hawk. 3 mana, 2 and a white for a 2/2 bird with flying. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, search your library for a card named Tempest Hawk. Reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle. A deck can have any number of cards named Tempest Hawk. How you feel about that, Mom and Dad? Pretty bad. It's not good. I'm going to give it like a 2.5. I really don't like this card. Next is Teamer Battle Crier, baby. You guys like this, don't you, you little freaks? 3 mana, green, blue, red, so Teamer. For a 4/3 Orc Ranger. During your turn, spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each creature you control with power 4 or greater. Is this card actually very, very good? Is this card? Yeah, he's a mana rock by himself. Like, this lady will reduce the cost of your spells all by herself just by being a 3 mana 4 power creature. Not a bad... Yeah, during your turn, boo. Yeah, that's true, but I don't think that's enough to crush the card. You know, a Timmy Deluxe special, maybe. I think it's even better than that, though. This is another one you got to worry about getting hit by Nowhere to Run or a Bolt effect because of the 3 toughness, but I still think there might be something here, man. You know, you cast... What are you going to cast with the cost reduction, guys? Large creatures, right? So every time I use the cost reduction to cast a large creature, I now get even more cost reduction off of large creatures. So it just seems like it's a pretty good snowball to me. You know what I mean? So yeah, we can use this with the Elephant Saga, a couple of 5/5s. Why is this rare? Because it should be. This absolutely should be. Yeah, chain big bodies. Colby gets it. This actually chains like crazy. You know, you play 1 copy. The next turn, you play another 4-power creature. You play another 4-power creature. Then you can play 2 4-power creatures. I'm telling you, this is better than it looks because it's a rock on a body, and the body is like a decent rate, right? A 3 mana 4-power creature is a decent rate. And if it does nothing else, it's a 3 mana 4-power creature. But it can easily do something else because this isn't just a rock. It's not just a rock. This can reduce, right? A rock is going to tap 4 mana once per turn, right? This can give you 2 or 3 mana in a turn super easily. So I think there's something to this. I really do. I'm going to give this a 6. I'm just going to stop at 6 and not go any higher. But I knew there were going to be people in chat that were like, but no. Telling you. Next is Teamer Devotee. Devotees are bad. 2 mana, 1 and a blue for a 3/3 human druid with defender. Filter Teamer once a turn. Really bad, 1.3. This one's really, really bad. Teamer Monument is up next. It does the same thing as all the other monuments, but for 6 mana, you can make a 5/5 at sorcery speed. I really should readjust these to like a 4. All of these should really be closer to 4, but I don't know. Like I've said before, this first ability is good. And this one has insanely good art. I really like that art. But anyway, let's move on to Teamer Tawny back. This is 3 mana, Teamer Colors, or the funky casting cost for a 4/3 beast. When it enters, draw, discard. Again. Okay. Not going to see any standard play, but in certain reanimator builds, I would not mind a beefy creature that also pitches a dude into my yard. You know what I mean? Look at this boy. Look how cute he is. Even with his giant tusk, he's so adorable. They're petting him. There's like 2 people who can't help but pet him. Look at his wide stance. He's so cute. But I'm just going to give this like a 3.6. There are spots, though. There are spots where I'd be interested in this. Next is Tursa Light Shatter. 3 mana, 2 and a red for a 3/3 legendary orc wizard with haste. When it enters, discard 2, then draw that many cards. When it attacks, if there are 7 or more cards in your yard, exile a card at random from your yard, and you can play it this turn. So good into the battlefield trigger. 3 mana, 3/3 haste is okay. And if you just so happen, if you want extra gravy, it'll give you value out of your yard. It is random. I really hate the word random on Magic cards. You can't pick what card you exile, but it could still be like somewhat okay, especially if you go like, the same turn you're going to swing, go ahead, Monstrous Rage. It's the only card in your graveyard. Monstrous Rage again for free, or just Monstrous Rage again. That would all be decent, but ultimately Screaming Nemesis is the better 3-drop. And even like, there's a couple of other dudes that you might be able to play over this, but this is interesting. This is more than interesting, and I really like the ETB trigger, so I'm not going to judge it too harshly. 5.5, somewhere in there. Teval, Arbiter of Virtue right here. This is 3 mana. Yeah, Mono Red Monument. This guy goes pretty well in Monument, yeah. I can see that. Teval, Arbiter of Virtue is 5 mana. Just 5 mana. Remember that. Sounds like a lot, but it's not for what it does. 2 in Sultai for a 6/6 legendary spirit dragon with flying and lifelink. Spells you cast have Delve. Whenever you cast a spell, you lose life equal to its mana value. So that's a kind of a Debbie Downer, that last line of text. But spells you cast have Delve is a wild line. Wild line of text, dude. Yeah, Delve equals good card. I mean, like a lot of Magic players believe that, and I'm close. I really am. I'll say this: 5 mana is a lot. Right. You have to be really good to see playing standard at 5 mana. The good news is, I think this is pretty good just body alone, A 5 mana 6/6 flying lifelink, is that not kind of good? Is that not kind of okay, Just by itself. Think of all the other 5 mana creatures in standard. Most of them aren't 6/6s, dude. Most of them aren't 6/6s. So there's that. And the lifelink helps mitigate the life loss you're losing to the card. The only problem I have with this is that it's whenever you cast a spell, you lose life equal to its mana value. So that means whether you delved the spell or not. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to delve the spell. You just cast anything and you lose the life equal to its mana value. The way to mitigate that would be to mostly have, cut downs and up the beanstalks and go for the throats and, stuff that doesn't cost that much. But if you're playing beans, most of your spells are going to hit you for 5 or more, right? So you can't really play this in the same deck as beans unless you have a lot of ways of gaining life. There's a dance you're doing, right? But ultimately, I just think 5 mana for a 6/6 flying lifelink is something people aren't talking about enough. The body is super stout on this guy, and spells you cast have Delve is great, obviously. So I'm going to give the dude a 6 because I really don't like that last line of text, but I'm just kind of here for it on stats alone. I really am. Bolus's Citadel at home, yeah, kind of. Next, we're going to look at Sib-Sig Ceremony. Oh boy, 3 black mana for a legendary enchantment. Boy, Eli Manaya is killing it. It's only a 3rd Eli Manaya piece I've seen in the set. They're all really good. But creature spells you cast cost 2 less to cast. Whenever a creature you control enters, if you cast it, destroy it, then create a 2/2 Zombo. that's kind of funny. This obviously does work really nicely in Commander with, you know, Bloodsoaked Champion or, geez, anything. Reassembling Skeleton. Bloodghast in Standard is kind of a cute one, but you can only reanimate it once per turn. God, so many things. You could sit here and name things. But I'm forgetting the names of a few of these cards. But either way, this works really well for combo potential in Commander with a bunch of other like mono black cards or cards for your Aristocrats deck or whatever. So goes off there. It doesn't really have the same tricks in Standard. Not really. So I have to give this like a 3 in Standard, which sucks. But again, there might be some sort of like super strange combo in Standard that just really pumps this up and elevates its score. But right now it looks more like a Commander combo card than anything else. But next, we're going to look at Thunder of Unity. 3 mana in Mardu colors for a saga. On chapter 1, you draw 2, you lose 2. On chapters 2 and 3, whenever a creature you control enters this turn, each opponent loses a life and you gain 1 life. Well, this is probably decent for limited because there's so many mobilize effects. But in Standard, I actually kind of don't love this. I really don't. There's been too many times I played War Leader's Call on turn 3, sacrificed my whole turn for it, and gotten hit in the face by a bunch of creatures, you know, on my opponent's side of the table. This, same thing happens, but you also lose 2 life to it. So that's not great. And then it doesn't even stick around. Like an Impact Tremors or a War Leader's Call, it doesn't stick around forever. So I really want to like this, and there are Mardu Commander decks that probably want it a little bit. But right now, I'm just not that excited about it. I'm going to give it a 3.5 and hope that it's better. If nothing else, it's like a divination, but you know, I want to like this more than I do. I'll put it that way. But Trade Route Envoy is 4 mana, 3 and a green for a 4/3 Dog Soldier. When it enters, draw a card if you control a creature with a counter on it. If you don't draw a card this way, put a +1/+1 counter on this guy. So you get a 4 mana 5/4 sometimes, and a drawn card others, which is fine and limited, but nowhere near Standard touchable. I'll give it a 2.9. Tranquil Cove, so all the life gain lands, what do you give them? 4.9. Traveling Botanist is 2 mana, 1 and a green for a 2/3 Dog Scout with cool art. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, look at the top of your library. If it's a land, reveal it, put it into your hand. If you don't put the card into your hand, you can put it into your yard. So kind of a map token or explorer type, you know, adjacent ability at least, that can help you get your land drops in limited, but I think that's probably the only real purpose of the card. I'll give it a 3.2 though. Twin Bolt is 2 mana, 1 and a red for an instant that deals 2 damage divided as you choose among 1 or 2 targets. These can be surprisingly playable from time to time, but I'm still not a huge fan. I will, however, give it a 3.7. You know, it's a burn spell if nothing else. Twin Maw Stormbrood is 6 mana, 5 and a white for a 5/4 dragon with flying. When it enters, you gain 5 life, but it also has Charring Bite, 1 and a red for a sorcery that deals 5 damage to a creature without flying. I like this guy. I don't think he's the best of the Omen Dragons or even necessarily the best of the uncommon Omen Dragons, but I think he's kind of like surprisingly playable. You know what I mean? Yeah, I like the sorcery a lot too. 2 mana for 5 damage, kills Biza, Sheldred, lots of other stuff in Standard. The non-flying clause might be annoying, but you'll almost always find a target for this, you know? And later on in the game, 5/4 flyer, gain 5. You guys know 5 life's kind of a lot. Like compared to Thragtusk, you know? Swagtusk gained you, what, 3 life? Or maybe it was 5. But, you know, a 5-power flyer, gain 5 when it comes into play is kind of okay. So, weirdly, I think I'm going to give this a 5. Like I think that it is like just a normal, like balanced, maybe playable from time to time Magic card. I don't hate this thing at all. Next is Ugin of Storms. Ooh, buddy, this is 7 mana for a legendary Planeswalker. It has 7 loyalty. When you cast this spell, exile up to 1 target permanent that's 1 or more colors. Whenever you cast any colorless spell, exile up to 1 target permanent that's 1 or more colors. You can +2 Ugin to gain 3 and draw a card. You can 0 him to just add 3 colorless. That's cool. Or you can -11 to search your library for any number of colorless non-lands, exile them, then shuffle. Till end of turn, you can cast them without paying their mana cost. It's gross. It's just, that could get really out of hand really fast. Just for the cast trigger, the Meteor Golem, you know, cast trigger. Well, really, it's more like a Cityscape leveler, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Yeah, I think this card's good. Is it better than Kaya? So instead of asking you to rate this card, I'm going to ask you that question again. It's a yes or no question. Put yes or no in the chat. Is this card in Standard better than the 7 mana Kaya Planeswalker? Go. I'm going to take a drink. Okay. No, yes, no, no, yes, 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 no, no. 100% better? All right. We got a yes, we got a no. We got a no. Anybody else? Anybody? Maybe? That's a good answer. Yes, question mark? Don't know what Kaya is, so yes. All right, Mighty Wizbit. That's fair. Kaya is a 7 mana, just like this, 7 mana Planeswalker in Orzhov that has, and this is very important, hexproof. She's a walker that has hexproof. Her +2 is like bolt something and gain 3 life. Bolt your opponent, gain 3 life. Her 0 is like draw 2 cards, your opponent scries 1. And her -3 is exile target creature or enchantment and create a 1/1 flying copy of it. I think that I got all that right. This Ugin is trash in Standard, or good only in Commander. And honestly, for one of the first times tonight, I feel like Flutter has been very, very hard on cards in chat all night tonight. But I kind of agree, man. I don't know that this is actually Standard playable. I have seen that. It's obnoxious. So you do know what Kaya. Yeah, so that's pretty crazy. This exiles a thing, gains 3 life, draws your card, has 9 loyalty. Yeah, it does do those things. I can't take it away. It does do that. My Kaya recount was correct. Good. I think they're similar in terms of power level, not in terms of exact function, but in terms of power level. The problem with Kaya is that when she comes down, if you want to exile a creature, she's at low loyalty at that point, and you didn't get to do the other cool stuff. This, you automatically exile a thing, right? Unlike Kaya, you automatically exile a thing, but this is so much more removable. And I honestly don't think that the modes are as good as Kaya in general. What am I using the 3 mana for when I already have 7 mana? Not that much. What am I gaining 3 life and draw a card? Draw a card, good. Draw a card, good. However, Kaya feels like it has more inevitability in its plus, right? Like you're taking 3 every turn, and unless you can find a way to deal 3 to me every turn because I'm gaining 3, the game's over. That's inevitability. Gain 3 life and draw a card is not inevitability. And like the ultimate, I don't really care. We're never going to get to the ultimate. So like I kind of don't think this is that good. I shouldn't have said that. I do think the card is good. But I think when, again, compared to Kaya, I think Kaya kind of blows it out of the water, to be honest. If I'm paying 7 mana for a walker, I think Kaya is generally the better one in terms of ending the game. This does not end the game, but it could create a form of inevitability. Kaya creates actual inevitability. I will win the game by dealing damage to you and gaining too much life, right? That's a part of this card too, but I will win the game through damage eventually with this card. Ugin is the annoying kind of inevitability where this literally has no mode on it that wins the game. There's not a single mode on here that says like win the game somehow. However, if they're gaining 3 and drawing a card every turn, you're going to quit, right? You're going to just quit that game eventually. So you can't do anything about that. So it is also a form of inevitability, but I would argue that Kaya has more actual, practical, real world inevitability than Ugin. So it's really tough. It's really tough, man. I'm going to, and I will say, obviously, you have other colorless cards in your deck. Like you build Oops All Colorless with Chimil, the Inner Sun, and Might Stone and Weak Stone. Then you might be cooking something, but is it good enough? I have my doubts, right? So I want the card to be good, but like I said, I might be with Flutter on this one. I'm just not sure this card is good in Standard, but we'll have to wait and see. Any deck can play it. That might make a huge difference. It really might. So I'm going to say that this card is a 6.9 because it is, in fact, very nice. But it's not. Personally, I think Kaya is the better walker for standard. But we'll see. We'll see, baby. Next is Unburied Earthcarver, as we probably round the corner here on this one. This is 2 mana, 1 on a black for a 2/2 human warrior. Pay 2, sack a creature, put a +1/+1 counter on this guy. Real bad. Real not good for your sacrifice outlets. I'm going to give this a 2.7. 2.4. Underfoot Underdogs is up next. I saw a couple people excited about this. 2 and a red for a 1/2 Goblin Warrior. When it enters, you get a 1/1 red Goblin. You can pay 1 and tap it to have a creature you control with power 2 or less go unblocked this turn. So it does work with like Unstoppable Slasher. I saw a couple people saying they were doing, this and that with this card, mostly making small dudes unblockable. But I think we've got better ways to do it. But I will say 3 mana for 2 guys is something Goblins wants to do, but there's too many good 3s. There's just too many good 3s in Goblins for them to fit this. So I'm going to give it a 3.4. Undergrowth Leopard is a kitty cat. 2 mana, 1 and a green for a 2/2 cat with vigilance. Pay 1, sack it, and cast Disenchant. So that's not the worst thing I have ever seen in my life. I think you'd probably rather play other green creatures, Tranquil Frillback and stuff, that do this. But, Canker Bloom is better. I think Canker Bloom's a much better Magic card, but this is still kind of fine. I'll give it a 3.6. Next is Unending Whisper. I actually kind of really like this. A single blue mana for a sorcery. Draw a card. Harmonize for 6 mana. 5 and a blue. Yeah, Canker Bloom isn't a cat. That's true. That's actually like a really, really good point. Yeah, cats love destroying artifacts. They do. They knock stuff off the table all the time. Unending Whisper makes 25 cards left. How are there 25 cards? We're in the U's. Yeah, we'll figure it out. But yeah, draw a card. This is not Whispers of the Muse, right? But I still think in like Stellarian Terror, Eddie Merc Crab decks, that this is actually like a playable Magic card. Really too. I'm going to give this a 4 and leave it at that. I want it to be better than that, but it probably isn't. United Battlefront is 4 mana, 3 and a white for a sorcery. Look at the top 7 of your library. Put up to 2 non-creature, non-land permanents with mana value 3 or less from among them onto the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So Coco at sorcery speed that can hit not creatures, specifically not creatures. So it's not Coco. I shouldn't have said that, but it's very reminiscent of a Coco effect. The difference is that you can get like artifacts, enchantments, planeswalkers, is this potentially very good? I know it's sorcery speed, but this is the kind of effect that you expect to be sorcery speed. I know Coco's instant. I get that. This card was never going to be anywhere near as good as Coco, but I think that it could be decent. If this were 4 mana to look at the top 7 and put them into your hand, then we'd almost be talking, But the fact that it just throws them onto the table and gives you 2 mana value in the process, I think is really good. Specifically for the deck that already plays, the Caretaker's Talent. You said Carrot Cake in chat. I think that's a good call. So there's plenty of decks that could... Takasi is welcome, right? Urbrass Forge is a non-creature, non-land permanent. So there's plenty of hits. There's 3 mana planeswalkers you could hit with this. So... I don't know, man. I do think there is something to this even at the sorcery speed, but when it whiffs bad, son. And even if it only gets you one thing, you still lost a mana value. But still, you might be happy to find a really good 3-drop and throw it on the table. All that considered, I'm going to give this card a 4.7. I still don't think this is quite where I want it to be, but this is one of those I'm like super willing to be wrong about. This could be a 7.5, like pretty easily. So this is one of those where I'm like really sweating that I'm wrong on it like the most tonight. But next is Unrooted Ancestor. 3 mana, 2 and a black for a 3/2 Spirit Cleric with Flash. You can pay 1 and sack another dude to have this dude gain indestructible till end of turn and then tap it down. A much better sacrifice outlet. I must say, if you're looking for one, this is better than the last one we saw. Flash is key on this. You don't see Flash every day on a sack outlet, so that's neat. But I'm still just going to give this like a 3.5 thereabouts. It's not a super strong card, but it's kind of cool as far as sack outlets go. Unsparing Boltcaster is 3 mana, 2 and a red for a 3/3 Ogre Wizard. When it enters, it deals 5 damage to a creature an opponent controls. That was dealt damage this turn, so it's not like, oh god, I've forgotten the name of the card. It finally happened. My brain forgot the name of the Kavu. The 4 mana 4/2 Kavu that comes into play and he does 4 damage to a target creature. You know what I'm talking about, that guy? He was important 20 years ago. This is not that. Flame Tongue. It's Flame Tongue. It's Flame Tongue Kavu. Thank you. Chat said, but I think I got in there ahead of time. It is Flame Tongue Kavu. This is not that. In fact, it's actually quite bad. I'm going to give this a 2.4. Next is Urini's Rebuff, 2 mana, 1 and a blue for a sorcery, return a creature to its owner's hand, Harmonize for 5 and a blue. So maybe I'm just an idiot for Harmonize. Maybe I just think Harmonize is really, really good. But this is another one when I got to bring up that Tolarian Terror deck, right? Tolarian Terror, Eddie Merc Crab, blah, 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 blah. You could also, interestingly, you could tap the Eddie Merc down to harmonize this and return the Eddie Merc to your hand to then tap 2 more things down, which I think is a kind of a fun play. Sorcery speed hurts, but I actually think this ain't half bad. I really do. 4, right out of 4. Next is Urini. Urini, the Song Unending. 8 mana, 5 and Temur for a 10/10 legendary spirit dragon with flying and protection from removal. Protection from white and black. When he enters, it deals X damage divided as you choose among any number of target creatures and or walkers your opponents control, where X is the number of lands that you control. So, we've seen Ugin, and we've seen that sweeper that blows up enchantments and creatures and draws 7 cards or whatever. We've seen a fair amount of expensive cards in the set already, right? The new Rampaging Balos on an enchantment that makes 4/4 flyers when you landfall. There's a lot of good stuff in the set that cost 1 million mana. This is the best one. This, I don't know if I'm going against anybody in chat here. Maybe you guys think I'm a big, dumb, stupid. But this is better than Ugin. This card wins the game. This card wins the game every time. Can you explain to me how this card does not win? Right? You inject it into my veins, dude. I think this is probably better than Valgavoth as a reanimator target in Standard. Seriously. Pro white and black means no get lost, no lay down arms, no go for the throat, no nothing, dude. You are not targeting this with single target removal in Standard. The best thing you can do is bounce it. If you bounce it, that's a problem, right? And there's a lot of bounce in Standard. This Town Ain't Big Enough is one of the best cards in the format. You got to watch out for that. So there's checks and balances. But Pro White and Black is basically, this does not die to removal. 10 toughness, this does not die to removal, dude. So I'll turn it into a legitimate business person. You can do that. Actually, Witness Protection might be the best removal against this guy in the format. But yeah, you just reanimate this and you have a 10/10 that kills a couple of guys when it comes into play. Like, even if you zombify this on 4 lands, you probably still get to kill a creature when it comes into play. So, and then later in the game, bro, in the dang old game, bro, Jeez Louise, dude. Later in the game, this comes down and does, 9 damage? It kills 3 guys, like, super easily, So just the ETB trigger is very good. It wins the game in 2 bites with evasion. It gets through unblocked against, any white or black flyers too. So if they've got like Archfiend of the Dross or the 6/6 from Unholy Annex or anything like that, they can't block it. They can't block this. So even if they wanted to chump it, they can't. So this goes through unblocked against a lot of decks, does not die to anything, ridiculous ETB trigger, just unbelievable power toughness. Like, this is actually low key one of the best cards in the entire set. It really is. So I'm going to give Urini, and just bear with me here because this might shock somebody. I'm going to give Urini an 8. I think Urini is among the best cards in the set, and in some ways by a pretty fair margin. Urini's trash. You're going to eat that. Urini's a 5. We'll see. This is instantly the best reanimator piece in Standard. This is better than Atraxa. This is better than Atraxa. I promise you. If you think this card is bad, like, I don't want to insult anybody. I really don't. Flutter has been very tough on cards tonight. And I will say that usually that's the way to be. Usually you want to be hard on cards. But this is one of those where, sure, it's 8 mana. So is Valgavoth's 9. Valgavoth sees Standard play. Italia is 7 mana. Sees Standard play. Atraxa, 7 mana. Sees Standard play. Being expensive does not keep a card from seeing Standard play. And this does not say anything weird like you can't reanimate it, shuffle it into your library. None of that stuff. This is just a 10/10 flyer that doesn't die to removal with an enter the battlefield trigger. They tried everything they could to push this card well beyond the stratosphere of playability. This card is very good. This card is extremely good. 8. And I honestly want to give it an 8.5. It's very good. Atraxa, this is not, just doesn't have an ETB trigger, or it does. Actually, it does have an ETB trigger, and a really good one, as a matter of fact. Atraxa draws cards. Drawing cards good, okay? Like, I'm not going to say Atraxa is bad. It's obviously one of the best reanimator pieces in the history of Magic. People in, Modern and Legacy will play Atraxa from time to time. I can't take anything away from it. But all Atraxa is really doing when it enters is drawing cards, which is good. It's replacing itself. It's good. Don't get me wrong. But doesn't die to anything except for Sunfall, right? Or whatever. Doesn't die to anything. Kills in 2 turns. You have to beat this card in 2 turns. I want you to understand that. 2 turns is all you have to beat this card at your maximum starting life total, or at your starting life total. But how are you going to beat it when you can't? Okay, like I had creatures I was going to attack with, but I don't anymore because this killed them all. Like Atraxa draws cards. This has a real tangible effect on the board state the moment it hits. Even if they can remove it, it will still have that tangible effect on the board state, which is something Atraxa does not do. I don't want to keep railing on about the card, but really though, this card is stupid good. I promise you. But let's see. Venerated Stormsinger. This is 4 mana, 3 and a black. For a 3/3 Orc Cleric with Mobilize 1, when this creature or another creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life, you gain a life. So we get a Blood Artist. You would think I would love that. Don't love one you have to pay extra mana for. Twice as much mana. I guess it's better than like Vindictive Vampire, and I've played Vinny Vamp before. Mobilize is actually kind of good in an Aristocrats deck, but still, this sees no standard play whatsoever. Just not at all. It's right out. I will give this a 3.3. Veteran Ice Climber's cool, man. 2 mana, 1 in the blue for a 1/3 human scout with vigilance. It cannot be blocked. Whenever it attacks, up to 1 target player mills cards equal to the creature's power. So you can mill yourself. That's cool. You can also mill them, obviously, but milling them is kind of dumb. Because you could always say like, oh, increase its power to 5 and it can't be blocked. You're milling 5 every turn. Yeah, you're also hitting them for 5 damage every turn. So I think you'll win the game faster that way. I think this mostly wants you to mill yourself. To get real value out of it. But ultimately, I kind of like this little guy. A 2 mana vigilance dude that can't be blocked is it's right up my alley in the first place. I don't hate that, so I like this little dude. I'm not going to give him more than like a 3.9, but I don't know. I love dudes that can't be blocked. I really do. But Voice of Victory up next. This lady. This is 2 mana, 1 and a white for a 1/3 human bard with Mobilize 2. Your opponents cannot cast spells during your turn. Low-key, one of the absolute best cards in the entire set. Seriously. I have heard more or less crickets about this thing, but I actually think that this has a chance to see play back formats, right? Pioneer, Modern. Your opponents can't cast spells during your turn is such a gross line of text. Screw this card, says Flutter. Yeah, this card is insane, actually. It's good when Flutter hates it. But this is 1 million bodies on the table, and your opponent can't interact with your board state during your turn. The opponent can't interact with the stack. You understand? They can't do anything. Do you remember Teferi? Do you remember the 3 mana Teferi from a few years ago that had more or less this line of text on it and how good that card was? This card costs 1 mana less than that card. And also gives you a bunch of dudes on the table for your impact trimmers, your war leaders call, whatever. You don't even have to be doing that. Just a 2-drop that effectively creates 3 guys. This is really good in Arabella. Should point that out. Really good in Imidane's Recruiter and stuff. Whatever. Well, not as good in Recruiter, but still. Anything that wants to go wide, this is phenomenal in. And the real line of text. A lot of people pay attention to the 2-drop Mobilize 2, and you should. You should pay attention to that. It's really good. But your opponents can't cast spells during your turn is actually the strongest line of text that appears in this entire set. It really is, man. It's proven to be in the past. So I'm going to give this card an 8. It doesn't seem like it should get an 8. I know. But it's actually maybe the strongest 2-drop creature in the set. It's like in the top 3 2-drop creatures in the set. It really is. Elspeth? Well, I didn't say it's the strongest card in the set. Oh, Elspeth, you're saying it go, yeah. If you play the 5 mana Elspeth and attack with this, you get 4 tokens, which is dumb. So I think this is actually like one of the better cards in the entire set in a lot of ways. I really do. Could be wrong. Could be. But I think this card's got stuff to do. I really does. but it deserves a 9. Yeah, see if that the card is very good. I agree. Whale of War is 3 mana, 2 and a black for an instant. Choose one. Creatures your opponents control get, well, creatures target opponent controls rather, get -1/-1 till end of turn. Or return up to 2 target creature cards from your yard to your hand. Boy, the more I look at this, the more I'm like, okay, so it's an instant speed divination. All right. Or it destroys combat. Like it absolutely murders combat. Like out of nowhere. The fact that this is instant speed matters a little bit, but it's not that good. I'll just give it a 3.8, but that's probably higher than I think most people would rate it. I think this has a chance to be okay. The next is Warden of the Grove. 3 mana, 2 and a green for a 2/2 Hydra. At the beginning of your end step, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Whenever another non-token you control enters, non-token creature, this thing endures, whenever another non-token creature you control enters, that creature endures X, X being the number of counters on this creature. So it's not specifically +1/+1 counters, counts ability counters and stuff too. This is a 3 mana 3/3 effectively because it will grow by a counter the turn you play it. It grows by a counter every turn, so even if it's never giving you any real value outside of itself, then, from a 2/2 to a 3/3 to a 4/4 to a 5/5, it is growing throughout the game. That's okay. It is cut downable, though, the turn it comes into play. As a 3-drop, I don't love that, But if you can get this thing up and running, if you can really get it flying, then that second line of text is crazy and works really well with itself. If you got one copy of this out and you play another copy, well, that one's going to endure X and get more counters. And then when you play creatures, those creatures will endure even more because you see what I'm trying to say here? It kind of works well in multiples, but I think this looks kind of like a commander card more than anything. But however, it could be one of those that just sits on the table. If it's not dealt with, it creates, inevitable value. So I could be misjudging this, but ultimately I'm not too impressed by it. Yeah, slow. Yeah, ultimately I'm not too impressed by it. But it is one of those that I think has a small chance in standard, especially if you can resolve multiple creatures in a turn. That can get really good. You're going wide or you're going tall, whatever you want to do. I think there's applications, but like y'all have said, I think it's ultimately too slow for a format like standard. So I'm going to put a 4.7 on this and leave it at that. War Effort is 4 mana, 3 and a red for an enchantment. Creatures you control get +1/+0. Whenever you attack, you get a 1/1 red warrior creature token that's tapped and attacking. Sack at the beginning of the next end step. Pretty bad. I think some people would be tempted to think this looks okay. I really do, but it's certainly no Urbrass Forge for sure. So I'm going to give this a 3.2. Is that okay? Watcher of the Wayside is 3 mana, 3/2 Golem. It's an artifact creature. When it enters, a player mills 2 cards and you gain 2 life. Well, a 3 mana, 3 power guy that gains you 2 life on ETB is actually halfway decent, but it will see absolutely no play. This is like a 2.25 or something. Ways Speaker Bodyguard is 4 mana, 3 and a white for a 3/4 Orc Monk. When it enters, return a non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to your hand. Also flurries. When you cast your second spell each turn, tap a guy down your opponent controls. Cool limited card. I actually think it is. And I like the phrase non-land permanent on this, but still not standard playable. I'll give this a 3.2. Sure. 3.2. Swirling Stormbrood is up next. 5 mana, 4 and a blue for a 4/3 dragon with flash and flying. You may cast sorcery spells and dragon spells as though they had flash, but this also has dynamic soar. 3 mana, 2 and a green for a sorcery omen. Put 3 +1/+1 counters on target creature you control. So this is one of the few omen dragons where I like the dragon half a lot more than I like the omen half. Like a flash flyer that lets you cast sorceries with flash, gross. That might actually be commander playable, but 3 +1/+1 counters at sorcery speed for 3 mana is just not super exciting. But that said, I'll give this guy a 3.1 in standard. Again, we're just doing standard right now, and I don't think this guy's great there, but who knows? The flash and the ability to cast sorceries with flash could be okay. Wild Ride is up next. It is not Monstrous Rage, a single red mana for a sorcery. A creature gets +3/+0, gains haste till end of turn, and it harmonizes for 4 and a red. It's a sorcery. For the life of me, I cannot understand why this card is a sorcery. But, it'll give the guy haste. It gets the swinging. I think if we lose Monstrous Rage, it's actually pretty decent in terms of pump spells. Not a lot of pump spells do giant growth, +3 power. And the fact you can cast it twice is actually a little bit gross. It really is. So better than it looks, I think. I'll give it a 4.3. Windcrag Siege, ladies and gentlemen. 3 mana, 1, a red, and a white for an enchantment. When it enters, choose Mardu or Jeskai. If you chose Mardu, if a creature attacking causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. That is just Ishin 2 Heavens is 1's text. Jeskai, at the beginning of your upkeep, create a 1/1 red goblin creature token. It gains lifelink and haste till end of turn. So again, not a Brass Forge. That mode is like nowhere near as good as some of the other cards we have with effects like this. But could work with Trimmer's effects. Could work with War Leader's Call. All that stuff. But again, I'm not sure it's really great. Do like the Mardu ability if you can do stuff with it, but ultimately in Standard, this looks like one of the weaker sieges. Commander, I guess it's got some value to it, but it's still not that amazing. It just goes in Ishin in the 99. But anyway, I think I'm going to give this like a 4.4. I don't actually anticipate it being that good. I really don't. But now we'll look at Wingblade Disciple. 3 mana for a Mischievous Mystic. 2 and a blue for a 2/2 human monk with flying. Whenever you flurry, you get a 1/1 token with flying. Not bad, but probably, again, more of a limited card than anything, but a pretty good card there. And even in Commander, people tend to like those Mischievous Mystic builds. You know, people like that card there. So maybe, but ultimately in Standard, I'll give it a 3.7, something like that. Wingspan Stride. It's a single blue mana for an R that enchants a creature. That creature gets +1/+1 and has flying. But you can pay 3 mana to pop this thing back to your hand, which is sometimes good, especially with eerie effects in Standard right now. Is she holding this sword by the blade? Is that the hilt of the sword, and then just above that is her hand? Am I seeing this correctly? I swear to God, okay, so you've got the bottom of the sword, and you've got the thing, and then her hand. Am I seeing that wrong? I just feel like she's grasping like the katana blade on this thing. I've just never noticed. The art's so blown up that now it's preoccupying. But anyway, this does trigger eerie, and I guess that's a thing, but I still don't think it's quite good enough. So these are better than they look every time you see them, but 3.4. It's just not very good, honestly. Winter Night Stories, this card I like. 2 and a blue for a sorcery, draw 3, then discard 2 cards unless you discard a creature card. Harmonize 4 and a blue. So, somebody just in chat pointed out that harmonizes our sorceries for balancing reasons. I don't think they had to do that with every single one of them. I really don't. But in the case of this one, I think it's still good as a sorcery. I really do, man. Draw 3, discard 2, and sometimes discard 1 if you just pitch your reanimator target, right? That's not terrible on turn 3 because that's a pretty good dig. 3 cards is a lot of cards. Harmonize 4 and a blue, though, I think is where this card really starts to look like Deep Analysis. And Deep Analysis is like a really playable Magic card, So I don't mind that at all. But again, just in these Tolarian Terror decks, these Eddie Merc Crab decks, this looks freaking-tastic. But apart from that, decks where you want to pitch stuff into your yard, tap down your Kiora and cast this for 2 mana, that could be reasonable, right? So, I don't know. I don't think this is that bad. I think 3 cards is just a lot of cards, man. It's just always a lot of cards. And when you harmonize this, I think you'll most likely be paying 1 mana for it, like most times. So, I don't know, dude. It could go in that blue-white control deck, tap your Biza down to harmonize this for 1 mana. Sounds like a play, dude. So I'm actually going to give Winter Night Stories a 6. And you can't stop me. I really should. It's a sorcery, right? But I actually think this one is more playable than it looks. And the thing about this that I want to point out the most is that you might never play it for 3 mana. You might just mill this into your yard, pitch it into your yard. You might actually play one for 3 and then pitch another copy of it into your yard. Once it's in your yard, it's going to cost 1 mana. Right? So you might never play this for 3 mana, but later in the game, cast it for 1, and suddenly it's ludicrously good, right? So I think it's fantastic. I really do. Why is it rare? Because of all the stuff. I just casting, you say it's a thirst for whatever at sorcery. It's a thirst you can cast twice. And that's stupid. Why is Deep Analysis one of the best Magic cards of all time? Go look at Deep Analysis right now. And if you're not aware of how good that card was, you'll be like, well, this card looks like crap. It's because you can cast it twice. It's the same thing is true of this card. I think it's a very good card. And I'm holding off rating it a 6 or rating it a 7. because I don't want to be too wrong. But I will give it a 6. I think this card is phenomenal. I really do. Worthy Cost is a single black mana for a sorcery. It's Bone Splinters, but you exile the creature or planeswalker. So sacrifice a creature when you cast it, exile a thing. What do you give a card like this? Sick art. I will say that much. 3.3. Yathan Road Watcher is 4 mana, 1 in Abzan for a 3/3 human scout. When it enters, if you cast it, mill 4. When you do, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your yard to the battlefield. Pretty underrated card here, I think. I just haven't heard that many people talking about it, but this can put, 7 mana value onto the table. Mill 4 is actually just good. It's just a good ETB. But Mill 4 is obviously going to help you find a target if you don't already have one. Mill 4 can be great in your various Graveyard Matters decks as well. So can't hate this. I worry that it's not going to put enough PT on the table, but it all kind of matters what it hits. Just decent value creature. Another one that, like, if we're reviewing this in 2015, it's like a 8.5, man, but it's 2025 now. So I have to give it like a 5.5, but actually kind of a solid 5.5. You know what I mean? It's not that bad. Wow, Deep Analysis was good. Yes, it was. Flutter. It's Flutter in here. Yeah, Deep Analysis was one of the best card draw spells of all time for like 15 years. Casting a card draw spell twice is crazy. It's really good. But we'll move on to Yathan Tombguard. 2 and a black for a 2/3 human warrior with menace. Whenever a creature you control with a counter on it deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card and you lose 1 life, man. Okay, so probably not standard playable, but this is one of my kind of sleepy commander picks. I actually think, like, in a +1/+1 counters matter deck in commander, this is a really good card draw engine, but a little too slow, a little too cut downable at 3 mana for standard. So I'm just going to give it like a 3.84. Because I think this card could be good, and the art does look good. I like this. I like the sword and all that, but ultimately, I don't think this is great enough in standard, but in commander, I really think we could have a discussion about this card in commander. I think it's not the worst card draw engine in the world. The next is Zurgo's Vanguard. Ooh, a Z card. We got to be super close. So 3 mana, 2 and a red for a star 3 dog soldier with mobilize 1. This creature's power and toughness is equal to the number of creatures you control. Again, another one that's kind of a little bit better than it looks. Like in Boros tokens, this allows you to go tall and wide at the same time. It still attacks and creates tokens, but it won't see play in Boros tokens. You only have so much room for 3 drops. It's going to be Sanguine Evangelist and Immodane's Recruiter, and you're not going to play any other ones. So this won't see standard play, but I like a Keldon Warlord when I see it, baby. This is a fun card that I like personally, but I'm just going to give like a, God, this is going to hurt. This is going to hurt. I'm going to give a 3.17 to this bad boy, and it does in fact hurt. This card is nowhere near as good as it would have once been, but I can dream. I can try to play this card. You'll see. Next is Zurgo, Thunder's Decree, and it is the final card, everybody. This is 3 mana, Mardu colors for a 2/4 legendary orc warrior with mobilize 2. During your end step, warrior tokens you control have. This token cannot be sacrificed, baby. So, okay. 3 mana. Again, I should point this out. Good stat line. Can't be cut down, can't be nowhere to run, can't be virtued, can't be bolted. So that matters. Helps it actually stick around to attack with mobilize. So, but it's not attacking until turn 4, and even then, you kind of paid 3 mana for a 4-power creature, right? But it's on multiple bodies. That'll again work really well with anything that cares about ETB triggers or creatures coming into play. So that's not bad, right? I should point out a few things really about mobilize. Like, it's not only good with those, with like impact trimmers and stuff like that, but mobilize goes well with all kinds of stuff that cares about how many creatures you have on the table. And obviously mobilize 2 is just very good. This costs 50% more than the card I just gave an 8 to, but it mostly got the 8 because of that line of text where your opponent can't cast spells. I think this is just worse all in all, right? Than the other mobilize 2 thing in the set. But this will allow your tokens to stick around. That's nasty. And I still think it's like borderline. I think this is borderline standard playable. So I think if I had to rate it, and I do literally have to do that, I'm going to give it a 5.25, 5.25 in standard. So I think it's just over the line, but I also think there's probably better options. It's a little tough to cast, and maybe you're doing better things. And even in your War Leader's Call deck, don't you want that to be the top of your curve and you just play War Leader's Call? And, you know, there's problems. There's problems. Neat little Mardu commander, though. I'll say that. I've looked for Mardu Aristocrats commanders for a while now, and there's a couple of decent options. Like Caesar's probably the best option. But I think that this is like not a bad Aristocrats commander because he's making so many dudes for you, you know. But ultimately, I like him. I just don't know that he's quite above the line. I am going to give him the 5.25 though, because I respect Mobilize too. I really do. But that is it, everybody. Stop the timer. Stop the timer. I want to know what it was. It was probably like 4 hours. So I think we started right at like 35 minutes into the stream. So it was closer to like 4.5 hours right there. But we did it, everybody. We freaking did it, baby. If you're watching on YouTube, just quickly do all the YouTube stuff. If you actually made it to this point in the video, you watched it all day at work. Maybe you slept through some of it. I don't know. You put it on to go to sleep at night. You're going to clean a little bit of the house, but you only had an hour's worth of cleaning to do. You got to watch this in stages. If you finally made it to the end of the video, congratulations. I appreciate you. If you've been here on stream all night, good Lord macaroni and cheese. There is no way you pulled that off. I'm amazed I was here for 4.5, 5 hours. You're still here? Like, thanks. Thanks you so much for that. But in any case, if you are watching on YouTube, do all the YouTube stuff. Hit the button shaped like a thumb. Make sure you sub to the sandwich. All the things I always say. That's Itsky Lewitsky, Allsky Kowalski. I'm done's over this one. So hit me up for $1 a month on Patreon. Working this hard has earned me your $1 a month. I hope. I think I'm worth it. But either way, if you're still here, I just appreciate the watch time, homie. You know? But in any case, if you're on YouTube, I'm going to catch you cats later. If you're on Twitch, stick around for another like 2 minutes. We got to wrap things up. But if you're on the YouTube, I will catch you cats later. I am Deb from The Place. Thanks for watching, Wizards. Spread love and be kind.